Alright, looks like we're live. No, I've been up for a while. I think I got up at, about 8:39.
We're not really...
1992.
I, have some really nice food here. I made my own home sweet potato fries and, some tofu. No, I'm not getting super high again. That is fucking good.
2 was the last time a woman was in an F1 seat, but that ended before it even began. That makes us ask the question, if women are allowed in F1 today, why has it been 30 years since the last female F1 driver? Let's get the obvious answer out the way first. A lack of opportunities. Since F1's birth in 1950, there has been 786 drivers in Formula 1. But how many of those have been women? The answer? 5. Just 5. That's only 0.6% of all F1 drivers have been female. But don't worry, that is about to change very soon, but we'll find out how later. For now, how good were they? 1. Maria Teresa de Filippis, the first ever, the pioneer. She was actually a really good driver, but since the only year she raced was in 1958, and things were a little different then. Sexism was unapologetically rampant in those days.
What do you mean, treat her right? She's a woman, isn't she?
So even though she only raced in 3 races, with her top finish being in 10th, she was flat out denied entry to the French Grand Prix in 1958 because she was a woman, with the race director saying, and quote, "The only helmet a woman should wear is the one at the hairdressers." Yikes.
Whoa.
2. Lela Lombardi.
Formula 1 è una cosa per la ragazza.
Visto che corro, giudicate voi.
Who was the only female to score points in F1. The 1975 Spanish Grand Prix was cut short due to a car flying over the barriers, taking the lives of 4 spectators. So they threw half a point at her. Nice. 3. Davina Gallica, the only British female F1 driver and also the captain of the British Olympic skiing team. That's actually really cool. 4. Desiree Wilson, who sadly only raced...
Yeah, I saw Andrew Wilson couldn't open the jar. Frank Tufano posted a vid spending $230 at a restaurant. So much for being broke. Yeah, really. That dude lies constantly about fucking everything, dude.
in a single F1 race. And number 5, Giovanna Amati, the last female to race in F1 to date, and she had her 3 races back in 1992.
Qualifying was an interesting affair, with some novices like the Italian lady Giovanna Amati and her Brabham struggling for most of the time.
3 races, 3 failures, and she was quickly replaced by a small up-and-coming hopeful, Damon Hill. I wonder if anything ever became of that guy.
Damon Hill is the world champion of 1996.
What about that?
It's just so fantastic.
And that's it. The closest we've come since then was Susie Wolff back in 2014 and 2015, driving 3 practice sessions with Williams, and if that name looks familiar, it's because she's currently the managing director of the F1 Academy, which we'll get to later on, so remember her. But also, she's this guy's wife.
With controversy!
No, Mike, that was so not right!
Mercedes team principal Toto Wolff.
Grey Knight Johnny Tellers, another TikTok speaking the quiet part, probably another one to add to the watch list.
2 workers from the Israeli embassy in the United States were killed in Washington, D.C. last night. And look, I'm sure we are about to learn a whole lot about the gunman, but as we do, it is important to remember that he had a right to defend himself. Now that may sound like a joke, and in many ways it is, but ultimately I do think it's true. I do think that all of us have the right to defend our humanity from being made complicit in Israel's genocide.
Yeah, well, a lot of these people are going to expose themselves, and they're either going to get fired from their jobs, end up on a watch list, or actually in jail. So let them spew whatever dumbass shit they want. Thanks for the donation, Grey Knight. What do you think of Space Marine 2? It's really good.
Number 2. Physical demands.
Yeah,
We've all
Space
seen
Marine's
the
really good.
videos of fighter pilots' faces getting ripped apart from G-forces. 1G in G-force terms is equal to the force of gravity.
In a 6G pull, every part of your body feels 6 times heavier.
A normal person can withstand around 4 Gs before they start to black out. But in F1, drivers can pull up to 6 Gs on the track, with Max Verstappen hitting an insane 67 Gs in this crash with Lewis Hamilton. Hence the sheer girth of the drivers' necks. It's no secret F1 is extremely physically demanding.
A 19-year-old woman is not going to start off as strong as a 19-year-old man. That's just the way it is.
There's already a barrier to entry from the genetics alone. Does that mean it's impossible for women to enter into F1 today? Absolutely not. There are women dominating other extreme sports, so physical demands aside, it can be done. So where are they? Well, there are only 20 seats in F1, and this is for the absolute top of the top in the world of motorsports, and historically, motorsports have been a male-dominated sport. But in more recent times, this has begun to change, and the answers you crave may lie in these. Number 3. Women's representation sucked. Women's sports have been skyrocketing over the last few years, with massive turnouts for women's NBA, football or soccer, so why not in F1? How do we fix that? Is there a solution? Insert both the W Series and the F1 Academy. It's 2018 and a plan was hatched. A division for women only operating at a zero-cost basis for drivers, covering all expenses related to travel, accommodation and race costs to promote women in motorsport. Costs are a giant part of why F1 is so exclusive and also so divisive. But hold on, we'll get there. 2019, the inaugural season, racing
Yeah,
in
I played the
modified
first
F3
Space Marine.
cars, 6 races with a
Space Marine 2 is way fucking better in literally every way.
$500,000 prize pool. The victor, Jamie Chadwick.
Well done to Jamie Chadwick as the first W Series champion.
But then, COVID.
Coronavirus!
After 2 years off, W Series returned, and in 2022, Jamie Chadwick won it again with complete dominance. But who is Jamie Chadwick? Is she the answer to women's F1 woes? No. Here's why. As much as she is levels ahead of the other W Series competitors, she had a stint in F3 back in the day, which didn't exactly go according to plan. But that was years ago. Considering her background in GT Series, aka non-one-seater cars, she's come a long way. There's a definite chance we could see her in F3 again, but F1 is a different beast. You need talent that have rose up through the karting scene and more specialised in single-seaters, or have a parent with a load of money. And that segues us perfectly into the Formula 1 Academy. Well, actually, let's close that chapter by looking into what ended up happening to the W Series. A sad day for motorsport, as put by Pippa Mann, a respectable woman racer, and honestly, she brings up a good point. Regardless of the support from the likes of F1 legend David Coulthard, as much as they said it would bridge the gap between the genders in motorsport, it ended up doing the opposite. Think about it. These cars, the Tatus T318, weren't even of F3 standards at the time. So yes, as much as it could help women get into better quality cars for a boatload cheaper, the whole series missed the point. By the end of the W Series, the prize pool was up to $1.5 million. Instead of all this money,
It's way too physically demanding for women to be competitive in F1. Why do they even bother, dude? It's like having an initiative to try to get women into World's Strongest Man. Like, World's Strongest Man technically is not gender discriminatory. If there was a woman who was as strong as like Eddie Hall or something, they'd let women compete in World's Strongest Man. But it's literally impossible for a woman to ever be strong enough to compete with, the strong men in World's Strongest Man. So why would you ever bother creating an initiative to have women compete there when they could never really be competitive? Same with F1. It's just never going to happen.
Being used to fund a female-only series, those millions should be used towards getting women up to the pace of men who has had more funding from day one. The whole W Series in turn segregated women even further. In June 2023, the W Series went into administration, and that was that. Book closed. So what was the next steps? Bring back in Susie Wolf. The idea, take the 5 best junior.
The reason women aren't in F1 is because they are weak, scared pussies. Are we going to watch that Frank vid? He looks retarded and goes out to eat, making a fool of himself.
Yeah, we're going to watch the Frank vid, don't worry. Well, there's a number of reasons why women don't even bother trying to get into F1. For one thing, there's race series that you need to qualify for before you can even get into F1, and women suck there too. And then there's like institutional issues, like you have to have rich parents and shit, and the idea that like a billionaire is going to spend money on his daughter and waste money so that they can compete in F1, like the likelihood of that is practically zero. But you can look at like GT, F3, any kind of sports car racing, any race series, women do worse universally. So, and then it just like the gap gets even wider with F1 because the G-forces that you have to withstand, like the pressure that you need to put on the brake pedal, reaction time, like the strength you need to wrestle with the wheel, like it's just stupid trying to get women into F1. They're just a liability on the track, and they're more likely to kill themselves or another race car driver.
Junior teams and the 15 best young female drivers and give them space to be nurtured into being the best drivers they can be. How? By giving them time on the track against their male counterparts to be able to not only compete, but to win. Take Carlin, one of the biggest and best junior teams in the world, whose goal is to
forming the ladder. Basically, we're taking drivers from karting to the door of Formula One.
If there was going to be a team to bring up the best females, this team is the best to do it. So who are the drivers, and will they be good enough for F1? Let's take Abby Pulling and Megan Gilks. Abby Pulling is an
Alpine Academy driver racing with Road and Carlin this year in the F1 Academy.
And Megan Gilks.
I'm a driver for Road and Carlin in the F1 Academy.
She's also a trackside support engineer at Aston Martin Formula One. They know the challenges facing them, but they're determined to overcome them. The reality is, just like anything in life, sometimes things just don't work out from bad timing,
talent, budget, and luck. Drivers are just scraping by.
I've definitely spent probably more time finding money than actually driving the car.
Megan Gilks, for example, understands the risks that she's taking.
I decided that I needed a bit of a backup plan, and that was engineering.
So, will we see any of these women in F1? Just like Jamie Chadwick, sadly, probably not. But with academies like this now put in place, it can be a place where women on the come-up can flourish, especially nowadays. With the rise of F1 through both Drive to Survive becoming a massive Netflix hit and Formula One themselves pioneering how well a sport can handle their F1 presence through their social medias, this has brought in a massive female audience. Even with all that, there's still an elephant in the room. One that's been plaguing F1 for a long time, making the barrier to entry even more difficult.
I'll make it rain.
Number 4. Financial obstacles. It's no secret that F1 is the ultimate money sport. From top drivers making $50 million plus in a season and the cars becoming more and more crammed with sponsors, money makes this sport move. We'll make a video breaking down the logistics of F1 another day, so subscribe and we'll keep you in the loop.
Skyrim
Out
sucks.
of every
I
sport
played it,
out there,
but didn't like
motorsport is the most expensive sport to get into. Why? How much roughly will all of that cost? This is Bob. Bob likes cars and wants to be like his favourite F1 driver. Where does he start? First, he joins his local karting leagues.
Just an incident.
Develops his skills competing local, then national, then international. If all goes well after years of shoveling money, he upgrades to junior single-seaters. Then he goes national, progressing further to F3, then F2, and eventually F1. Some drivers get the whole way to F2 and may even win that. But because F1 can be political at times, they may never get a seat, while others can buy their way in.
Big crash on board with Lance Stroll.
But let's ignore those anomalies. A lot of drivers need to also bring their own money to the team to get noticed.
But obviously with F1 Academy, we are giving the driver huge financial aid to make sure that the drivers are getting enough track time and are getting all the possibilities to try and progress in the sport.
We can break this down more in a future video, but that leads us into number 5. Cultural and societal barriers. It's the sad reality, but in such a male-dominated sport, and since people have to invest millions of dollars in sponsoring a driver, females have been forced into a backseat position. But it's all changing. Division lines are fading, and the
This is just fucking delusional. Yes, let's put millions of dollars into a driver that we know will be worse and could be replaced with a male that is better. Why? Fucking hilarious.
talent of the up-and-coming female drivers can be properly adjudicated. This is why the F1 Academy is so important. So, let's ask the question, will there be a female in Formula 1 again? With the F1 Academy, women's...
I'm sure there will be eventually, and she's going to be one of the worst drivers, if not the worst, in the entire series. Always happens. Literally always happens. No, haven't played Morrowind.
Visibility, increasing...
No, Bethesda sucks. They're a terrible publisher and developer.
...popularity with women and increased funding to women.
But there is talent out there, and nurtured in the right way, we will see a woman in Formula 1.
In 5-10 years' time, we are going to see that happen. There's no reason why it shouldn't. It absolutely has to, because we're missing out on a whole pool of talent that's just so far been neglected.
Where they will be from, we have no idea. But one thing is for sure.
That's a fucking joke, dude. Oh, weird. He deleted a video. He actually uploaded one a few hours ago and he was complaining about people doing chargebacks, and he deleted it. I wonder if anybody re-uploaded it.
Hit it, hit it! Oh shoot, so overgrown. Yeah. Dude, you can just hop around on this thing. Little hip right here.
Sweepstakes is gonna go until the 31st of this. It has pedals on the thing. Easy enough.
That is a nice looking bike. Should have this in about a week or two, I think. Restarred, donated $3.
This is Hussein Farhad, a pathological liar who was recently blown up on the internet for his absolutely insane physique. Hussein lies to his young audience of millions by claiming that he achieved this physique quote-unquote naturally within only 3 years. And
are most people just retarded, or do they turn themselves retarded just before I mention the topic of feeding cats vegan cat food? No, people are just retarded.
This is cookbook salesman and IFBB pro Greg Doucette, who has been helping Hussein perpetuate this lie for his own gain. In this video, I'll be explaining how and why Greg went from calling Hussein out on being a fake natty, to helping him lie to everyone about being natural, and even making him a co-owner of Greg's own supplement company in the process. Let's get into it. About a year ago, Hussein blew up on TikTok for his absolutely insane physique and made being a natty his entire brand. However, his rise on TikTok was instantly accompanied by hordes of people calling him out for lying about his natty status. Due to all this attention, competition, Hussein quickly found himself on Greg Doucette's radar, and Greg proceeded to make a natty or not on Hussein, correctly calling Hussein a fake natty. I mean, Greg hits all the notes in this video. He starts off by talking about diminishing returns and how much muscle someone with good genetics could realistically grow in 3 years, which is about 26 pounds, when Hussein gained more than double that, 60 pounds. He also talks about how Hussein didn't gain a single fat cell while putting on 60 pounds of lean contractile tissue. He somehow even managed to get leaner. This goes far beyond any body recomposition that any new lifter in the gym can pull off. This is straight up only possible with performance enhancing drugs. I'll say it again, the guy managed to go from 15% body fat to like 7% body fat, all the while gaining 60 pounds of pure muscle.
Let me just see his lifts.
Hello, clap! What's going on, guys? It's a meme now. I'm a meme now.
I don't know why everyone uses these piece of shit hammer strength chest press machines. I fucking hate these things. Like, they're absolute dog shit. Again, like, if this guy was taking a lot of gear, I'd expect his, like, jaw muscles to be a little more enlarged. And what is this? 1, 2, 3, 4 plates. I've literally done this when I was a kid in my teens.
Oh, easy.
Not easy.
I didn't anticipate it easy.
Yeah. That's slide, bro. Come on.
Where the eccentric? Where shit, man? That's not controlled.
What was that,
Where
105?
the eccentric? Where the ball at the bottom?
That shit funny? It is funny, bro. Gotta get the weight up.
I don't know, 85 pounds.
That's how you do it.
Slide, bro. Come on. Luke looks exactly the same. Honestly,
For being on gear, he really doesn't have amazing upper body strength. So 105.
There you go.
So moving that pretty well, but again, 105 for dumbbells isn't like fucking crazy. 120 for incline. Like, again, I've done 120 on the incline, like in my early 20s when I was like 21, 22 or something.
So I usually like to start my week, which is usually on Monday, by doing chest, shoulders, and biceps. And then my triceps will already be...
This happened in Canada. If this happened in US, that guy would be dead.
Let me take a look. I don't know why you'd try to, like, use the taser like that. It's fucking stupid, especially when the person has clothes.
Is seitan still your main source of protein, and where do you get it? I can't find it anywhere.
No, I've been mostly eating tofu, and you make your own seitan. It's made with vital wheat gluten. There are some, like, brands that make seitan products, but most people just make it on their own. Thanks for the donation, shithead. That cop, kind of sucks at his job, and he could have easily kept that dude on the ground.
Holy shit. Oh my god. Who the fuck is honking? Oh my fucking, he's got an axe.
They get him with yeah, taser. Yeah, if that was the US, that guy probably would have been dead.
For example, me. This is me 3 years ago at 132 pounds and around 13% body fat. And this is me 3 years later at 183 pounds, but also at a much higher body fat percentage of about 18%. I put on a good amount of muscle, but to do so, I also had to put on some fat, because I'm not on performance-enhancing drugs.
I hated being skinny, so I dedicated myself every single day. 19 months later...
Yeah, I don't buy that. I'm pretty sure this guy took year. He has very obvious gynecomastia too, and he didn't have that before in his previous photo.
I mean,
you're not making that progress in 19 months and suddenly developing gynecomastia.
You saw it with your own eyes. In 19 months, that's 1 year and 7 months.
Yeah, no.
He went from being a skinny guy, he seemed to have some abs.
No. No, haven't played Deathloop. Elias donated $2. Yeah, it's really weird. I think some rich, famous people just want attention.
Alright, so how you feel about New York City today?
Big gra gra gra.
Yo, stop. Yo, New York.
Что даю?
А что?
Бананы. Людей. Шучу, не бананы.
Зачем вообще?
Donkey. Oh, donkey give hug. Donkeys are really nice, sweet animals. They're super friendly.
Flew across the room, striking the boy in the head. You see, he was undergoing an MRI scan after a surgery, but during the procedure, a staff member accidentally brought a metal oxygen tank into the room. And when the machine was turned on, its massive magnet pulled the tank into the chamber where the boy was laying. And despite medical attention, he passed away 2 days later. The tank flew across.
Well, that hospital's getting sued to oblivion.
Good evening, you're on Brainstorms.
Yeah, I've got a question about the weapons of mass destruction.
Sure.
Do you think that weapons like freeze rays and stuff like that should be banned as well?
Like what?
Like freeze rays? I mean, you tried that in Gotham City, right?
Oh, hell. Good evening, you're on
He does look like the penguin. Thanks for the donation, Elias.
To having a ton of muscle. It's very obvious. It's as if he put 17 years of training in only a matter of 17 months. To me, this is indicative.
When do you think Crisis 4 will release? I have no idea. Since like Electronic Arts, they have the publishing rights to it, don't they? It might never come out. Could be a long time. Who the fuck knows? EA is kind of retarded.
Not the GPU, but for my motherboard, I have an out that is an HDMI cable. This is a high-speed HDMI cable. It can handle, I know, whatever the fuck I put through it, because it came with these monitors. And
this is coming from your Intel GPU, or your AMD GPU then, right?
Yeah, although I think it's an Intel driver or some bullshit, but yeah. Wait. Does that make sense?
Well, no, right? If it's coming out of your motherboard, it's not going to be your graphics card that's powering it. It's
no,
wait,
I'm so sorry.
Graphics.
I think it's an
Do you want it to be
Intel
scaled, or do you just want it to be lower FPS?
Well, I want it to be scaled and lower FPS. I
So
think I'm
still
pretty sure I was doing this before, but I don't know why it's working. It was working then, but it's not working now. So like I
still the
click
same
apply here,
resolution
and
though, right?
what do you? I don't know what you're saying.
So both monitors are still running at, what did you say?
I want both
1440?
of my monitors to look good, yes, and to be running at the correct resolution and frame rate. So they're 4K 240 hertz. But I want my that out from the motherboard, ideally to do 4K 60. But I don't know if it can even handle that. So then I guess like either 1440p.
Oh, I see the issue. Okay.
60. But when I go to this display settings thing, it won't actually change it, and I don't know why.
Oh, it could be
What's
because
up? What
of
do
the
you
amount
got?
of sources.
Stop. This is a complicated computer problem. Don't suggest random shit, okay?
I'm not. I've had a similar issue. I have two 4K monitors, 4K TV, and my Valve Index connected at the same time, and it sometimes makes my computer crash. I've got an RTX 4090, by the way, so don't talk bullshit about having garbage PC parts. Or
Wait, somebody said, why
won't-
exactly you're doing it from out of the MOBO? Because I don't know. Somebody in chat said there's not enough PCI lanes to do
Yeah.
that many outputs from just the graphics card. So I connected up to the MOBO instead. Because I think when I was trying to do an HDMI out from the GPU as well as the two display ports, I think I was getting no signal at all, I think.
Yeah, it may be because of the resolution. Are you running it? It's just 8-bit, right?
Yeah, it is now.
Yeah,
HDMI
especially
can handle
if you're
4K 60,
running
only
even one
4K 30.
monitor.
The thing is that these cables came with these monitors. I'm pretty sure I'm pretty sure high
No,
definition
yeah.
HDMI cables can handle 4K 60. Please don't say random shit. Actually, if
I'm
you say
not-
random shit, I'm just banning you for it. Not you. I'm sorry. Not you. I'm also talking to my chat. Okay. I'm not just
Oh, okay. Yeah, just because they send you cables with a monitor doesn't mean they're actually any good. Especially.
Do you think the cables with this monitor wouldn't be able to handle the output of the monitor? Really?
Usually these days 4K, like, are they HDMI?
Well, my two monitors, no, I'm using DisplayPort.
Okay, if it's DisplayPort, it shouldn't be a problem. How long are the cables?
Oh,
though?
wait, for the mirrored one, it's an HDMI out from the motherboard.
Yeah, if it's running 4K 8-bit, that could be an issue if it's with an HDMI, especially if you have a long cable length. I know for 10-bit HDR 4K, if you go over 10 feet, you're pretty much fucked. You're not going to get a good signal. But
There's like
usually...
a 3-foot or less cable, I think.
Yeah, then that probably isn't the issue.
Enable set resolution to 4K at 60 Hz when using HDMI port. What is this? Check if your graphics product supports 4K at 60 Hz. Visit the product specifications site. Ooh, okay, what is this? What is my, does DHdiag tell me my, I don't even know what a CPU I have in this. Oh, processor. Sorry. Okay, 10900K. I don't know what the fuck. This? I'm fucking retarded. I don't know what this is.
What?
It's not a Pentium add-on Xeon Core Ultra processor? The fuck am I looking for?
What graphics card are you running?
I think a 3090.
Max resolution for, I think for this card, for a 10900K is not even true 4K at 30 hertz.
Link, where do you see this at?
On the specs for the 10900K. Here.
10900K CPU. Please fix kick latency. What's wrong with it? I'm stopping and starting kick. Good luck.
Here, this line right here. I just sent on Discord. So if you're on HDMI, 4096 by 2160 at 30 is the max.
Max resolution, HDMI. $4096 by 2160 at 30. Okay, that's fine, I guess. I don't necessarily need it to output that. Why won't it do something lower? I don't understand what's locking this in.
What scaling?
Like normally when
what scaling do you run on the 4K on your main monitor, the good one with DisplayPort?
What are you scaling where? What am I scaling?
Like, are you running it 100% or are you
running what on 100% where? On what? OBS?
On no, Windows scaling, like Windows the desktop.
Oh, it's like at one. I think it's 150 or whatever.
I mean, you could instead go to 1440p and have it at
I'm
1x
not
scaling.
turning this monitor 1440p. I will kill myself in a video game on stream.
How different is it going to be at 1x scaling versus 4K?
Why would I buy like $1,000 monitors to run them at 1440 fucking p?
Well, you still have more pixels.
I'm gonna get a vice and I'm gonna squeeze until my balls pop. UHD graphics 630 can only do 4K 30 over HDMI, but we'll do 4K 60 on DisplayPort. I can't use DisplayPort into a capture card. I can't send a DisplayPort into a capture card. I just need to figure out why this mode here is not doing anything. Something is locking this thing, because usually when I go to list all modes, I can override whatever Windows is doing here, but for some reason it's locking it in to this 4K 30 hertz. I don't know why.
So just to be clear, like, is this the same monitor setup you had before, or is this new?
Nope. I just upgraded all my shit.
Okay. I would try
surprised if the
unplugging one of the
3090
monitors. I would try unplugging one of the monitors and seeing if it still does that, because this may have to do with having multiple 4K monitors. And then it limiting the one monitor.
Maybe. Wait, real quick. Can somebody who said they're not sure if the 3090 couldn't handle this, can somebody link all of the things from the 3090? I can try plugging, right now, the HDMI is coming out of the motherboard, not the GPU. I could try plugging the third HDMI cable, or the HDMI cable into the HDMI slot on the GPU, but I don't know if I'm bandwidth limited by trying to do 3 outs for my GPU like that. Is there a way to check?
Is it 3090 you said?
I believe so, yeah. Is it? Hold on, display one. Yes, it's a 3090. I don't even know how you would calculate like what PCI Express lane usage by monitor. I have no idea. There's a bandwidth calculator.
I don't think it's
you can do it.
necessarily a PCI lane thing.
You know what else? HDMI, I think, has its own thing if you're not using the HDMI port on that.
Well, if it's a PCI Express bandwidth congestion issue, then it won't matter where on the card it comes from, because these are limited from the motherboard, right? Or like the graphics card will only be able to utilize so many, if that's what it is.
I think you'll be fine.
Video bandwidth calculator. 4K. Why am I don't even know I'm doing this. Okay, I'll try going from the I'll go try going to the GPU. Hold on. Okay, so I have to wait 6 minutes for the computer to figure out what's being plugged in, because this takes forever for some reason. Okay, yes.
It's so strange to see these so-called progressives support Nazis.
It is indeed. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Wait, can you hear me? Hello?
Hi.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, hold on. Please stop taking so long. Okay. This monitor is just like fucked. Hold on. Display settings. Okay, one. Okay, now I'm running into an issue. You can't even see this computer anymore. But when I go to display settings, it's like the thing isn't even on now. I don't know why.
What's on?
You're running Windows 11,
so when I go to
right?
display, Yes, when I go to display settings, I see 1 and 2 for my big monitors, and then 3 is that capture card thing, and it just says like disconnect this display, but there's no way to like turn it on. I can't
Yeah, just
activate it at all.
try unplugging it, plugging back in. I have a similar issue when I unplug displays in Windows 11. It just fucking does that for some reason.
Sure, I've tried this a lot last night. This is why I ended up going out of the motherboard instead of the GPU because it didn't do anything. Somebody said try the NVIDIA control panel, so I've done that too. But when I go to the NVIDIA control panel, I don't even see that other HDMI out. It doesn't even show up. I have my, I see both big monitors. Select the display you'd like to change, but I do not have that. That capture card is not listed anywhere. I don't even see it now. For my HDMI out going to that, I don't see that HDMI out at all.
So the HDMI out of your gaming PC is going into your streaming PC's capture card, coming out of your gaming PC's HDMI on the 3090, right?
Now it is, yes. All 3 monitor cables are plugged from the 3090, yes.
And when you had plugged that into the gaming PC's Intel chip, it was showing up, but now that you're plugging it into the 3090's chip, it's not showing up.
Correct. Somebody on chat suggested that it might be a PCI lane issue. I don't know how that would work, but...
Well, let me just see if that's even a thing.
No, that wouldn't be a thing. That would be an issue if you're connecting like a hard drive or something, and the hard drive isn't getting recognized. That's indicative of a PCI lane thing, but the graphics card is just going to take up an X16 slot. That's it.
That would be my understanding. That
yeah.
It's not, but I don't know if you can use more, or that didn't make any sense to me. Somebody said it, and then I tried it from the motherboard, and it worked. So, but maybe it's for a different reason. I'm almost positive. I'm not almost positive. I'm positive before that I was able to have my monitor be full thing, even like HDR and everything. Like all my monitor was working, and then I was also doing an output HDMI cable to my capture card, and it was working. I had this set up before. The only thing I've changed now is I've swapped out my second monitor on this computer from a 1440p to a nicer 4K monitor.
Yeah, there may be a limit with how many displays can come out of the 3090 at 4K or something.
Sure, which seems crazy to me. Like I feel like doing calculations for 3D generated graphics would be infinitely more complicated than just running multiple displays.
How many HDMI ports are in the 3090?
2. I think it's 2 HDMI ports and like 3 display ports. I don't think you can have all of them plugged in at once. So, but
yeah.
What are the specs on the capture card itself? What can that take?
I think it can take up to 4K 60 or maybe 4K 30. I think 4K 30 might be the highest it can take in. It's the Decklink Quad HDMI capture, whatever.
That could be it then, because maybe it's seeing 4K 60 and just freaking out.
Sure, but then I should on my computer over here, I should be able to set it to 1440p, whatever, that like I had before.
Can you or no?
No, I can't even activate it. It's like not even in existence. It's just a little mini 3 in the top right corner of my things, and I can't do anything with it on Windows. And then an NVIDIA display thing, it doesn't even show up.
So I'm looking on some Reddit forum right now. It says the 3090 can only do support 2 monitors 4K at one time. And I think going to 3 monitors 4K, that's like beyond its limit. It's just some Reddit forum post.
3 4K monitors, 3090. 3090, triple, 4K monitors. As long as you only get one monitor, don't the other setup is surround. The additional screens have negligible impact on performance.
But the other
supporting the
monitors
other monitors may say nothing to any monitor card. My 1080 is fine. 2 4Ks on the side. Oh, well, maybe if it's too.
If the frame rate is too high.
Yeah, I wonder if the frame rate might be driving this a lot. Let me check. Why is it that anytime you change like your like you change your resolution or anything. Why does it take like a minute for it to fucking figure it out? What the fuck is going on? Okay, boom, boom. Okay. And then duplicate desktop on 1 and 3. So, okay, so I turned it on 120. So I click duplicate desktop on 1 and 3. And then it says keep these settings, and I click keep, and then nothing happens. And I scroll down and it says these settings couldn't be saved. Please try a different combination of display settings.
And just to be clear, you're running 2 4K monitors, or sorry, 3 4K monitors?
Just 2, and then my 1080p output is what I would like to do.
Does the capture card record in 4K?
I think so. I can send you the spec sheet on it, but it can take in 1440p 60. I know that.
Right, because if you have if you have a video source that runs in like 4K, so say if the capture card is able to receive a 4K input, it's still going to get like for some reason on Windows, it will still count it as like a 4K signal, even if you try to output it at like 1080p. I've had that issue.
Maybe. I mean, well, I can check. It'll tell you on because you've got the resolution, but it'll also, there'll be a second thing. It'll say signal or whatever, and it'll show the signal it's actually sending out. And before I had it sending out, these monitors were cloned, and it was sending out a different signal to the capture card. I just don't know why it's changed now that I have this monitor. I guess I could try turning off the top monitor, seeing if this works again. 'Manually set the BM card to the desired resolution refresh rate'. I don't think I have to do that. I don't think I've ever
I'm done only that before. 6 feet 1 inch, and in Germany you have so many tall people. Every time I see someone taller than me, I just feel brutally mocked. How do I cope, man?
See, oh man, my colors look good. Okay, so this is working now.
Just transgender max.
So
thanks
we go
for the
to
donation,
display settings.
Dodo donated $3.
Okay, so I see 1 here.
Okay, we'll look at that in a minute.
And it's
Thanks
working
for
at the full
donation,
240.
Dodo.
Oh wait, are you guys getting it at 60? Oh fuck, I'd have to go check the spec sheet. Maybe this can do 4K 8-bit at 60. Okay, you guys are getting 60 hertz, right? It looks like it on this. You are. So, okay, is it really the case that my graphics card can't output 2 4K images or 3 4K things? Is that possible?
Yeah.
That these things that have trillions of fucking polygons and everything can't do 3 4K images? That seems insane.
Yeah, especially if you're running some of the monitors at like 240 hertz or something. Yeah.
Four years ago. All right, hold on. Yeah, that's different. Okay. Read the link. What am I reading this for? I think since you were using the integrated GPU, the computer's having settings clashing. Now that you're not using the integrated, disable it, and it might free up the ability to activate 3 monitors via the 3 GPU ports. If I have the integrated graphics on right now, do you think it's fucking with anything? There's no shot. I don't believe that. If I'm not plugged into it.
Pretty unlikely.
Section 5.1. The max number of HDMI or display port displays in an NVIDIA GPU drive at the same time may be limited to 2 displays under the following conditions. When driving a display stream compression, cable display port or HDMI display with the horizontal resolution is greater than 5120 pixels, or that requires high clock bandwidth. Will a better graphics card drive more monitors?
Could possibly.
Okay. What's the best graphics card right now?
5090. I've got a 4090 and I can run 3 4K monitors at the same time.
Wait, are these memes on Amazon, or is this graphics card really $3,500?
No, it's expensive. It's stupid.
Yeah,
some of the
fuck
reason
that.
it's going for
That
that
sounds
is 'cause
retarded.
it's being scalped. Yeah, I'd look for a used 4090 if I were you.
4090 is good too. Will a 4090 do this? Three monitors? I need a 4090 for this?
Apparently, I don't. It may just be a weird feature on the 3090. Who the fuck knows? I used to have a 3090 Ti. I didn't have 3 monitors set up then, just 2.
Even the 4090 is $3,000. 5070 Ti is the best value. Well, is it just like the architecture that matters, or?
I wouldn't get a 5070 Ti. If you're going from a 3090, you'd probably want a 5080.
Well, I'm not. It's not like I'm gaming on these or whatever. Press Windows R to open the rundown, and then type
So all 3
dev.
monitors that you're trying to run are 4K, right?
Well, I'm trying to run 2 monitors, and then I'm trying to send an output to a capture card.
But it records in 4K.
Well, but I can if I send like a 1440p signal to it, that's fine. I can do that.
No, I've tried. So I've tried connecting multiple 4K monitors with my VR headset at the same time, and I tried down-resing other monitors, and it wouldn't work. For some reason, Windows will still kind of see it as like a 4K output or something, even when you down-res and lower the refresh rate.
Okay, I disabled this. I don't know if this will help or not. Like on my NVIDIA thing here, why the other monitor doesn't even show up? Why?
The monitor or the capture card?
Well, the monitor, but I have the monitor and the capture card. The second monitor doesn't. Why does every desktop resolution thing take fucking 12 hours to fucking load? Holy
So
shit!
You're trying to clone the output from the one monitor to the capture card, right?
Yes.
You might just want to get an HDMI splitter. That would probably be the...
That shit is cancer. That's AIDS cancer to make those things work. Because I'd have to use HDMI instead of DisplayPort, and the splitter to get a splitter that will. They're cancer, trust me. I would need an active splitter at the least, and if I have to do onboard conversion.
There's some good ones that aren't self-powered. Like you have to plug it into an AC outlet, and I'm pretty sure there are some that use DisplayPort. And then have like an HDMI out or something.
That sounds like if that device exists, it would have to be like $1,000 thing or something.
No, I had one. I don't know where it went. I moved, think I paid like $200 for that one.
Okay. 1 and 3.
Cheaper than a new graphics card.
Okay, I disabled it. Okay, do you think I can just turn this on? If I could just extend the desktop display. Imagine it just worked because we disabled the onboard. It's not going to work. Something's going to stop working. Just get Pro cards. They support more displays like RTX A4000. I think I have an A... something in my other computer. Wait. Hold on. Oh, no. So now 1 and 2 are on, but now the capture card is off. Fuck this, fuck me. Okay, I'll figure this out later. I'll either do NDI or I'll look into some sort of external splitter.
Oh, you know what's weird?
Or a new GPU. What?
I've been seeing YouTube ads for Egon Shalakian.
Oh yeah, their little creeper movement or whatever.
All right, well, best of luck.
Love you. Be careful, buddy.
All right, take care, dude.
One of 3 Jewish Republicans in the House. Are you comfortable working alongside Ilhan Omar?
That's Republican Congressman Randy Fine, and we'll get to his answer in a second. But first, there's more context. In the wake of the shooting of 2 Israeli embassy staffers, Randy Fine rushed to Fox News to offer this response. Take a look.
Congressman, there is a ceasefire deal on the table right now that the White House is hoping both Israel and Hamas will sign on to. Does this shooting change anything when it comes to the course of the war or the negotiations to end it?
Well, I think it speaks to the importance of the only end of the conflict is complete and total surrender by those who support Muslim terror. In World War II, we did not negotiate a surrender with the Nazis. We did not negotiate a surrender with the Japanese. We nuked the Japanese twice in order to get unconditional surrender. That needs to be the same here. There is something deeply, deeply wrong with this culture, and it
okay, based.
Needs to be defeated.
Now, Jank, I want to bring you in here. Before we get to...
Let me guess what Jank is going to say. Oh my god, they're talking about me as a jokes. They want to... This is a genocide.
Fine's response on the question of whether he feels safe working alongside Ilhan Omar. What do you think he's going to say?
Oh, he's going to say something absolutely despicable because he's Randy Fine, a genocidal maniac. So now I'm going to do the thing that
whatever. It's stupid.
The guy who was using performance-enhancing drug.
I mean, this just pretty much sums it all up in its entirety. Hussein tries to play it off as if he made 17 years worth of gains in only 17 months. It's quite frankly insulting that he even tries to lie about being natural.
But the amount of transformation that he made, truly unbelievable. I personally don't believe it. If he were on steroids, for the most part, if you were to take steroids and or SARMs and make this kind of transformation, it would still be very impressive. And so even with steroids, this kind of transformation, this kind of physique is very rare.
Yeah, I'd like to see what his max bench is. Like, the stuff he does for working weight isn't remarkable.
How's it going, YouTube? So today I am with... Let's grab, let's go bench. You guys might be wondering, like, why am I not spotting Hussein? Honestly, for the squats, it's probably safer to have improvement trout again.
Make it look easy. I know make it look easy. Make it look easy. I know I make it look easy. Too smooth, I make it look easy. I know we make it look easy. Make it look.
straight mogging. Yeah, he's just smogging me now. Yeah, I should probably, maybe I'll get into it once I have like, once I start posting more on YouTube, maybe that could be a series.
Maintaining the bench press and the deficit.
Got you.
Yeah.
Okay, bro, that's new to me, bro. All of this is new to me, man.
Make it look, make it look, make it look. I know
So
I shoot my shot,
315.
better play up. Make it look easy, that's a layup. Bad man.
You got that pretty good. I don't know if he goes any heavier.
They made me a savage. When I see what I want, gotta have it. I can't let up.
That's either 2.5 or 5, so that's either 320 or 325.
Made me a savage.
I think that's good.
Yeah, we'll stop here.
I'ma make it look easy.
I don't know, it's hard to say. Like, that's not a remarkably strong bench for somebody who's been on gear. He might actually be natty. I don't know.
As Greg correctly points out here, this transformation would be impressive and out of the ordinary even on steroids. It is
Or at least he wasn't on a cycle then, like, who the fuck knows, but...
simply not achievable naturally.
Yeah, dude. Less than 2 years? It's very confusing. I don't know how his bench could be that low while being on gear and having that much muscle mass.
And definitely not in only 3 years. I mean, just look at his 2-week transformation. This is his transformation after only 4 chest days max, only 4 shoulder days max.
You'd expect to see that in anybody, because your muscles are going to be more inflamed and store more water and stuff.
I really believe Hussein didn't try training natty for a single day and that he started juicing from day 1. Now, if you think I'm being ridiculous by saying that, just take a look at what Hussein says in this video he only posted a couple of weeks ago titled My Natural 3 Years Transformation.
I wanted to get more girls, basically. That was my goal. The main thing I had in mind before starting was like, it's going to take so long to get there, so I kept delaying it, but then I was like, fuck, the time's going to go by anyway. Like, I could have started when I was 17. Yeah. Fuck, I'll start right now. And I started when I was 19.
Right here, Hussein gives us his exact reasoning for hopping on gear. He literally says that before he started working out, he put off starting his gym journey because he knew it was going to be a long process and didn't want to wait. This is why he ended up taking the shortcut. He didn't have the patience to do it the natural way and wanted an insane physique as fast as possible. So he simply decided to juice from day 1 and to lie to everyone about being natural. Now, after all of this, Greg and Hussein met up for a collab video that Greg titled I Still Think You're a Fake Natty Hussein, where they worked out together and Greg repeatedly expresses that he still believes there's absolutely no chance that Hussein could be natural.
I've been doing this for 2.5 years now, and I went from 120-ish pounds, and I'm 182, 83 now.
So you went from around 120 to 180, so it's about 60 pounds of muscle in about 2.5 years. And just so you know, that's how much muscle I put in my whole life.
He might just be like a hyper responder to gear, but he's not physically all that remarkable, so his lifts are like disproportionately low.
He was able to do it in 2 years.
Just listen to Hussein's nervous laugh as he's confronted with how ridiculous his claims of being natty sound when he gained as much muscle in 3 years as an IFBB pro bodybuilder did throughout his entire career.
That's how much muscle I put in my whole life. He was able to do it in 2 years. So I don't know how he's going to prove me wrong. We're going to see.
He corrects Greg as if those 6 months make any difference, as if those added 6 months take away anything from the absurdity of his claim.
And so what's your opinion? Jeff Seed, would you say he was natural as a teenager or enhanced?
I would say he's not. He's probably enhanced, probably dabbled in a bit of stuff.
Dude, the blatant shamelessness.
MGS5 is good. It had the best controls of any Metal Gear game. Just the story wasn't as good.
Say that Jeff Seed was not natty as a teenager, but to then try and pass off your own physique transformation as being 100% natural when it's arguably more impressive than what Jeff was able to do in his first 3 years of training with steroids is just so ridiculous and shameless. This is Jeff Seed's 7-year transformation, which as Hussein correctly states, was achieved by the help of steroids. And here is Hussein's very own transformation that only took 3 years opposed to Jeff's 7
Yeah, definitely sus.
years, which Hussein claimed he achieved naturally.
Now what about, this is everyone wants to know, David Lay, do you think he's a lifetime natural? You think he's natural right now?
I don't think lifetime. I'm pretty sure not, just because of I think he put a lot of, on his bench, a lot of weight. He gained a lot of muscle pretty quickly.
Again, correctly calling David Lade a fake natty, but insisting that his own physique transformation was done naturally when his is more impressive than what David Lade was able to do in that time frame is just so shameless. How can you just repeatedly lie like this?
Would you rather rush to get your gains and then stop, or would you rather slow it down and get it for a long time?
I'd say both, to be honest.
Both, okay.
Yeah, because I like doing stuff quick. Like I said, I've only been doing videos for a year now. So I like, of course, the journey, but I want to get results as fast as possible as well.
Yeah.
Does this not just sound like the exact type of person that would hop on steroids at the start of his fitness journey? Hussein, you're kind of self-reporting here, my man. And yet, after all of this, something changed. Fast forward just a little bit and suddenly the tone shifts. What was once a textbook fake natty case is now being walked back. Why? Because Hussein sent Greg a singular blood panel. A blood panel which showed all the markers as being in the normal range and showed no signs of steroid use.
If he was on HEG, his LH it would be in the tank. His body wouldn't need to make it, and so he's not on these things. He's clearly natural. Based on the blood work, based on the evidence, this guy, 1 in a million genetics. And so let's see it in the comment section. Do you now believe him? I never believed him, but the proof is in the pudding, and we've analyzed it. The pudding.
I mean, he could just be off. Like, doesn't really say much, dude.
Being the blood work, and so what are you going to believe? We have to conclude 100% natural.
So that's it, right? Hussein milled Greg's blood work, Greg analyzed it, and it all checked out. Hussein is 100% natty. Wrong. Greg knows better than anyone that a singular blood panel taken by the accused himself and mailed over to him on the internet can by no measure of reason be taken as conclusive evidence. This isn't just me being overly and unreasonably skeptical. There's a reason why when Matt Fitness was accused of being a fake natty, including by Greg Doucette himself, a single blood test was not enough to convince anyone.
I highly doubt that Matt Fitness has a sophisticated drug-passing system that he's going to be able to beat these tests. And so if he does in fact keep his strength, keep his size, his physique looking the way it does over the next year while being drug tested a number of times, I do believe that makes a strong case that Matt Fitness was actually natural all along.
To truly clear his name, Matt had to undergo randomized third-party drug testing. A lab would show up unannounced every month for almost half a year, collect his blood work, and then Derek from More Plates More Dates would analyze it for consistency. All the while, his physique and strength levels were monitored to see if he had lost any size or strength, because if he had simply cycled off of gear, the resulting testosterone suppression would have caused a noticeable decline. Yet when it comes to Hussein Farhat, a guy who made more impressive gains in 3 years than Matt arguably has in his entire lifting career, Greg throws skepticism out of the window and instantly accepts a singular blood panel as proof of natty status. So you see the contradiction. There's just too many ways that Hussein could have tampered with the blood work. Cycling off of PEDs aside, what he simply could have done is gotten a friend of his who is natty to take a blood test at the same time as he did, and then simply copy his name from his own blood work and Photoshop it onto his friend's clean blood work. There's just so many ways to fake blood work, which Greg obviously knows. But Greg just immediately accepts one singular blood test and against all common logic starts parading Hussein around as a natty phenom. Greg knows better than anyone that extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence, especially in the fitness industry, and a singular blood test sent to Greg over the internet just doesn't come close to cutting it. But why, anabolic sick, why would Greg just immediately take this dubious blood work at face value when he should obviously know better? Well, what's the single biggest motivator for anything in this world? Money. Hussein is a relatively new up-and-coming fitness influencer who has made a more impressive physique transformation than most of the fitness industry's heavy hitters such as David Lade, Alex Eubanks, etc. As soon as Hussein sent Greg his dubious blood work, Greg being the prolific businessman that he is, saw an immediate opportunity to proclaim Hussein a natural and therefore be able to sign him to his own supplement company before any other brands could get their hands on Hussein. He basically saw an opportunity to just throw his hands up in the air, play a fool, and pretend like
I mean, Eric Janicki is with HTLT, right? He's not natty. Greg's not natty. Like, I don't know. Greg just might be stupid.
Like he fully trusts the blood work just so he can be the first to sign Hussein to his brand. This is only proven by the fact that Greg didn't just sign Hussein to a supplement company as an ambassador, he has made Hussein a co-owner of his company. This just goes to show that Greg—
Like, maybe it would look bad on Greg if he signed a fake natty to his supplement company. Maybe that's why he's doing this cope. Who knows?
Is incredibly eager to have and keep Hussein on board. If he's eager enough to instantly make Hussein a co-owner, he's definitely more than eager enough to play along with Hussein's lies. Okay, but hold on.
This is why I mostly watch old movies.
So, Hollywood, and society in general, has a masculinity problem, I think, genuinely, and they seem to be proud of moving away from it. No, we can't have alpha characters. It's like, right, okay. We'll enjoy that bomb, then, I guess. And as you can see here, Paul Mescal brags that Hollywood is moving away. Moving away? They've long since moved away from that. But moving away from the traditional alpha male characters that once defined it. You mean when you used to have money? When you used to actually make profit? Interesting, isn't it? This sort of, I don't know, feminization of society in general.
Yeah, it's, no one wants it. Like, all of these movies end up being bombs because nobody's interested in weak characters. Like, it's stupid.
Let's hear a look. At this year's Cannes Film Festival, Gladiator 2 actor Paul Mescal might have given the most unintentionally revealing quote of the week when commenting on Hollywood and the, quote, alpha male characters that once defined it. Whilst promoting The History of Sound, which is a period romance between two men in which Mescal stars alongside Josh O'Connor, the Irish actor
Wow, didn't know that guy was gay.
Confidently proclaimed that cinema is, quote, moving away from the traditional alpha leading male characters.
Yeah, and that's why nobody's watching the movies. Like, fucking ridiculous, dude. I didn't know that guy who played in the new Gladiator film was such a bitch. Gladiator is so good, dude. Was that Troy that said, "Is there no one else?" Yeah. I guess I mixed that up.
On a second here. Greg wouldn't lie. Greg cuts through all the bullshit all the time.
Well,
Look at the
thanks,
countless of
Dodo.
people he has exposed for being fake natties. Well, dear viewer, Greg Doucette is not a stranger to lying himself. It is widely known within the broader bodybuilding community that Greg Doucette is a retroactive fake natty. He admits he's taken steroids for years, but lies about when he actually started taking them. He claims he did 42 natural bodybuilding shows while being actually natural, and claimed he was natural in these pictures. If this physique belonged to any other person, he would never in a million years say that the person in these pictures is natty. Over the course of countless of natty or nots that Greg Doucette has made, he's called out countless of fake natties who look way less impressive than he did in these pictures, fake natties, while claiming he was 100% natural in these pictures. Now, a lot of people will say, well, Greg is a self-proclaimed manlet. He's about 5'6". Any muscle that he puts on will make him look more impressive than someone that's taller than him. While I still don't think this is in any way achievable naturally even for a short guy with good genetics, I already know that's an argument a lot of people will make. Well, let's take a look at a certain video. This video was taken in April of 2009. As the title states, Greg claimed he was natural as of this video. However, only 6 months later, on November the 28th, 2009, Greg Doucette for the first time was caught taking steroids by failing a steroid test during a powerlifting meet. This is subsequently the point he claims he stopped being natty. Now you tell me what's more likely. A. Greg was natural his whole life while having an insane physique, then decided to hop on a cycle for the first time ever and got caught immediately trying to compete in a natural powerlifting meet. Or B. Greg had been juicing for a while and only had to start admitting he was not.
I think he was taking a SARM and an estrogen blocker. Tested positive for boldenone. Yeah, he was taking some supplements from GNC, and I think he deliberately was taking a SARM. He mentioned what supplement he was taking. It had a SARM in it, and it also had an estrogen blocker, and it probably just had boldenone in it because, you know, it was GNC in the 2000s.
Stop being natty. Now you tell me what's more likely. A. Greg was natural his whole life while having an insane physique, then decided to hop.
So yeah, he was probably just taking some like gray market sort of supplements from GNC, and he wasn't actually natty during that period. Then he ended up just going on steroids.
On a cycle for the first time ever and got caught immediately trying to compete in a natural powerlifting meet. Or B. Greg had been juicing for a while and only had to start admitting he was not natural anymore after he got busted. If you want to believe Greg on this matter, you'd have to believe that he looked absolutely nutty and clearly enhanced while being natural, and then gets popped for PED usage while trying to compete in a natural powerlifting meet, but lo and behold, it was the first time he ever hopped on a cycle. To me, the more plausible explanation by a long shot is that Greg was juicing for years but simply got sloppy after a while, failed to pass a drug test, and as damage control claims it was the first time he dipped his hand in the naughty PED jar. To be fair to Greg though, the majority of bodybuilders in his generation were also retroactive fake natties and would very often lie and heavily downplay how many steroids they were using. Now, there's no real way to prove this since we haven't invented a time machine and can't scrupulously drug test Greg in 2008, but I can assure you that if Hussein went through a process of third-party randomized drug testing over the course of nearly a year, if he were to show signs of being natural, his physique would have severely deteriorated because he would have cycled off for the tests. He's 1000% a fake natty, and Greg absolutely knows that Hussein is full of shit. Since all of this, aside from becoming business partners with Hussein, Greg has collaborated with him numerous times and has been promoting Hussein at every.
Between Jesse James West and Will Tennyson.
You're fucking paranoid, you are fucking.
Who would win in a bodybuilding show?
Will Tennyson will destroy Jesse James in bodybuilding. And what's interesting is I would have thought a year ago that Jesse James would have beat Will.
I thought you were going to say Jesse.
Jesse's not even close to Will. I've seen Will now.
Yeah.
It doesn't make sense.
Okay, yeah.
Will is the best natural bodybuilder that I've seen. He would beat you right now.
Yeah, I need to see him.
And you have much better shape, symmetry, but he has more, like, just overall size.
Yeah. How long has he been training for?
More than 10 years.
Okay, so I have like 7 years to go.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, no, I've seen him. He looks
Usain Farat would annihilate him in a bodybuilding show.
amazing. Just taking Turk.
Exactly. It's got to be the Turk.
First 3 pills of Turk.
Fucking Turkesterone, dude.
All right, guys, round 2. I figured wearing the eye patch would be more distracting than just kind of like wincing and keeping my eyes closed. I wasn't feeling so hot, and honestly, I just kind of wanted to continue to lay in my room like I have for the past 2.5.
Wait, has he been in Los Angeles for like a week? He posted this. So this was 11 days ago, so at least 11 days. And when was that first? When was this posted? May 9th. So he's been there for a full 2 weeks while claiming he's broke and has no money. So a guy who's broke, has no money, has traveled to LA, gotten a very expensive surgery that probably cost at least like 7-8 grand at least. How much is that sort of surgery? Orbital reconstruction surgery cost. Ranges from 25,000 to
Wally
49,000.
Blue Vegan know all the movies from the past decade have demasculined men. Just look at Ghostbusters, Answer the Call, The Incredibles 2, Mad Max Fury Road and Terminator Dark Fate.
I didn't have an issue with the female future savior character from Terminator Dark Fate, but the replacement John Connor, that chick made no sense. That was just fucking stupid. Yeah, like a 5'2" tall Latina chick who has no military training whatsoever. That made no fucking sense. The other girl that they got from the future, she was actually cool. She was like a trained soldier for one thing, and then she was like enhanced, like cybernetically enhanced. Like that was fine, but yeah, Hollywood's clearly trying to either replace male characters with female characters or make male characters more feminine. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo. So Frank spent somewhere around $25,000 to $50,000 on this latest surgery. And on top of that, he said he was paying $2,000 a night for some special hotel thing where he has nurses looking after him after his eye surgery. And he's going out and spending $250 on a fucking meal, and he's saying he's broke.
Weeks, but I figured this would be like a good measure how I'm gonna feel if I want to get in the cab and go on an airplane tomorrow. So if I can't even do this, then I guess we're gonna have to stay a few more days anyway. I didn't really have time to look at like other restaurants or other menus, and last time we came here the food was actually really good and they had a lot of things that I can have on my diet, so hopefully they still have some of those things on the menu. A lot of time like that stuff is seasonal, but we'll see. Yeah, Pellegrino has like the market share on most of these restaurants. I think the first thing I do if I had a place in the city is not use Pellegrino, but it's kind of hard because most of these water distribution companies do pretty high volume, and if you're a restaurant, you're only going through like 5 or 10 cases a week, and you don't have anywhere to store it either, you know? You'd have to like luck out and have a water distribution company nearby that can deliver stuff. I think the storage is the main issue. Like, where are you going to put a pallet of water in a New York restaurant? Yeah, the iPad should probably make it a lot easier for me though, because if I'm like keeping my eyes closed, I'm not really in one plane of vision, because like if I accidentally open my left eye a little bit, it gets really wonky. So maybe when I go to the airport, I should wear the eye patch, but it's probably not that big of a deal. Yeah, this is what I had last time, the bread selection, because I like that they had the hummus, but I'm gonna see if they could just do it with like only the baguette. The rye was actually pretty good too.
$26 for a piece of bread. And this guy's claiming he's broke.
But I didn't like the rosemary sumac. It was like some kind of crispy crackle thing.
What the fuck? I can understand $130 for the caviar just because it's very expensive, but asparagus soup, $34. Like, are you kidding me? Japanese red snapper sashimi, $43. That sounds insane. Tempura squash, so literally just deep fried pumpkin, $43. Bro, like, this is a joke. Even if I had money, like good money, if I was a millionaire and I saw this menu, I'd be like, get fucked. Like, as if I'm gonna pay $26 for a piece of bread.
Not having caviar. Green asparagus is out.
Oh yeah, dude, he's a Nepo baby for sure.
Oluwale Blue Vegan. No dude, maybe not all but the vast majority of them do. The only movie series I have cared for in recent years is The New Planet of the Apes, and that's mostly because it does not cater to SJWs and Caesar himself is a very alpha male ape.
Okay, well, that's good. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Snappers out. Squash blossoms. Now, a lot of this stuff, like, is really green, which isn't good for the liver, but white asparagus is good. White asparagus is just gross. So, cherries and Pouilly's burrata, Iberian ham. So what is that? So we're probably here just have the bread and see if they can change it for me. I don't know if I don't like it. I don't remember them using einkorn for the baguette last time. That type of wheat doesn't really digest too well. This pasta's out. Pasta's made with durum wheat. That really messes up my stomach. Don't want salmon. Don't really want fish, chicken. Duck breast is usually good. But I don't like the sides on that. Lamb with zucchini. That's not lamb with zucchini and couscous. Out of everything so far, that seems like the best option. I like artichokes, but I don't know what that preparation is. Chorizo, not a fan of though. We might have to just go with the New York strip. That looks good right now. I definitely can't eat that much steak. The bigger one though. Austrian Wiener Schnitzel. Wiener Schnitzel is like the fried chop, right? All right, so what do you? So I'm really excited because that's like I know my stomach's gonna be perfectly fine with that. Same with the entree too. We got the steak, but I didn't want the asparagus on the side, so he just did more potatoes. Leave the skin on those, which means. So they did have like Coke, Sprite, ginger ale, Diet Coke in the bottle, and you like know how Coke is dark black, it's colored, and ginger ale had a little ginger in it too, ginger's color. But I think Coke is probably like pretty hard on the liver with the black stuff they put in it. I forgot what it was. One time I looked it up, but Sprite and ginger ale are definitely the safest soda.
He has an eating disorder. He thinks anything that has color in it is bad for your liver, but he's also an alcoholic. Like, it's so weird. He'll drink alcohol, and he's an alcoholic, clearly. But then he thinks Coca-Cola, Diet Coke, is going to damage your liver, but he's fine with drinking alcohol.
Sodas in comparison to Coke. And that's generally a pretty good indicator of whether you should, of what you should be choosing is the color of the food, because you can ask yourself, what compound is giving the food that color, and is that bad for the liver? Is my liver going to have to process that? So, I mean, Sprite is clear 7-Up. Like, I don't know if I can really read the ingredients here with my vision, but high fructose corn syrup, citric acid, natural flavors, sodium benzoate, sodium citrate. So, yeah, a few chemicals, a few preservatives, and it is mostly fructose. So, you know what? I might have been better off with. The question is, what's worse, high fructose corn syrup? Well, wait, no, the Coke. The question is, does the Coke have sugar, or does the Coke have corn syrup in it? That's the question. So.
Corn syrup is sugar. Like, he's such a fucking dumbass.
If the Coke has sugar in it, I don't really know. I don't think high fructose corn syrup is necessarily that much worse compared to eating organic sugar. Like, if you drink a cup of fructose corn syrup versus a cup of organic sugar, I mean, the sugar's not organic. We're comparing high fructose corn syrup to regular white sugar. So, pick your poison, I guess. Because I guess I could check if they have Mexican Coke instead, but it's not that big of a deal. If you're that worried about it, just drink the water instead of having soda. The only reason I'm having soda is because I did bring my probiotic and my macronutrient enzyme with me, and I just want to make sure I have enough starch and sugar in my stomach to feed the probiotic, because if you don't and the bacteria starts dying, you kind of feel crappy. Most of the restaurant vlogs we used to do, you guys would see me drink something, like I'll choose the best beer on the menu, or like, you know, like go on Google, look up the beer, see how they're made. I'll look at the wine list, see which wines are the natural wines. But with how my liver's been, especially and the headaches I've been getting out here, I'm going to play it safe. And it is debatable. I mean, I guess it's not debatable. Like, having a sugary soda that causes a candida overgrowth can also give you a headache, but it's still not as stressful as having the alcohol. But I just can't control myself. Like, I'm sure I'd be fine if I had like 1 or 2 beers or 1 or 2 glasses of wine, but I usually like getting sloshed, so I'll have like 3 or 4 and then I'll be gone. But then I almost always get headaches. It depends. Like, if I was home and I could, like, if I knew I was going to like low EMF environment where it's grounded and I have fresh air, it'd probably be fine. But there's too many other factors. You can put ginger ale in the bottle.
This dude is a legit fucktard.
So we got our butter, the cauliflower hummus. This definitely did not have the oil last time. I don't remember this having oil in it like that. Maybe they changed it, or maybe they didn't mix it in. Or maybe it did, I just don't remember. Maybe I drained it all. It's not a bad idea. Question is, did they make this with olive oil like that, or did they just it on top? Alright, so this is the...
Oluwale Blue Vegan. The point is, a lot of movies these days are in fact SJW propaganda that try to promote hatred to men, white struts, privileged people, etc.
Alright, thanks for letting us know. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Sourdough baguette, and then we have the rye. And normally I don't like rye, but this is actually good. Yeah, I ordered 2 portions of bread. I thought the first one they brought me was both portions combined, but it wasn't. So I was like, oh, that's double bread. That's double bread. No, there's a whole nother set, which is way too much food. Yeah, I'm definitely not gonna.
He pours out the olive oil, but he's fine with eating like bacon grease.
I don't think I'm gonna use all this, but let me try to consolidate a little bit. So we'll take the bread out of this, put it in that one.
Is this meant for like 2 people to share? Like $26, and then they give you this amount of bread. What the fuck is this restaurant?
Try not to drop anything. Bro, this is way too much food. Alright, so maybe I should have skipped breakfast. I was pretty hungry coming here, but there's no way I can eat this much bread. The question is, which is going to be easier on my stomach, the multigrain rye or the einkorn sourdough? It depends on what other flour is in this. If this was like 100% rye, then maybe it's not as bad. And then the other question is, well, it's not really fun. Well, I guess it is. Because if this cauliflower hummus was made with olive oil in it, then it's probably like equal to the butter in regards to liver stress, but yeah, I think it was. If it was just cauliflower pureed, then it's a better choice than the butter, but depending on what the fat is, I don't know. So let's just try the bread on its own first. You know, they have an excellent baker here. If I had this rye recipe, I'd probably sell it on $3 there. Yeah, I mean,
riveting content. Orders bread from a restaurant and eats it and says it's good.
It's definitely more down my alley. Even though it has ingredients in it that I don't like, it still tastes like good enough that I would eat it. But you guys asked for the restaurant vlogs. The views usually pay for the meal at least. And
he does not get anywhere near enough views on his YouTube channel to pay for like, you know, a night out at a restaurant. What, his videos usually get 2, 3, 4K views. You're making about $20, $30 on a video like that. You're not making any money.
I'm like pretty, you guys know how upset I've been over the past few months. I thought maybe this would cheer me up a little bit. So it's better than just staying cramped up in my remote bag. And in the context of like the chargebacks, how much I spent on the surgery, like, who gives a fuck about getting a bunch of places. Yeah, I should have just ordered 2 baguettes because I'm actually barely gonna finish this. We didn't really touch the rye or the cauliflower puree. Fucking frog mode, bro. No. have a feeling we're gonna have to get extra business surgery, but we'll see how it is in a few weeks. This waiter should have been like, oh yeah, that's a lot of bread for one person. Because I'm guessing the bread basket is supposed to serve at least 2 or 3 people. And it'll be like 2 of them. Get my stomach out. It looks fucking good though. It looks perfect for like a minimally inflammatory dinner. Now, is this fucking worth $90? No. It should be
I
like
spent $90 on this. I'm broke. Let's go spend like $50,000 on surgery and take a vacation to LA, stay in a hotel that costs $2,000 a night, and then get a fucking $90, not even a steak. It's like 3 slices of meat.
so much steak for that price.
It's fucking disgusting.
Oh, the question is, am I going to peel each of these potatoes to eat them now? They did have a tasting menu. Alright boys, we need more than 52 grams of sugar, so let's see what's for dessert. Vacherin, grapefruit with sorbet. That might actually not be that bad. Can't do chocolate, we'll be waiting for a week. Harry's berries, strawberries. I don't know. We ordered that thing that said passion fruit. It was actually some kind of white cake. Cardinal shit, I don't fucking know. One thing I forgot to mention was I did bring some supplements with me. I just put I had like a handful of pills in my pocket. It was, we took the zinc complex, we took molybdenum. It's really big, but I don't think I'm gonna eat the strawberry part, so. Alright boys. Total is like 230, 230. What's it? I haven't been as thirsty, so I'm inclined to believe. Stay the fuck away from me now! I'm inclined to believe that my
What the fuck was that?
I haven't been as thirsty, so I'm inclined to believe. Stay the fuck away from me now! I'm inclined to believe that my I don't know what the fuck that was. I wasn't paying attention. I'm guessing there was like a homeless dude in that fucking crevice and saw me with my phone out. That's my guess, but I am not going back. I mean, this is like a really nice area of Beverly Hills. But homeless guy yelling at you, not another possibility. Yeah, my depth perception isn't that good, so I was looking at my phone, so I didn't even see over there. But that's my guess. Crazy homeless dude thought I might be recording or something. What? Oh, no, I'm just trying to get the Whole Foods before they close. So thank you guys for joining me for the restaurant vlog. I guess this one probably wasn't as entertaining as the other ones because we already went here and basically got the same thing. But like for the amount of food I ate, I feel like I got kind of price gouged. But it's whatever. That was kind of criminal, like $9 for that steak entree. We basically paid like $230 for like a baguette with some butter and then a few bites of steak. And the cake, which wasn't bad, but it's unfortunate now what you have to pay for like decent quality food. It's absolutely fucking crazy and criminal. Like you gotta pay like $150, $200 per fucking head to just get decent quality food now. That isn't like, and those aren't even the highest quality organic ingredients. Like just like decent quality fresh food that is prepared good. Like you order anything on the menu, like they know how to cook it, but and that's been my experience. Like I haven't gone to anywhere that's been more like somewhat affordable and good. Like it just hasn't happened. Sometimes you get lucky with the French restaurants and it's not too expensive and the food's decent because they use butter and bread and basic stuff. But that's it, guys. So we're at Whole Foods and they're about to close. So we're just gonna go inside and grab a few things, catch an Uber home. See Whole Foods. Make sure customer parking or whatever you guys want to really help.
Well, that's Frank's life.
Welcome back to the channel, guys. We are at Pure Muscle Fitness in Toronto. So fresh off a fight and a W from Dublin, Ireland. Just got my classic Pro Physique card. Thanks to the help of my coach and business partner, Ryan Benson. And special guest joining us today is Jeff Nippers. Thank you so much for the last minute collab.
Oh yeah, man. It's great to be here, bro.
As I'm landing, he sends me a text like, hey, you gonna work out? I'm like, hell yeah. Been watching your content for a long time. Much like myself, your roots come from a background of strength and powerlifting. And you are a science-based lifter now transitioning into bodybuilding.
Yeah.
And I can relate on a lot of levels there.
Yes, sir.
So I want to pick your brain about how to grow one of my biggest weaknesses, which is my upper chest, using the science-based method.
Sure?
Yes.
That's what I don't want to see the strength. No, I'm joking. No. Okay, sounds good, bro. That sounds great. Yeah, let's do it, man.
All right.
Let's
so
do it.
To grow an upper chest effectively using the science-based method, what would we start with first, ideally?
Yeah, well, my number one pick would probably be.
I'll message Jeff. Tell him to go to Vegandale.
Be some kind of incline press.
Okay.
I usually do an incline barbell press again because of that strength background. Do we want to compare it with what the in the trenches wisdom would be, or would that be interesting? We could go science versus experience, or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's do it. Let's do it. You know what? I'm always I come from a strength background too, and a bodybuilding background, but I believe that anybody who thinks they know everything is ignorant. So. You know what I mean? So I think I like hearing different philosophies, different training styles, and I know the way that I've liked to do things. I like to see how other people like to do them.
Yeah.
Let's do it, man.
Hell yeah. So what would be your number one?
I always start with an incline.
Yeah, see, there we go.
I always start with an incline.
See, we already squashed the science v bro beef. It's done.
Yeah, bro. Let's go. I love incline first. I think that's the most fundamental lift for chest. Agreed. So I start with an incline, and I like to mix it up. Sometimes it's barbell, sometimes dumbbell, sometimes machine. For me personally, I'm old now, you know, right? So I usually lean towards machines a little bit more.
Yeah, fair.
But barbell's good too.
So Larry, you make the call. I would say barbell, he would say machine. What are we doing?
The powerlifter in me is saying incline barbell to start.
Let's do that then.
Let's get it. Okay, so now we're starting with incline barbell bench, right? So as a powerlifter, my objective was always, no matter what exercise I was doing, to just move the weight from point A to B as quickly and explosively as possible. But as a result, I didn't maximize the contraction and get much quality time under tension. So I'm curious to see how you practice, like how you do your reps.
So just a more basic fundamental question, do you think that strength work, like heavy strength work, 1 to 5 reps, is compatible with bodybuilding, or do you think they conflict with each other? I'm asking you.
I find that once I stopped worrying about how much weight I can lift on compound movements, I started to see my physique change because I was then pivoting to sets of 8 to 12, and I was practicing full lockouts and emphasizing the stretch at the bottom portion of the movement, whereas when I was doing sets of 1 to 5, there was no emphasis on the contraction. Right? Now, I do believe that heavy compound lifts absolutely play a role in building dense quality muscle that sticks with you for a long time. Right? And I think Coach has something to say about that. We were just talking about before we filmed.
You know, I think maybe there's a misconception between some people that are so far one way with the science base, and then you still got to move weight.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, I agree. I agree.
Some of these guys are so much about tempo and everything that they lose the fact that you'll see a lot of bodybuilders, guys that were kind of more of that power builder background, the Ronnie Colemans, the Jay Cutler, earlier on in their career. And a lot of those guys, even when they're retired, years down the road, you still look at those guys and know at one point, that was a big dude.
Yeah.
Because they built such a base of dense muscle versus some of these guys that maybe were a little more reliant on supplementation and just, going through the motions, not as intense in the workouts. And then when they retire, they look like they've never been to the gym a year later.
That's interesting.
And so I think there's some of what's built as a base that comes from the hybrid of powerlifting motions, because it's having to stay
Frieza $20. Why didn't you apply to Kai's all-black streamer university? You could be getting priceless Nego streamer knowledge like this.
What's that?
So like, for someone who's a YouTuber, should I take that Raycon brand deal?
Hell yeah. I mean, if it's bread, it's bread. Unless you think the product's ass.
Bread is bread then.
I mean, if the product's ass, don't sell the ass product. But otherwise, like I would, oh yeah, why not? Yo.
Do you think we should sign to an agency as soon as we can for brand deals, or should we do solo?
It depends. As long as you're prioritized, sometimes you could sign to an agency or a management team and you be like, they don't think of you. In that case, you're wasting your time, honestly. Jamal, how do you get them? You could shoot messages out. That if there's a brand you like, I did one with Popeyes last week. I just DM'd them. But sometimes it's nice to have a management because they'll have inbound deals. So they'll have a deal for, I don't know, like Marvel Rivals, and they'll be looking for someone in their talent pool to do the Marvel Rivals ad. And if you're a gamer, they're probably gonna reach out to you. For those who don't know, maybe you haven't done too many brand deals. On the bottom is a good, it's a good synopsis.
Okay, those people are literally getting absolutely no education whatsoever from doing that course. The fundamental issue with brand deals is that most of them won't actually give you any sort of base pay. So they're not going to give you like, $1,000 or $2,000 or whatever to do the ad. So it's not just cash. What they'll do is, if you promote this, we'll give you a 10 or 15% discount code and you'll get 10 or 15% of whatever the sales you make are. That's a huge issue for small creators. Because if you don't have a huge audience, like let's say your YouTube channel is actually starting to grow, you're averaging maybe 30K views per video, which is really good if you're just starting out. If you have an audience pool like that, you might make 1 or 2 sales. So if you're selling a product like Raycons, that's just easy math. Let's say they're $100, you get a 10% kickback. Okay, you made $20. Is it worth promoting that like product for $20? Like, it's kind of stupid. So they're not really going over what deals they're not really going over like what deals are actually worth it to you, when you should do them, like at what size should your channel be before you consider some of these deals. Like what type of sales you can expect to make with a certain like audience. Like it's just, oh yeah, take the brand deal, whatever. Natty or not. She might just have a big ass. Like, you can tell her thighs are also thick. I think she just has a thick ass. Thanks for the donation, Frieza. Dude, this faggot on fucking Instagram is such a piece of shit lying cocksucker.
Svario is back, or are these recycled videos? Either way, you should use Google Lens on the leaves and trees to geolocate him.
Idiots donated. Oh yeah, let me see. Did he take off his toupee?
I've been vegan for 26 years, and I still don't understand why vegans go to the supermarket. When you're vegan, there's food everywhere. Flowers are full of
All you wally blue vegan, and you know what, it's all Marxism's fault that these modern movies are doing this.
Yeah, it's true. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. I'm pretty sure this is a new video because he has his toupee off.
flavonoids, incredibly healthy. Here we have some fermented fiber. Yummy. Grass is full of phytonutrients and
Yeah, I get it. That's really strange. Is that another skit? Yeah, it's another skit. Thanks for the donation, idiots.
Stabilize.
Yeah,
right?
I think so too.
So I'm a big fan of just heavy barbell bend over rows.
Yeah.
You know, versus doing everything on just machine.
Yeah, yeah. I think you can use both, right? Like the more tools in your toolbox, the more tools you have available to get the job done. Doesn't necessarily mean you need to use all of them every workout, but you know, I don't think. So I don't know. I personally don't think that there are any like inherently good or bad exercises. Like there are some that are better than others depending on the context and the person, right?
Sure.
So I'm usually like pretty open to anything if it's executed correctly and in the context of a good program. Do you know what I mean?
I grew up in the era where Dorian Yates, blood and guts was like was the style of training, you know, and that's the era that I grew up bodybuilding in. So it was all about training heavy, moving some heavy weight. But I think what's missing for a lot of people is the number one, I think, that is intensity.
100%, 100%.
So intensity is the most fundamental part in the gym.
Yeah.
You can go through the same machine. You can take the beach route, you know what I mean? And there's no magic in the machine. The machines, there's no magic. The magic comes from how much.
Marxism ingen real is honestly cancer.
It is. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. CDG donate tellers. Hey Richard, how's it going, dude? You were so freaking high last night. What the fuck, lol? Why did you take so much? Personally, I don't enjoy it if I take too much like that. Anyways, hi. Oh, also finished my last semester of university last night. I did 5 years. All right, well, congratulations. That must be a relief. I've taken 20 milligrams before. I think that brand I took overdosed or something. Like that did not feel like 20 milligrams. That felt like double. That was insane. So yeah, that was a brand I had never tried before, and I think there's more than 20 milligrams in that brand. Thanks for the donation though, CDG. Just random vids, donate $2. It is a very weird looking praying mantis. Insects are weird. Lol based.
Wow, I wish your wood got this hard.
This wood doesn't hear you bitch all day.
This guy committed 2 crimes in one short.
Haired single cell amoeba just outdid himself. I just watched Guy Christensen, or Guy Islamson's, 8-minute celebration of the death of 2 innocent civilians in DC on Wednesday night, so you don't have to.
I take it back. I do not condemn the elimination of those 2 Zionist officials.
So coming in hot, we have him backpedaling on a statement that he had made condemning the attacks, and now we're just back to all resistance is justified. Murdering civilians is fine. And then we just jump right into him reading from the manifesto of the murderer, and that's a whole other fucking can of worms.
I'm about to read you his manifesto, but I want to urge you first to support Elias's actions. He is not a terrorist. He's a resistance fighter.
All right, great. We got a little disclaimer. Let's see what else he has to say.
Let's read this manifesto. Halantar is a word that means something like thunder or lightning. In the wake of an...
All right, this goes on for like 2 minutes. It's unhinged. You can watch the full video on his page or whatever. Not that I want to give him the views. None of it makes any sense. There are weird anecdotes. Things don't line up. The writings of a clearly mentally ill individual, obviously.
Aaron Bushnell.
And then we obviously have to land on the Aaron Bushnell comparison where he's glorified. Barbecue Bushnell, that charred son of a bitch.
What is the difference between Elias Rodriguez and Aaron Bushnell to you? Aaron Bushnell's sacrifice in flames, protesting his government's role in a genocide he could no longer bear to be a part of. It's...
You know, you'd think you'd realize eventually that acting like a bitch like this isn't going to give you any pussy, but they just keep doing it.
Karl Marx himself was such an idiot. He is to blame for why society is so cucked these days.
I don't know if he was stupid. I would say he suffers from a severe form of idealism. And he also lived, like, literally in the 1800s, so, I don't think he was particularly well equipped to understand, you know, what future civilizations and technology would look like and how some of these ideas would actually translate into the real world. Like, he was growing up in a pretty small agrarian kind of society. And some of his ideas might make sense in that kind of context, but when you're talking about large, like, countries with very large metropolitan areas, like substantive wealth gaps, and like high population density with like really high skilled labor, Marxism completely fails. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
We're palatable to this world.
But they get really emotional when talking about Aaron Bushnell, as we all do.
I hope my retracted condemnation does not allow our government to condemn me to a cell, but I don't know.
And then we end off with him.
Well, that kid's a fucking loser. Thanks for the donation, just random vids.
How much effort are you putting into that machine?
Yeah, there was as long as the subjects were pushing close to failure, you saw very similar hypertrophy between the two. So I really think that's the great equalizer, is intensity.
So I've always believed in the theory of when I do my training, I do in the same workout, typically rep ranges. I do a warm-up set always, you know, 15 to 20 reps on a warm-up.
Yeah, I'm single.
And then I do some heavy working sets, you know, which are like 8 to 10s. But I usually like to finish everything with like a 25, 30 rep to failure set.
Interesting.
Almost on everything.
Hey, that'll be fun. All right, y'all want to get started?
Let's get to it.
Let's do it. You don't even look like spilled over to me, to be honest with you. Like, not under the gym lighting. I mean, I'm sure he is, but like, you don't really look like it.
Larry's so big.
Yeah, there's a lot of glycogen to fill out.
Is like, I do everything backwards. Like, everything against what I believe.
That should work.
So do you recommend like tempo when you're...
I liked it better when rosy-cheeked Muslim towel boys physically self-immolated instead of mentally. 777 duovigintillion 777 unvigintillion 777 vigintillion 777 novemdecillion 700 and...
I'm just gonna skip that, but thanks for the donation, Sneed.
Can you summarize your main internal critics of Marxism in this debate? To me it sounded more like your position was separate labor value from labor itself.
Well, I can't even remember exactly what we agreed to debate on going into this debate, but I think it was just a general debate about communism and the labor theory of value. And one huge disagreement I had with him was whether or not labor itself is a commodity. And I kind of focused the debate around that. And I literally got him to admit that labor itself is a commodity. And workers don't necessarily or shouldn't necessarily own the means of their production. So if that's his stance, then I don't know how he could say we should have like a completely communist or socialist society when, again, in this debate, he admitted it's not necessarily always a good thing or fair for workers to own the means of production, and labor itself is a commodity. Thanks for the donation, though, Blake. Like, again, when Marxism and communism were developed, like, this is really, really old world kind of thinking, where no one really knew at the time that there were ever going to be, like, computers and, you know, intellectual property and these sorts of very high-skilled kind of jobs, and they also didn't foresee an economy where services would be such a huge thing. So, like, a lot of these communist ideals, they don't work when you're talking about modern society. Some of these ideas made a bit of sense, like, again, back in the 1800s, or right around the turn of the 20th century, especially in Russia, because they didn't industrialize until like World War II. But yeah, none of those ideas that they created apply to the world we live in right now. Thanks for the donation, though, Blake.
So the Israeli War Room is trying to get the FBI after me now, after I published a video explaining how Elias Rodriguez's elimination of 2 Zionist officials was an act of resistance and not an anti-Semitic terrorist attack. We'll see what happens. This won't be the first time the FBI comes knocking at my door. They did it in November when a Zionist smeared me by sending synagogues in my city false threats to bomb them in my name. So fuck the FBI, fuck the feds, fuck Israeli War Room, fucking you guys.
He could realistically get charged with inciting terrorist, like terror attacks or something. So that kid's probably in for some shit, and he fucking deserves it. Thanks for the donation, Sneed.
If Marxism is so outdated though, then why do so many SJWs subscribe to it?
Because they're stupid. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
So I'm going to annoy you and like talk about the research because that's my thing. So the research shows that as long as your total rep is lasting between 2 and 8 seconds, it doesn't really make a big difference. So if you're going like dive bombing on the negative and then super explosive on the positive, it's probably not optimal for hypertrophy. Will it cause muscle growth? Yes, but you'd be better off slowing down the negative a little bit. But if you go from a 2-second negative or even like a 1.5-second negative to like a 7-second negative, you're also not going to see a big hypertrophy difference there. Yet a lot of people in the science-based community, for some reason, think that the slower negative is significantly better. That really just hasn't been shown in the research. And then once you go
This guy doesn't know how to hold a bar properly.
super, super, super slow, like above 8 seconds on a rep, it seems to be a bit worse again. So you have a ton of flexibility when it comes to tempo. But you don't want to dive bomb. I think dive bombing is like the worst you could do for hypertrophy.
Great for strength training.
Huh?
It's great for strength training.
Oh, it's fun.
Sorry,
it's fun. And for strength, yeah, it can help because your fibers don't have to work during the negative. So, and you get the stretch reflex at the bottom.
Yeah. That's how I hit all my bench PRs, dive bombing. Wouldn't recommend it on squats, however. That's how I got all my.
I mean, it depends on if it's hypertrophy or strength. What are you talking now? Squats for hypertrophy or strength? Because those I would program differently.
Squats for strength, dive bombing, I found vastly increased my risk of injury. The only time I ever got hurt on squats was when I was dive bombing.
Yeah.
Right? I found that I had to take a totally different approach to how I was benching for strength, which was a very slow eccentric, full control in order to prevent injury. Because when I tried to just get down the hole as quickly as possible and depend on that stretch reflex and getting out of it, almost every time I tore my body.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense.
But it never happens to me like that on bench. I dive bombed all my bench presses, even up to 675.
I mean,
never got effect there.
Your upper body is just. So what did you think of like the tempo thing that I said?
I still have the green screen, I just haven't used it in a while. It's in the corner of the room.
Like where if you're between 2 to 8 seconds for the total rep length, you're probably good.
I like it. I'm gonna be honest. Like usually, I'm ready to like battle with these science guys, but you feel like you're a very practical science so far.
Yeah, we'll see. I'll say some bullshit at some point. I promise. All right, Larry. What are we working up to?
Like 225.
Yeah. Okay. So how many reps are you thinking?
Like 20.
Oh, really? Okay.
Let's get a good pump in.
Okay. Are you doing that because you're like one day post show kind of thing and trying to keep it safe? Yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
I'm trying to be super safe.
I'm gonna do 225 with you, and we'll just see how the rep difference is.
Are you?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's
yeah,
good.
yeah.
Let's get it.
Oh, do you want to take this?
You did it.
No, I didn't do this. So one other little tip for upper chest, if you go a little bit closer, you'll see a little more upper chest activation. And the reason for that is the clavicular head contributes to shoulder flexion. So if you lift your arm up, you'll feel the upper pec start to contract. Do you feel that? Like as you lift it up?
Oh, absolutely.
You feel it contract, right? And if you think about it,
I would preferentially fight Larry Wheels if he was at peak strength and on trend, because he'd have absolutely no cardio and barely be able to move.
when you're using a closer grip, you're mimicking more of that shoulder flexion motion. Whereas if you're really, really wide, you're not doing this, you're doing this. Does that make sense?
I follow.
Yeah, yeah.
I've done my narrow grip on it.
Yeah, yeah.
Always.
So, on 3. 1, 2, 3.
Good. Now, what about elbows flared versus tucked?
I usually meet in the middle, and I'm around like a 45-degree tuck.
Okay, about the same. Just not too extreme in either direction.
Yeah.
Well, Major until our civil rights attorney on Twitter has been informed and said he'll look into this law. Huh. Yeah, it's not looking good for him. He's clearly promoting acts of terrorism, which is not protected by the First Amendment. So he's probably screwed. Good. Hope he actually spends some time in jail. Thanks for the donation, Will Mage.
This in street. BTW, don't ever skip over my messages in chat. Next time I will whip you.
It's saying you need access, request access, or switch to an account with access. I'm not opening up a Google Drive link. Like, post it to Imgur or something, but I'm not gonna download anything from Google Drive, dude. Thanks for the donation, Jacked Up.
Yes.
Hell yeah.
All right. Trying to put those burgers to work.
I had like 6 burgers in like 3 days.
He's not joking.
Damn. So Larry, post-show, are you just like sending it with the calories and just eating whatever, getting huge?
I'm sending it until I get back home to my wife and she tells me to stop.
Yeah, fair enough.
I can get away with it when she's not watching.
Is it fun for you? Are you having fun?
Hell yeah, I'm having fun. I had like 30 cookies in the last few hours.
That's
The
it.
last show, Larry blew up like 50 pounds.
I legit, in the last show, went from 232 to 285 in 2 days.
And he told me, I'm never doing that again.
And then here I am at 270 12 hours later.
12 hours.
And I thought I was taking it easy.
Many people say Marxism is popular nowadays because capitalism is a failure and not working. These are the same people spending $100,000 on uni at Columbia and are willing to risk suspension chimping out about a desert conflict. Just cultural resentment.
Yeah, it's... There's clearly issues with capitalism. It's not perfect. So far, it's like the best monetary system we have right now. And, you know, you can make criticisms of how to improve the system with like more regulation and market restrictions and shit. But, these kids who are promoting Marxism and communism are just fucking retarded. And again, they're spending ridiculous amounts of money for just useless fucking degrees, and they just don't know shit. Thanks for the donation, though, retard.
Easy. Like, oh, I only had a few meals.
You did a water cut, though, too, right? Or
Oh,
no?
I did a pretty substantial water cut.
Yeah. So a lot of that is not real weight gain. It's just getting back to baseline, I'm sure, right?
It's definitely a lot of water retention.
Is it?
I mean, I'm sure I got cankles like a mother.
But like, I don't really in your upper body anyway. I don't really see it. Like
You're
you
seeing
don't
the midsections.
a little bit, but like you still look quite dry to me. Like
I wish that was staying
you
this
honestly
way.
look like you could be between like prejudging a night show type thing. To me, I don't know.
I don't know about that one.
You could get
Honestly, like just your arms and everything. Like they still
I think the
look.
arms get the retention last.
Okay, fair enough.
The first to go and spill over is the midsection.
Fair enough.
Lower back, quads.
That makes sense.
Arms are the last to go. All right.
What are we doing here?
So here I'm gonna do a set of 20.
Damn.
20.
Yeah. And
Are we doing these bodybuilding style or Larry Wheels style?
Oh no, it's bodybuilder style all the way for Larry. Larry Meals right now.
That's the new Larry Wheels.
Larry fucking Meals. All right.
Frank deleted this earlier today. Don't know if you've seen it.
Yeah, I saw that he posted it. I was gonna react to it on stream, but then he deleted it. All right, thanks for the re-upload. I'll take a look now. Thanks for the donation, bald-pilled hunchback.
Yeah, out of all the things I've been through, guys, I would have never expected that.
Jeff's pants are so odd and distracting.
Yeah, they are kind of weird. Don't know why he's wearing that. Thanks for the donation, Mugman.
A botched eye surgery would put me out of business. Basically, all my savings, everything I've worked for the past, all of these years of running my business, every day of my life for like 9 years at this point, all gone in a few surgeries. So go figure. You know, we tried the fundraisers, we tried a few different things, but I'm basically so shad. I'll ban that. I think the only people seeing my videos are already my current customers, and like I can only ask you guys to support me so much. So hopefully we can make it through these next few months and eventually try to get some compensation for what this guy did to my face and get paid back and remediated. But in the meantime, these chargebacks have absolutely destroyed me. You know, if I wasn't losing $2,000 a week in chargebacks, then I'd obviously be in a much better financial position. So these secret society members, Freemasons, Illuminati, whatever various groups, have, you know, been taking a few people every week and placing between $1,000 and $2,000 worth of chargeback orders on my business every week. And to be very clear, these people paid for product. The product was delivered on their doorstep. They did not contact me. They then proceeded to file a chargeback, and the bank sided with them. So they received perfectly good product. There's photographic evidence of it on the FedEx tracking website in front of their door, and they filed a chargeback and got their money back anyway. If they did this to a grocery store, they'd be put in handcuffs by the local police department. But since they're doing it against a non-secret society-owned business, they get to steal money from me. That's how the world works. There's people in the club, there's people not in the club. Any sort of excuse or governing body
I wonder if he threatens somebody in this video. That's usually why he deletes these.
or justification in between is just to try to tell you some fantasy story to get you to not realize what the truth is. These people are organized and harassing my business, and I actually just filmed a whole 15 minutes of me reading these people's names, their addresses, where they live, and the amount of money they stole from me. But that's not actually legal until I publish this into a court case. So we did file a court case in the federal district court with the first 70 people. This here is a new list that I have to publish a court case. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to publish another court case this week or next week, and I will happily read.
Doesn't he mean file? What does he mean publish?
Read every single one of your names, your addresses, the amount of money you've stolen from me, and provide a FedEx tracking number so these people can see the package in front of your doorstep. I was going to post a video of doing that today, but I think the video would get taken down for doxing. I could do that with that first court case, but I don't have that list in front of me now, and I like to do it to everyone at once. You know, we're out, you know, I think at least $50,000, $60,000, a very considerable amount of money. And this doesn't include the mistakes and the missed orders and all the stuff that I have paid for, but this is probably 10 times worse. Like the order mistakes, the missing items, the lost or damaged packages from FedEx, broken eggs, whatever it is, that accounts for maybe 10% of the value of these chargebacks and what these people are doing to me. So that's very, people have tried to bring that up to say I'm lying and stuff like, oh, well, the orders were damaged or these people deserve their money back. No. I always compensate people for their orders. If there's any issue or there's any damaged package, it's fine. But that's why we have very specific refund policies to prevent people from trying to scam me. And every order has a slip in it that says, okay, if there's an issue with your order, immediately take a photo and send it to us. And I'm not going to go too much into details, but you know, sometimes a person will leave the package out on their doorstep for 2 days and then try to get their money back. So there's a whole bunch of things, but that has nothing to do with what is going on here. These people receive the product that they paid for. There's a photograph from FedEx of the package at their door, and the bank and Shopify side with them. Why? To me, I don't know. That's unbelievable. So at some point, maybe I'm going to have to get off Shopify and sue Shopify. I don't know. I've already sued these people. I have lawsuits filed against Shopify. What am I going to file lawsuits against the credit card companies? Now, the point is, all these judges are against me. I think I filed at least 20 or 30 cases in various federal and state courts at this point, and not one case has gotten past the filing. And every single time the judge does a preliminary evaluation of the claims and dismisses the case. I don't even get to serve the other person and get a fair trial. So the justice system is completely disgusting.
We've seen how he files these complaints to courts. Like, he says insane unhinged shit, then the judge just doesn't care. Or he files it in the wrong fucking court. Like, I don't know why he doesn't just hire a lawyer. He clearly has the money. Like, he just spent, like, what, around 50 grand at least on that LA trip? Like,
The only thing I can do is come on here and continue to ask you guys for help. And even then, I'm shadow banned, and these same people that are stealing money from me through these chargebacks are the ones that are shadow banning and censoring my YouTube channel. I mean, I never wanted to have to stoop down to their level, but I have no problem having people hand out flyers of my face in Los Angeles. I guarantee they'll lose more money in 1 week of me doing that than they ever have in doing this chargeback nonsense on my business. This is completely ridiculous and disgusting. These people paying $10,000, $20,000, $30,000 for these surgeries. I hand out flyers for a week out there. I guarantee you they lose hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars. And it's gotten to that point. It's gotten to that point. I'm going to calculate how much money they stole from me through those chargebacks. I'm going to take out a new credit card or get a line of credit, whatever it is, and I'm going to spend that amount of money in handing out flyers for what happened to my face. And I might also hand out flyers advertising to my business, explaining, hey, these secret society owned supermarkets.
He's going to take out debt to hand out flyers.
Are censoring and shadow banning me, so please go to frankiesstrangemeat.com and order from my business. And I think we got at least, 20 to 30 weeks worth of payroll here, so maybe these people will finally learn their lesson and stop placing charges. What am I going to stoop down to that level? Am I going to hire people to place chargebacks against? Am I going to go to my followers and say, hey guys, go place orders?
Do you think Tufano is actually getting mass trolled with chargebacks, or is it that Tufano sends shit products that are rotten or inedible for one reason or another and Tufano refuses to refund?
I'm sure there's a mix of both. It can't all just be people who are trying to scam him. And he even admits that he fucks up orders constantly. So, he's even given, very complicated instructions on his website for ordering that no one's going to follow. So I'm sure it's, a mix of the two. And it probably leans more into, Frank being incompetent. Thanks for the donation, though, retard. CDG donated $2. You don't understand. He's going to print enough flyers to hand out to every citizen of China, Europe, India, and entire North American continent. Well, I guess he can do that and waste his money and be even more broke. Thanks for the donation, CDG.
On all these other businesses. Go to every other meat. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to say go to every other meat business online, place an order on every single one of them, and then file a chargeback. Imagine that. Imagine if 1,000 of my followers went to how many dozens of other meat businesses on there. Imagine that. Imagine if we actually did what these people did. Thousands and thousands of orders across all other meat businesses, and then they all filed chargebacks. But you know what I bet? I bet the payment providers and I bet the credit cards for those secret society-owned businesses aren't going to side with the customer. Who knows? I have these chargebacks. I have people scamming me left and right. Half the vendors or half the people you try to do business with as a small business are just out to screw you and scam you in any way possible. It's completely ridiculous and disgusting. And that's really the only way these people are able to stay in business and maintain control is because they control all the platforms. Why is someone able to sell a product for more money than me and it's lower quality and they have poor customer service? It's because they control all the sales.
He has fucking terrible customer service.
Platforms. I've had enough of this, guys. I don't know what to do. I'm very close to declaring personal bankruptcy next week, and then just trying to keep the LLC and business operating. The lawsuits and the court stuff doesn't really matter because
he may be trying to file for bankruptcy before Paul Saladino's court case thing goes on, because then he might not need to pay him out or something.
I'm not going to get into that today, but personally, I have no assets because I'm broke. I don't have any money. You guys see me wear the same fucking clothes every day, and I'm
renting a shack of a house in Pennsylvania. For what reason at this point, I don't fucking know. It's just completely ridiculous and disgusting what these people have done to me. On paper, minimum, this doctor owes me at least a few $1,000,000 for what he did to my eyes. I still have some court hearings on that next week, and I have to go to a disability. Completely ridiculous. Maybe we'll just do a video on that next week. I have like seven or eight new court cases I have to file in the state court. Maybe we can get some money back. I mean, that might really just be the only solution, is just to pay people to hand out flyers, because all these other platforms are controlled. You know, they control the banking system, they control all the social media platforms, they control the courts. So, like, why am I continuing to, like, I'm about at the point where I'm not going to spend any more of my efforts, you know, filing these court motions and treating the court system as if there's any legitimacy to it whatsoever. It's getting to the point where I can only ask you guys for help, if not just pay people to hand out flyers and spread awareness and try to raise support for my own business. That's really the only thing we can do, is just, you know, try to get as many customers and get as much support for the meat business as possible, and try to outweigh all the negative stuff, and hopefully make it to a point where we're in a better spot. But it just seems like it's just getting worse and worse. This whole situation is ridiculous. I come back from this orbital reconstruction surgery. I'm half blind, dealing with all this business nonsense and lawsuits and chargebacks. It's just complete. It just never ends. I don't know what the point is anymore. You know, with what these evil assholes have done to me, I've probably sent at least 1,000 people to hell already. So I think I've done enough in that context. I'm pretty sure that's what these secret society members tell the lower level members to get them to do evil stuff for them. Is they say that, you know, there's no existence after this life, so, you know, what you do in this life doesn't matter. Just be as selfish as possible for yourself. That's what they tell their secret society members as the truth. But what if your life on this planet was a
This guy has schizophrenia, dude. He absolutely has schizophrenia.
test of how good of a person you were? What if?
Yeah, you'd be fucked. Your whole business is based on torturing and killing animals. If God existed, you'd be fucked.
If that's the possibility, and you spent your life doing evil things.
My next feeling a fair bit better, especially after I took some Tylenol. It's feeling better. I can move my head around, doesn't feel super stiff. I can look left and right without too much pain. Looking to the right too far, like about there, is when I start to feel pain, but it's feeling a lot better. Retard, donate $2. Nom nom nom. That is a big booty security lady. Yeah, that's a nice big butt. Thanks for the donation, retard.
And stealing from people for your own benefit. What if you then have to come back and live 100 lives as those people who suffered? You know, think about it that way. Me, I don't want to come back here in any way whatsoever, so I'm going to do my best to be as good of a person as possible, if there is any remote possibility of that happening. I wouldn't gamble with that one. You know, imagine what's going to happen if that's a possibility. If this planet is a testing ground, and when someone like Doc passes away and meets the creator or whatever, how screwed is he? How screwed is he? I wouldn't want to know. I wouldn't want to know. Yeah, I'm just at the point where I'm completely over it. You know, as much as I care about my employees and the people that I support, they really don't seem to appreciate me, and I feel like it's not even worth it at this point. Do they appreciate me in some capacity? Maybe. Do they know how good they have it compared to what they would be doing? Absolutely not. So, I don't know.
What an unhinged weirdo.
Nice.
Go 20?
18. Oh. Two more. Come on, let's get it. Easy. Beauty. It's a nice set, man. Damn. Absolute animal.
Okay.
For the record, he just did 265 for 35, right? So that was like
an
15
hour
minutes.
ago?
Yeah, whatever.
I recovered.
Was that an hour ago? Yeah, whatever.
You want a pair, guys, of solid wrist wraps, elbow wraps, belts, and more? PureLifestyle.com. All right, it's good. Okay, when you're ready. Yep. Good. Yep. Yes. Come on. Damn, looking strong, dude. Yes. Yep. Let's get it. Yes. Come on. Good. Man, that was good, dude.
I don't know what I'll get with this because we just.
Come on, Jeff.
Whatever. All right.
All right, let's get it.
Okay, on my three. Lift on three.
On
okay?
your three. Yep.
1, 2, 3.
Yep. Here we go. Let's get it. Yes. With the chest. Yep. Push. Get it. Let's get it. Come on. Grind time. Let's fucking go. Come on. Come on, Jeff. Damn. Got some grinders in you. Yep. It's grind time. There it is. Hell yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna leave it there. Put it on the lower one, bro.
Damn. My man knows how to fight.
Pretty good, actually. The first one was a little rocky, but
I thought that was a one-rep
made it
max.
happen. Yeah.
Then you did 5 more.
I knew it. I think I just misgrooved it, honestly.
Yeah. Must be it. Because for you to keep doing after that?
Yeah.
So what's your take on flat bench?
Do you want to mic him?
Yeah.
And what's your take on flat barbell bench for bodybuilding?
So I'm one of the rare one of the rare science-based lifters who likes the flat bench, but if I had to pick one for bodybuilding, I would pick the incline bench over the flat. And the reason for that, there was a study that compared flat bench to incline bench across, I think, 8 weeks. And it saw the same mid-pec growth, the same lower pec growth, but the incline saw better upper pec growth. And so to me, it's kind of like, you kind of kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Like, people.
I disagree. Menno Henselman did a really good video on incline benching versus flat. Most of your volume should just be done with flat benching, if not exclusively. There we go.
Think of the incline just as an upper pec builder, but it'll actually activate the whole pecs.
Yep.
So,
absolutely.
Yeah.
I'm waiting for something to argue with.
All right, let's see how this feels.
Go, Larry.
Oh, it's a big stretch right there.
Yeah. Nice, man. And then with these, I think about driving my elbows together and keeping them up.
Cat Daddy Senior donated $2. Hey VG, I remember you having a take saying people who think music influences people to do crimes is a retarded notion. Found a video that might change your mind. Thoughts?
When the Swedish rapper Gaboro was chased down and stood over in a parking garage while his attacker filmed the entire incident, but then you realize the streets say that this was just give back for a murder he committed the year before, you could say he got himself killed. When a rapper who left his city still raps about a gang war and his ops slide to his hood and catch someone innocent because they couldn't find him, then you can say their blood is on his hands. Now, the notion of violent song being dropped causes people to hop in cars and risk their life is very flawed. We all know that gang wars take place, and even in areas where gangs don't exist, revenge has always occurred in the streets of major cities and small towns. The music is obviously just a reflection of what's already happening. But I can tell you what doesn't help. The main consumers of any genre of music also happen to be the demographic that's easily influenced by anything. Teenagers. It's easy to say as an adult that music doesn't influence what people do or how they act, but I've spent time all over the country, from the south and west sides of Chicago, the small all-white town I went to college in, to the middle-class suburban valley of Arizona, where my mom sent me over the summer so I wouldn't be in Chicago for the deadly summer of 2016, kind of like the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. And one thing I can tell you that all these places have in common is that the kids follow whatever their favorite musician or influencer does. When I was in the valley back then, the guys wanted to all wear what the trending rappers wore, just like in the city, and the girls wanted to look like Rihanna or Kylie Jenner. And all over the country, the youth mimicked what these artists and influencers said and how they talked. And with TikTok now, we are seeing people repeat after each other more than ever. But let me tell you something about a gang member. In the cities with the highest murder rates, the majority of gang members actively involved in the war are kids. People who argue that gang members are 25 to 30 years old, yet if you watch the news in all the cities or just live in a dangerous area, you know that it's 16-year-olds killing 15-year-olds, 14-year-olds killing other 14-year-olds. And you see some of the older guys.
I think most of them are 12 to 16, and like 10% are like over 18. So yeah, it's mostly kids.
That's doing the same thing, but somewhere like Chicago, nobody strikes more fear than a teenager.
None of this has to do with the music. Somebody might release like a diss track to instigate a fight, but like the music isn't making kids join gangs.
Trust me, I get completely different looks walking around downtown Chicago now than I did when I was 15. Why? Because out there, all the kids are doing all of the shooting. Half of the older guys are only shooting each other over dice games or cheating girlfriends. These high school kids are getting high, hopping in stolen cars, and riding around blasting their favorite rapper. And believe it or not, just being geeked up by music does something to you. But it's different depending on your environment.
No, it does not. This is just a racist thing. If you listen to the like music that white kids are listening to, buddy, the amount of like death metal and weird emo trash, like talking about killing people and suicide and shit. Why aren't all the white kids doing crazy nonsense? Like, they're listening to death metal and weird emo trash, telling them to slit their wrists, kill themselves, murder their girlfriend, commit mass killings, blow themselves up. Why aren't all the white kids doing that? So, people are only focusing on rap music because racism, basically. Everyone likes to turn the attention to all the, like, black monkeys causing problems. And then, oh, what are the black monkeys doing that's different from everyone else? Oh, they have rap music. That's what it is. Like, that's basically all there is to it. Rap music isn't encouraging anybody to commit violence. It's just, there are people who are already part of that lifestyle who just listen to rap music. That's all there is to it. And again, rap music wouldn't make the money it does if it was only black kids listening to it. White kids also listen to rap music. Why aren't white kids getting fucking Glocks with the serial numbers filed off and then stealing cars? So, no, it's just stupid. It's racist white people who are just blaming society's problems on black people, and then they focus on things like rap music because it's pretty much exclusively rap people or black people that are producing rap music. That's the only reason why there's that conversation. It's just nonsense. Thanks for the donation, though, Cat Daddy Sr.
Up, though, not letting them dip down.
Okay. So Or do you think they could build an amazing Olympia level physique with just like traditional equipment you could find at LA Fitness, for example?
It might depend on the person, but like you can definitely build a good physique with traditional stuff, but I would say it gives you a slight edge because it just gives you extra shit. Like you still have all the basics, but now you got a little extra. Right. You know what I mean? I mean, even from a motivational standpoint, I find if all you have is like a barbell, plates, and dumbbells, it gets a bit old. You want to switch it up every now and then.
I've never found that. I've only been training with barbells and dumbbells for the last few years. I've made more progress than ever. And I have not found it get, like, boring or getting stale.
You know?
Yeah, that's I think that alone is valuable.
I know some people, like, on the more strength side, just they get motivated by that, like, just iron on iron or whatever.
Just stacking weight.
Yeah. I like having these machines, man.
Especially after you've been doing it for
yeah, it gets old. It gets old. Here we go.
That's an interesting machine.
Get a little deeper stretch here. How's that?
Yep. Very nice. Beauty.
I've always been big on the stretch on everything.
That's interesting because it's been like, I think the last 2 or 3 years even, there's been like so many studies coming out showing how important it is. It's really interesting.
Stretch has always been the most important
thing, right?
Yeah.
On the low carb day?
Yeah. Different positionings and these kind of...
I'm not returning my shopping cart, and you can judge me all you want.
Yeah, happy to join in on this one. Hey, Agent Sebastian here. We don't do too many reaction videos, but this one is particularly interesting because this woman who definitely wants you very much to know that she has a doctorate and is a mother made a lot of news a while back, millions of views as well as large mainstream news coverage. And we'll get to all her false premises and other misdirections and lies in just a second. Here's the rest of the video.
I'm not getting my groceries into my car, getting my children into the car, and then leaving them in the car to go return the cart. So if you're going to give me a dirty look, off.
This is just an entitled dumb bitch. Yes, because your children are going to ruin your car or get kidnapped even though you can lock the doors and your kids are seated safely. Makes tons of sense.
And as you can tell by her cussing as well as her very serious and stern look, this is a mother who cares more about her children than anything else. All you scolds out there need to get lost. Well, and I'll give her credit for leaving the comments open on this TikTok video because they masterfully and completely burned her to the ground. You're a bit slow for someone who has a doctor in her username. This isn't about women's empowerment or safety. It's just an excuse to see you next Tuesday. You are a horrible person, and that's clear, yeah. I park next to the cart return thingy, very easy. Well, if you want to be that awful person, so be it. You can be whatever you want. You are so brave. I love the sarcasm there. Returning a shopping cart is a basic moral test you can give a person, blah, 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 blah. We've all seen that. I agree. I've had all 4 kids of my car stolen on separate occasions while they sat 30 steps away in the car while I returned my cart. I miss them. So, yeah, the sarcasm as well as the just like matter-of-fact ways to deal with her apparently dire issue were very evident and absolutely destroy her and overtake the comments. Now, let's get into her main argument, which is
I can guarantee you when the Starbucks drive-thru is closed, this chick on a daily fucking basis locks her kids in the car, goes into Starbucks for 10 minutes to order a latte or something, and then comes back. And then she's moralizing about how I can't leave my kids, like they can't leave my line of sight for even a second, even if they're in a locked car, because they're going to get snatched away in an instant if I spend 5 seconds returning a cart.
The fallacy of the appeal to pity. In Latin, the argumentum a misericordiam. Meaning, who cares about the facts that are going on? Here's another issue that you should pity me for. Perfectly exemplified by The Simpsons decades ago.
Oh, won't somebody please think of the children?
And you might say, well, Agent Sebastian, Cartnark's official policy is not even to approach cars when they see small children in the vehicle. That's correct, but it's not for the reason of kidnapping. It is for the reason of the parents possibly flipping out and becoming angry and violent and endangering the children. And a side point being that those people may try to use their children as shields against doing the right thing and teaching the right thing, which we've seen in some Cart Narcs videos as well, much as this lady with a doctorate is trying to do here. And in her follow-up video, she leans hard into this and quotes some seemingly scary statistics to buttress her terrible point.
About 6 million people have freaked out over me not returning my shopping cart because my kids are in the car.
Quick pause. She starts by gaslighting us by saying that we are freaking out by making fun of her and pointing out the logical flaws in her argument. This woman, as you're about to find out, is supposed to be a therapist, supposed to be, as she says many times, a doctor, yet she is literally trying to make you feel crazy and stupid and silly for pointing out what a terrible person she is and how flawed her arguments are.
So I want
You know, I've noticed there's a lot of women who who go into like psychology, the field of psychology, and they're some of the most lying, manipulative, gaslighting cunts I've ever fucking come across. I think they deliberately get into that field so that they can learn how to manipulate people better.
I want to give you some statistics. Last year, 265 children were abducted in parking lots in America. Half of those were sexually assaulted.
Because mothers were returning their shopping carts? No, that's not what that statistic says at all. There are a lot of people in a lot of parking lots at any given time, so of course crimes are going to happen there. And credit to the LA Times, who tracked down the source of that statistic, finding that it had to do with car thefts, in which case the kids were accidentally taken because the thief didn't even see them in the back seat. And of course, it says nothing about shopping carts or a locked car. And as far as the abuse claim she throws in there, well, it's not in that data at all. In other words, she is lying about it to manipulate your emotions.
In many states, it's actually illegal to turn your car on and walk away. Many comments said that they would turn the car on, leave the air on for the kids, and go return the shopping cart.
Again, another example of using a fact that is loosely related to her argument, but has absolutely no practical bearing on the situation we're talking about. Yes, there are states where they have no idling laws. You're not allowed to just leave your car running because they want to cut down on pollution. I defy you to find a case where a single mother left 2 or 3 kids with the air on in her car.
We for real living in the end times, and this is proof.
Well, I mean, women have always lied and complained all throughout history, so this is nothing new. Thanks for the donation, retard. Oh, yeah, this lady, I don't know if she's a psychopath. She's absolutely a fucking narcissist, clearly. Like, it's just so ridiculous.
Car for just a few seconds to return her cart, and the cop was just waiting there with a ticket.
By the way, you don't have to have your car running to turn on the AC. So you can just turn the electrics on, turn on the AC, and then the 30 seconds it takes you to return your cart, it's not like your battery is going to die, and then you can just turn the car on and leave. Like, this chick is just fucking lying.
Never happened, guaranteed.
She's just a lazy, entitled bitch who thinks, oh, somebody else should do it for me.
But as you'll see, her entire tactic through all of this is to manipulate and deceive you, all while doing this under the guise of her professional accreditation.
Well, in Los Angeles, in one particular parking lot, that's at least a 12-minute walk. You could go to jail.
She had to go deep digging for that one, because, yes, I'm sure there is some shopping mall.
End Times Proof Exhibit B.
That many of the organizations that Donald Trump Jr. is connected to are making an enormous amount of money during this period of time when his father is president, which raises awkward questions, certainly, about Trump administration policy, ranging from Trump meme coin to World Liberty Financial to gigantic real estate deals in Qatar. None of this is an amazingly good look. This administration is doing too many important, I'll say it again, this administration is doing too many important things to be bogged down with conversations about how members of the Trump family or the Witkoff family or any of the other families surrounding the administration are making bank while President Trump is president in countries that President Trump is attempting to negotiate with. That is not a good thing. At the very least, it is not a useful thing.
Yeah, when Ben Shapiro is calling out Trump's corruption, you know things are bad. Thanks for the donation, retard.
mall somewhere where the parking lot is a giant area and the store is maybe a half a mile from the very furthest parking spot. But we've patrolled hundreds of lots in and around Los Angeles, and in all of those cases, there are always convenient cart corrals or the front of the store. So she's using here the fallacy of cherry picking, using maybe one tiny example that doesn't apply to what people are talking about to try to make her case. She's a bad faith arguer, and I would not trust her with any statistic, maybe like this one.
There are reports from the Bureau of Justice saying 10% of crimes occur in parking lots.
Yeah, people are in parking lots a lot of the day, and by that logic, you shouldn't go anywhere anytime that crimes are ever committed. And I might be able to discount this as just a person who's either bad at statistics or is willing to lie or some combination of those things. But she herself brags about how she uses her, quote, expertise, which you just saw is terrible, in these areas in court.
There are actual lawyers who specialize in parking lot crimes, and they sue the grocery stores. And guess what? I've been a part of those cases.
And this was on her website I was showing you earlier, where she's looking very sultry for some reason. But if she is willing in court to lie and manipulate the facts like she has done in these videos, that's scary. The other things you can find on her website are her merchandise, which is this sweatshirt that says, "I'm not your effing therapist." I guess at some point somebody told her that cussing was funny and cool and edgy, and she really leaned into that. I also found an article she did a while back for NASDAQ where she talks about how she came out of school with $500,000 in debt. So I guess she had to find other income streams like $69 sweatshirts and perhaps the consultation fees she might charge for these expert court appearances. And that's the reason I'm taking particular interest in what she had to say, because her arguments, they've been made in various forms by various different people. And as you can see here, I'm very easily able to kind of dismantle them and show you why they're silly and don't apply to the argument of the average person taking back the average shopping cart in an average situation. And to be fair, in her follow-up interviews, she pulled back far. She said, well, I just want people to, kind of watch out and be aware of their surroundings. And if you don't feel safe, don't worry about putting your shopping cart back. But if you go back to her original video, that is not the kind of language she was using.
So if you're going to give me a dirty look, off.
So her eventual point about, you should always kind of be aware of your surroundings and keep safe, which everyone knows is pointless. No one needs to say that. But that's not why she got all the original attention. It's because of her title and that she's a single mom. So there's my response and my rebuttal to her ridiculousness. One other thing that I noticed is that she does a periodic podcast where she talks to different people about things roughly related to the therapy world. And I'll leave this last clip to let you judge how much of a serious intellectual person she is and how much you should trust her and her understanding of science.
Today, my guest is Lisa Mercer. Lisa sees dead people. She identifies as a medium, and as a psychologist, I've always been very skeptical, and we hashed this out. But at the end of the day, I believe her, and I believe
Yeah, so she's just a dumb bitch.
that while we were talking, dead people were in the room, and they were talking to me, and I think...
Yeah. Wow, what a dumb bitch. Fuck, dude. There's no helping some people. The amount of ridiculous shit people fucking do and say and believe in. There's no hope for humanity. When there's too many people in one place, like, just too many dumb ideas get thrown around, and then too many people end up believing in these dumb ideas, and then society's fucked, dude. I honestly think in the future, we're going to see the world change pretty dramatically, and we're going to figure out that we should probably have much smaller, more isolated communities of people spread out across large distances, and that'll just be the best for us. Okay, might need to load the chapter for the one mod to work. Just finish this section, and then we'll see what we need to do.
Pregnant. Fucking pregnant. How could you keep something like that? Got it.
No, wouldn't give up veganism for any amount of money.
What's that sound? I hope you were a better soldier than an electrician. What's this? All right. Wow. Joel, you'd love watching a movie in this place. Spooky. No way.
Starting to sound like something.
Ugh, I suck.
Just need to build up your calluses, that's all.
Yeah.
All right, come on.
Is this it?
Yeah.
Oh, shit. I'm gonna start guessing.
You want to spoil your surprise now?
Oh. Is it a dinosaur?
Stop trying to guess. I ain't telling you.
All right. Is it an elephant? Is it...
More walking, less talking. Mind your step.
I got it.
Oops.
Ah! What is wrong with you?
You should see your face right now.
What if I drown?
Now you're not gonna drown. You gotta work on that confidence, kiddo.
Yeah, keep laughing, old man. See what happens.
This way.
The worst.
Your swimming's getting better. Remember now, don't just flail about. You
Push
gotta...
the water with your whole arm. Blah, blah, blah.
Glad to know I'm getting through. Hey, come here. Take a look at this. See that deer over there? See it?
Where?
Just through there. Look.
Yeah. I see it.
Yeah?
Looks like... How's that feel?
Refreshing.
Yeah, it's not nice getting pushed in, is it?
Well, actually, we need to swim through this part anyway.
I got you back. You're angry and upset.
I'm very angry and upset. Now, come on.
Ugh.
You're gonna need a dive under here. Take a deep breath.
Yeah, I got this. Is it my 6th grade history teacher wanting to apologize for being a massive dick?
I beg your pardon?
What are your thoughts on the
My friend and I would
1,000-Pound
argue whenever he
Sisters?
called the Fireflies terrorists. We got...
I think I know who you're talking about.
You know, you
They're,
need to stop
just
letting people
fucked.
rile you up.
It's hard when they're dicks.
They're dumb as shit,
still
and
stands.
they're just mentally fucked.
Hey, got another dive
Didn't they
over
end up
here.
losing weight, at
Where
least
are you
one of
taking
them,
me?
from gastric bypass or something?
Is it... a new pair of sneakers?
How many of those do you have?
Not enough.
Here.
Okay. Fuck it. I'm done guessing.
Well, good.
But, like, is it a massive comic book collection? No, wait. A new DVD collection? Holy shit, Joel. Oh my god, it is a dinosaur!
There it is.
Joel!
Surprise.
Holy shit. Oh, it's a motherfucking dinosaur! What's this?
It's a book?
It's a dinosaur book.
Okay.
All right.
I like the veggie dinosaurs. They're the best.
Did you go to museums a lot?
Yeah.
Yeah, Sarah.
Yeah, if AI becomes
I swear that
sentient,
girl
it would
back in
deserve
every
rights.
damn museum in Texas.
Probably a long way off from that, though.
Did you know this was here?
We can head back.
Oh, shut up.
Dodos would technically be dinosaurs. Just like how chickens are dinosaurs.
But now, hold on just a minute. You're going into space. You're gonna need a helmet.
Oh, right. What was I thinking? So cool.
How does it smell in there?
Like space. And dust.
After you. Watch your head.
Whoa. What the heck?
Oh! Okay. Wow.
Wow.
As you look at all these buttons.
Oh, it's so badass. Man. Could you imagine just...
I'm gonna skip this.
Here.
There's more museum stuff over there.
Yeah, I never checked it.
Never give anyone else this much grief.
Get down here!
No!
Hey, whose birthday is it?
You can't keep doing that.
I want a good splash. We've got more exploring to do.
Geronimo!
Nice. Hey, who's me in there?
Yeah, I don't know.
I'll open the door for you. Come on, we can't chicken out now.
All right. Go. There.
Okay, bad news. There's shit blocking the door.
Well, see if you can find me another way in. I'll walk around the outside.
Okay, be safe.
You be safe.
There are dinosaurs around. Shit. Stupid fake animals.
It's a nice big piggy.
Ellie?
I'm in here.
The hell was it?
It's just some animal.
Well, let's get a move on. I want to get a fire going before it gets too dark. Come on.
I'm not falling asleep. Shut up.
How hot do I look right now? Pretty hot. How'd you fix it?
It was a loose connection. Antenna. They found our mess at the school.
Good.
This guy, Owen, he went AWOL.
Maybe Tommy got to him.
Maybe.
What about her?
Nothing yet.
Unit Romeo, you are requested at Site 2. Repeat, you are requested at Site 2. Confirm.
So, the numbers are locations. The TV station we were at, that's 6. There's a lot of chatter coming out of 2, so I'm assuming that's their home base. That helps.
Look. Last night was stupid.
Casualties reported at 14. All available units report. Over. This is Site 13. Unit Lima nearby. How many scars you got? Over. Negative on scars. Lone male trespasser. Armed.
Lone male
Over.
trespasser?
Tommy, where's 14?
Not 100% sure.
Okay, then guess.
If this is 7, 12's all the way over here. I guess it's somewhere in this neighborhood?
Hillcrest. Okay. Tina?
Yeah. Not good.
Hey. I'll go get him. You keep tracking them, okay?
Yeah, okay. Wait. Give me your hand. It's for good luck.
I don't believe in luck.
I do.
Okay, Hillcrest. Is this the right place? Definitely the right place.
Okay, so Tommy's rifle still isn't loading in. Let's try and see if we can start the chapter from the beginning. So the mod said you needed to start it from chapter for it to work. What do you think of the VO3 that recently came out? What's the VO3? Huh. Still not working. That's a shame. Maybe it only works in a certain area. Let's just try doing it again then. I'll just skip the cinematic.
The Lilo and Stitch remake child actress trashes the original, saying the remake is better. This is a horrible way to promote a movie.
This news story, I am saddened to hear. Alan, I am saddened to hear about a D23 with some really distress. Really should, we're not. So here we go. This is Zach Galifianakis and Billy Magnuson being interviewed by.
And I'm going to tell him, Billy.
Oh, buddy.
No, it's answering.
Who cares? I never liked the Lilo and Stitch movie.
This one, first look.
Did you send me the same link twice? Yeah, you did.
Recently, at 55, a new friend. Like I don't need any new friends, but I'm so excited about this new friend, and I'm gonna tell him, Billy.
Oh, buddy.
No, it's answering.
What?
Yeah, I never really liked the Lilo and Stitch movie. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Okay, Hillcrest. Is this the right place?
Yeah.
Definitely the right place.
I wonder if you have to start from, like, the very beginning. Let me look at the notes.
It's gotta be Tommy.
So the model No. Okay, that's retarded. Don't think we got any new weapons.
You know, BG, I am really getting sick and tired of these Hollywood actors that star in a remake of some ething trashing the original movie. Newsflash, the remake would not even exist without the original.
Yes, it is rather disrespectful and stupid. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo. What am I doing here? Wasn't that one, right? Yeah.
How do I get up there? There's too many of these assholes. Hold on, Tommy.
I really like Ellie's butt. I like, just nice round butts. Butt.
Ugh, gross.
It's really gross. It's a lot of roaches.
This is dumb. We should be pushing in.
We hold the perimeter until we hear otherwise. Keep an eye out in case he comes this way.
I got something. Shit. Get in there. Okay, girl. You think this guy's connected to the girl from the school?
That'd be a hell of a coincidence if they weren't.
I hate these small groups. Big groups, it's a straight fight. These loners, they can be hiding anywhere.
Hear you. Let's find him. Get back home. We're under attack! All right.
Search the whole street! Someone must have slipped past.
It's her! Where? Right over there! Zoe! Get around her!
I think that's all.
Okay.
Oh, hey, Gum Gum. Yeah, that's a good kitty. Oh my goodness. What are these kitty chirps? What's going on, Gum Gum? Stay out of the bowl. It's a good Gum Gum. It's very good Gum Gum. Am I gonna get Gears of War Reloaded? I don't think I actually have to pay for it. They say if you already have Gears Ultimate, you can just get a free upgrade. That's a nice bomb Ellie has.
Anybody hear that?
I don't know when the fuck they're gonna come out with Gears of War E-Day. Because, I really want Gears of War E-Day to come out.
That worked.
Got all the upgrades, right? Yummy, no scratching. Oh. I see.
You're literally retarded. If you didn't turn off donations last night, you would have made $250 to $400 while you slept. Stupid fucking degenerate. I still managed to educate everyone on Sugar Water Boy and get them to subscribe to him.
I didn't turn off donos. The fuck are you talking about?
An actual tattoo shop.
What are you, retarded? They were on. Thanks for the donation, the 21st Savage.
Looks like they've been locked in here for years.
Buy his Carb the Fuck Up ebook, everyone. And yes, you did turn off donations, retard. I donated like 3 times and they didn't go through, so I gave up and left. Degenerate.
I paused the dodos when I went upstairs. Because I thought I was gonna vomit. But then when I went back down, I unpaused it. So if they weren't going through, then that was because of some glitch from Streamlabs. But I remember explicitly making sure that I kept them on. Thanks for the donation, the 21st. Yay, holster. I definitely unpaused them. I remember I skipped through a few because you're spamming "He Who Shall Not Be Named." And I skipped some of them. I wasn't actually sleeping a lot of the time. I just was literally paralyzed. I couldn't move. It was really fucking weird. I just couldn't fucking move. $21st and $2 nope. If I recall correctly, you paused, skipped my donation about Sugar Water Boy, and I think there was one dono following mine that said his name, and then at that point you paused donations, fell back asleep for 4.5 hours.
Just in case.
Pretty sure I didn't do that. Like, I was high out of my mind, but I tend to have a very good memory and recollection still. I'm pretty goddamn sure that didn't happen.
Oh, shit. Hope you did that, Tommy. Yeah, this'll do. One way to use mannequins. All right.
$21st donated $2. Nigga, the stream is up. You can see yourself, retard. After you came back downstairs, you fell asleep again and no donations played, which is why I fucked off, and so did 90% of viewers, although donated a few times after that. They never got played. Yeah, there's no way. I'm looking through my, There's no way that happened. I'm looking through the Streamlabs history. That had to have been a glitch through Streamlabs, because it was unpaused. Thanks for the donation, though, 21st.
Hey, we got another trespasser. A girl. Did you see her?
No, fucking guy.
Yeah, I'm not denying that.
We're looking for two.
I'm not denying that they might not have been played, but I definitely... Ah, motherfucker. I definitely, I definitely had the donos playing.
Fuck! Fuck, Nick!
Oh, God damn it. Look at the one I donated then. I can only scroll back 15 hours. I can't find yours.
Hey, look at her!
Alex!
Fuck.
Motherfucker!
Fuck.
Go, get around her! You got it! Get down! Shit! Look out! Connor! Behind that car!
No. There we go.
Fuck, didn't realize you could sneak through there.
Shit.
Right there!
Blew his face off. Forgot my notification, donate $2. She has a gun up her ass. I think that's actually her knife. Yeah, it's her knife. So when she pulls her knife out, she doesn't have it up her ass. Oh wait, she does have a gun up her ass. Yeah, the knife is literally in her butt. And the gun is up her ass. Thanks for the donation. Forgot my notification. Dodo Nutillers, can you name someone you'd rather not be with more than Jasmine? I mean, sure. The oh, that's the AI thing.
Synonyms replaced by.
I see. Dodo Donatillers, you skipped my last dono. Also, watch this one too. Singapore looks so nice.
This is a day in the life of a
I didn't skip it. Fucking relax, dude.
vegan content creator. I started off my day with a reformer Pilates class with my sister. Morning sessions always work for me because you've locked in your workout before the day begins. Then we went to get a matcha at Kyo. This one's our go-to matcha spot in Singapore. I got mine with oat milk. Look at how green that is. Then I did some work. I usually catch up on editing and writing my blog over the weekend. Then I went back home and filmed my high-protein chili oil mac tofu recipe. I also had it for lunch because it had been marinating for a day. And I paired it with my Korean-style multigrain rice. It was so good. For dessert, I had this vegan coconut milk Mysore pak that we had gotten for my engagement. It was delicious. Then for dinner, Chensi had invited me to a PR tasting session at the Boneless Kitchen, the only vegetarian Korean restaurant in Singapore. We first tried the sizzling Korean fish cakes. I get this every time I'm here. Their army stew was so comforting. I also actually make this a lot at home. Here are some behind the scenes of what we do at tasting. Then we had their new kimbap, which had layers of perilla leaves inside. They were so good. The bibimbap is always a hit and is very healthy, so I always get that when I want like a reset meal. The only thing was that it was lacking in protein. The highlight were definitely the fried gochujang cauliflower and mushrooms. They were so crispy and
Well, that's nice. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Out reporting, according to a Senate Permanent Subcommittee on Investigations, that Biden administration officials knew as early as February 2021 that the vaccines for COVID-19 were associated with myocarditis and pericarditis.
Yeah.
Myocarditis is the inflammation of the heart muscle itself. Pericarditis is inflammation of the thin sac that surrounds the heart. They waited to warn the public until June while they continued.
Oh my god. The myocarditis warnings were pretty much immediate, and the risk of myocarditis from the vaccine was lower than myocarditis from the actual infection.
Continued to push the vax. The report concluded that U.S. health officials knew about the risks of myocarditis, downplayed the health concern, and deliberately delayed informing the public about the risk.
If you have myocarditis, you're going to know immediately. It's something that's very obvious, and people are going to seek treatment for it. It's not that serious.
That is insane. That is legitimately insane. Senator Ron Johnson, who chairs that committee, said in being concerned about vaccine hesitancy, they violated the inviolable principle of informed consent. Well, yes.
Congratulations. Okay, John Zook, either admit you were joking or I'm going to ban you. If you're actually spreading vaccine misinformation in chat, I'm literally banning you. So you can either retract that statement, admit you were joking, or I'm banning you. I'll give you a few seconds.
He says that Israeli officials were informing the United States as early as February 2021 about side effects they were noticing from the vax. In late February, there was a CDC official named Lori Markowitz who co-led the vaccine
Okay, you're joking.
safety technical work group who sent an email concerning draft minutes and summary report from a call. And apparently that call included an update about nearly 1,000 death reports to VAERS following vaccination. Notably, the email said that in the cases where cause of death was known, it was often cardiovascular. Apparently, according to the report, the Israeli Ministry of Health notified CDC of large reports of myocarditis, particularly in young people following the administration of the Pfizer vaccine. This is totally insane. And honestly, if you covered that.
There was no cover-up. The myocarditis risks were reported on immediately, and it is not that big of a deal. It's not something that is just lurking and will go undetected. You're going to have like obvious pain in your chest, and anybody experiencing it is just going to go to the hospital right away. These people are just fucking idiots. Alan Wake.
A girl told me we're made of prompts. Like, seriously, dude. You're saying the only thing standing between me and $1 billion is some...
We just can't have nice...
here to tell a story.
I don't know if I'll use that. I might. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Fuck? They know I'm here?
The hell did she go? She can't have gone far.
Keep looking, fuckers.
Got her! On that roof!
Fuck. Ah, shit. Fuck! Nah, I haven't seen Redline. Oh wait, is Redline the anime with the really crazy cars? I have seen that actually.
Whoa. Let's call it. She fucking killed him. Push it. Shit. She fucking oh God.
Fuck.
Get behind her!
Fuck, what? I don't know how the hell you're expected to beat that fucking level with grounded.
Would the T-virus or the cordyceps spread take over faster?
Cordyceps because it's spread through fungal spores. If the cordyceps was real, the entire world would be infected within a matter of days, practically. Thanks for the donation, though, Axel. Oh my god. Oh. Oh, so Doom just doesn't work anymore. Yeah, last time we played Doom, it just crashed. And, just crashed again, apparently. Oh, is someone hungry? Gum Gum. Is my little Gum Gum hungry? Okay, well, while that's verifying, I'm just going to feed Gum Gum. I'll be right back. Ugh. Doom Eternal does not look anything like Bioshock. You're just a fucking retard. somebody message me? I don't recall that ever happening, but thanks, Gig. No, it's not even how I felt inside.
Jonathan Majors fucked in the ass by Mecca Hearn in the new bodybuilder movie magazine Dreams. Funny as fuck. Nigga.
Wait. That game fucked my audio up.
Jonathan Majors got fucked in the ass by Mike O'Hearn in that new bodybuilder movie magazine Dreams. Funny as fuck. Nigga went gay for pay to meet his idol, then got ghosted cause O'Hearn didn't like that black badoozy. Faggots be savage as fuck. #feed me.
That magazine Dreams movie looked insanely fucking stupid. I might watch it just because it looks minty and stupid. But yeah, it looks dumb. I don't know why people are saying, "Oh, wow, it's so amazing." It's just stupid. Wow, I have like a retarded stalker that I have to keep blocking on fucking Instagram. There's something wrong with this game. I took 20 milligrams last night. I don't know if it was actually 20 milligrams because that seemed way fucking higher. It's just what it said on the package.
Alright guys, the Bonnell 775 is all put together. This thing looks beautiful in its stock stand form. I threw a MotoCuts front number plate on here just because I was like, style it a little bit. I mean, the front is just open and I had an extra plate, so I was like, you know what? I'm gonna go ahead and throw that plate on. But this thing is looking so nice. The only thing I gotta do is pump up these tires because they're a little soft. But I mean, just looking at the bike, like I'm honestly so impressed. It's like having a Sauron, but so much lighter weight. Like they said, I think 60 pounds. I don't know exactly how much. I put it on the screen. Oh, sitting on a mountain bike, it just feels so different. Wow. It's so quiet too compared to the Sauron. Like, you can't hear nothing. I kid you not, like, there's just no way. Oh, it's sick. So just so you guys know, let me show you guys this real quick. So boom, there's race mode, which is unlocks the full power, and then the street mode, which obviously like limits it. So we're just gonna go into race mode. It's 6 kilowatts, so it's about a stock Star level 1, level 2, level 3. We're just gonna go all out right now. I'll test the other levels later. While the battery's full, I want to see how fast we can get going right here. It's quick. It's pretty okay. So I'm limited to 31. I think it has more. I have to go into the app and I have to, I think, set the speed limit somehow, because I can feel it cutting out, so I got to figure that out. But oh my gosh, dude, this thing is crazy. This opens up so much more riding spots. Feels like it, but
I think Darth Vader would destroy Doomguy in a fight. Vader could just force choke him from miles away, and then break his neck.
I don't know. Jedi powers make absolutely no sense, so I don't know. Thanks for the donation, Axel.
oh my gosh. Crazy feeling. That is a crazy feeling that I've never experienced before. Might be the sickest bike ever created right now. For 5,500, I want to say it's 5,500. This thing is sick. Boom! Look at that. The throttle response is good. That's usually how you know if it has a good throttle tune, if you can wheelie. Like, see how responsive it is? Got a little trail up in here.
Just buy a dirt bike, right? Because you can ride a dirt bike on mountain bike trails or around your neighborhood or at a park. It's like the fucking retards who ask, why'd you buy an airsoft gun for $200? Why didn't you get a real gun? Right, because you can shoot a real gun in your backyard or in your basement.
Wow, it's faster than you would think. Oh, I gotta remember. I don't have a moto seat, so I gotta remember to. FYI, guys, I literally have zero mountain bike experience. Like zero. I've never been out mountain biking. So this is like a first time. I'm sure this thing could be shredded like a million from anything that I've seen, because the e-bikes and the mountain bike, like the motors are like hidden in the frame.
Did you enjoy your snack?
And it's only pedal assist, so the fact that this has a throttle makes it so much sicker. Like, I think.
It's a good gum. Hey, gummy. It's a beautiful baby. How's my gum?
Yeah.
How's my gum?
Hit it! It low-key handles all this.
That's a good baby.
Oh shoot.
Yeah, that's a really
So
good
overgrown.
baby. Oh my god, such a good gum. You are the nicest little baby. Oh my god.
That branch hit me in my sack.
Just look at you. What a sweet baby.
Oh, it slapped me in my sack. Oh my gosh. Yeah.
Yeah, come lie down.
So nimble.
It's a good sweetie pie. Get comfy.
I don't even know, like, hopefully you guys can kind of tell like how it feels through the video. Chill. Major chill. Ow, dude, my knee hits this so hard. Ah!
CDG donate tellers, do you think you're even taking a shit that's bigger than a small newborn or infant child? Probably not. Thanks for the donation, CDG.
Yes! They've done it. They created the sickest bike on the market. As a on the way back, we're not coming through here. Yo, we got a blockade. Sickest bike ever. I said it a million.
Videos of people getting bucked. This thing with the throttle, no issue at all. I was hitting those jumps, no problem. Not that there are any big jumps or anything like that, but like I was just getting a feel for it. So the twist throttle on a mountain bike, I think is
Get a flat tire.
Go, 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 go. It besides just helping support the so when you go then grip.
like first one finds, the first one keeps. First one that I've never experienced before. I was always skeptical on
Yeah, why does he have a flat tire?
hopping on a mountain bike because I feel like I see so many videos of people getting bucked. This thing with the throttle, no issue at all. I was hitting those jumps, no problem. Not that there are any big jumps or anything like that, but like I was just getting a feel for it. So the twist throttle on a mountain bike, I think is this could be the new wave. Honestly, this might be the new wave of e-bikes. I want to take this thing to a bunch of trails that I know of. If you guys ride mountain bikes, comment down below. Let me know if you guys think this would slide on the trail. Let me know if you think it'd make people mad or not. But I think Bonell did something insane. Pumped the front to 90 PSI and then the rear to 180 PSI, and it felt good. And I didn't know this whole time, but this right here adjusts my seat. See, that's how little I know about mountain bikes, because now I'm thinking about it, like that's super common. So I have there's like no incentive to use my code, but if you guys enjoyed this video and you guys are this bike is somewhere.
Should be getting this in about a week or two. I'm not paying for it, I'm getting it for free. I got a hookup. It's doing it again. Why is the audio fucked? That's insane. Okay, well, I guess we can't play Doom. Watermelon donated $2. What an absolute cunt. Fucking hate Paul Saladino. He's such a fucking rat fuck. Fucking loser. Thanks for the donation, Watermelon. Yeah, why the hell is it doing that? Five years ago. Great. Still doing it. See if it keeps doing that. If I launch the campaign. No, it's still fucked. Great. Why in the fuck does nothing work, dude? Nothing ever fucking works. Like, dear God. Everything keeps getting worse. It's so fucking stupid. I'm doing good. Can't complain. Fuck. Dude.
Get her off of me! You! Fuck it! Move it! She's empty!
Seriously bro, don't waste your time on that Magazine Dreams movie. He sucks as an actor. Shit was dumb. I just sat through it hoping it would get better but it didn't. They tried to go for the crazy gearhead dreamer angle but shit was cringy all through.
Alright. I won't bother then. I know a lot of bodybuilders were pissed off at that movie because they thought it made bodybuilders look like fucking retards or something. But yeah, it's stupid. Hollywood's just fucking gay, dude. Thanks for the donation though, Bobo.
Okay.
Oh. Oh. So if you're playing on Grounded, you can just bypass all that. That's fucking like, why? Why would you play on Grounded then? They literally made Grounded so that you have to like not play the actual fucking game. It's so retarded.
Let's check around here.
Fuck. No, I wouldn't do a video where I break a PS5. What would be the point? I'm not gonna just throw my own money away.
Over here! So, come on, she's out!
Fuck! Fuck you. It's stupid.
Here we go. Oh, God damn.
Where the hell did that even come from? Oh. Fuck.
Fuck.
Isn't there like one other person down here? Oh, what? How did the thing not go off?
God damn it!
Yeah, how did that trip mine not go off? What the fuck? She was standing right next to it. retarded.
Trespasser in here! Help!
Go! Go! Don't let him escape!
We've got them surrounded! Fall back!
What the hell are you doing here?
I think I'd let you do this on your own.
Jesse,
Where's Dina?
she's safe. She's just sick.
What kind of sick?
She's fine.
Christ, there's a lot of them.
Hey, how hurt are you?
I'll be okay. Your friends out there rushed me. No warning, no nothing.
Tell me you didn't come alone.
Give me shit about it later.
You're a fucking idiot. You know that, right?
Yeah. Right. See that truck?
That's your plan.
We need to get some distance.
Would you ever make a dono goal where you eat a whole cup of vegan yogurt? You get to choose the flavor, but you have to eat the whole cup on stream. Like I tell ladies, no spitting it out. How much would it take?
Okay,
Viewers would love to see you squirm.
If somebody donates 1,000, I'll do it. Won't do it for any less than 1G. Thanks for the donation though, Bobo. Have this callus that keeps building up on the back of my finger. I don't know what the hell that's from.
You ready?
Be smart about it.
Okay, what are we searching for?
Trespasser.
I got the one on the left. Shit again?
Ah, fuck. That guy's a good shot
I'll get
for
the
some
key.
reason.
Ellie! Got the keys. Let's go! Get in!
Okay. Give us some gas.
I am.
More! Jesse, get us the fuck out of here!
I'm trying!
Jesse!
Jesus!
Watch out!
Get the toy!
Hang on!
Go, go!
Get him!
Oh my god! That one!
Keep going!
There's two!
Holy shit! Too damn close!
Lol, maybe you should change your donation goal to eat vegan yogurt on stream for 1k. We'll all pitch in quickly.
Let me see. There we go. All right, goals set. Thanks for the donation, Grey Knight.
You okay?
Never better.
Okay. I think we're on the clear.
It's a good gum. So handsome. Such a sweet baby. Love you, Gum.
This way.
Yogurt is not normal people food. It's retard people food.
Dina!
It's not right, Gum.
Oh my god. Jesse.
Hey, Dina.
Oh, hey. You okay?
Nothing a little sleep won't take care of.
We should get inside. Yeah, okay, come on. Easy. How'd you get past Maria?
I had to sneak out. My friend's problems are my problems. I heard you're sick.
Oh, it's just a stomach thing. Come on. Let's sit you down, huh?
You don't need to do that.
Oh, shut up. So when'd you leave Jackson?
Day after you. There was bad snow when I crossed into Oregon. I've been doing 18-hour stretches for the past 2 weeks trying to catch you.
I just get her a gift and be done with it? I know, she wants it to Ellie.
Huh?
Are you with me?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm good.
Okay.
Anyway, it's silent treatment. Man, I mean, I forget my own birthday if she didn't remind me when it was.
You should just apologize to her.
I just said... Okay, what's going on?
Nothing. Why?
I can tell when you're off.
Just got some stuff on my mind.
You let me know if you want to talk about it.
Okay.
Oh, now it
Got
works.
stragglers.
How many?
Yeah, now the mod works.
You want to give it a whirl?
Are you sure?
Well, I'm feeling generous. See that sign there? Red one?
Uh-oh.
Try hitting.
The modder said it
Good way to
soft
draw 'em
locks the
out of
game
wherever
here.
they're
I
hiding.
might have to uninstall and then reinstall.
Make sure the
Yeah, okay. I'm gonna have to uninstall the mod.
See that sign there? Red one? Try hitting that. Good way to draw them out of wherever they're hiding.
That was not supposed to do that. Oh god.
See that sign there? Red one? Try hitting that. Good way to draw them out of wherever they're hiding.
Okay, might have an issue. Alright, faggot donated $2.
Chicken jockey, elytra wingsuits, ender pearl. This is a crafting table. Water bucket, release. I am Steve. Relax, it's just an iron golem, local security force. Chicken jockey.
Okay.
Good, and?
I see some woman driving.
Okay, yeah, talk to me.
Oh.
You gonna hit him?
He just... Dude. He did not have the right of way.
There's a person there. No, there's a person right in front of you.
I know. That's why I'm driving slower.
There's a person right.
Oh, thank you, mister.
Holy
What is
shit.
he
She's in the
doing?
bus lane.
Okay. Well, no, he was moving erratically. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to... And now I got cut off by the taxi. The guy was walking back and forth. I don't want...
There's a whole truck. There's a whole truck. Stop the car.
Why wasn't he stopping?
Car's going straight, have the right of way. Car's turning left, have to wait. Right? You okay?
Yeah. I'm glad you stopped that.
Go around, signal, look at your mirror, look at your blind spot. Is it safe?
Not yet.
Okay,
No.
it's a red light now. We're in the intersection. Turn right, please, so we can exit this intersection. Because we're in it and we have to get out of it. Into your lane, please. Make sure it's safe. Right? All right, good.
Yeah, women can't drive. Then they wonder why women don't ever get into F1. India is a whole nother level of gross, dude. Thanks for the donation, faggot.
It's silent treatment. Man, I mean, I forget my own birthday if she didn't remind me when it was.
You should just apologize to her.
I just said... Okay, what's going on?
Nothing. Why?
I can tell when you're off.
Just got some stuff on my mind.
You let me know if you want to talk about it.
Okay.
Got stragglers.
How many?
Just a handful. You want to give it a whirl?
Are you sure?
Well, I'm feeling generous. There you go.
Sounds attracting them.
Well, we all... Let's clear them out.
Shit.
Make sure to compensate for the bullet drop. That's all of them. Usually more over this way if you want to keep shooting.
Where are they coming from?
Hordes like to move through this area in winter. They always end up leaving behind a few stragglers.
They do the same routes every year?
Like a migration or something.
Huh. What's that about?
Well, when the barometric pressure reaches a certain temperature... Shit, I don't fucking know. Check out the shed. It looks like it's going downhill.
Why?
Dead end. Look up by the truck there. Motion on that deer there. I guess they're hungry. I'm impressed. Looks clear. Bet there's some this way. There's something by the ski lifts. Look way out there. Under those gondolas. By the top. You see it?
Gotcha. I like this thing.
You're a natural. Well, I'm not seeing any more.
Yeah, me neither.
All right. Let's head in. See if Joel's back.
Sure.
Sure, you can send me some UK drill. I'm not gonna enjoy it, but...
Hand her over.
You can send it.
Hey, thanks for that. It's just what I needed.
Sure. Ladies first.
Alright.
I'm not supposed to say anything, but Joel's worried about you.
There's nothing to worry about.
Well, I'm sure there isn't. But if you don't talk to him, he's gonna think something's wrong.
I'd talk to him.
Well, you have to do more than hi and bye.
That was y'all shooting up there, right?
Oh, just some stragglers. Ellie got to try out my scope.
Okay, and now... Yeah, we'll react to videos and shit later. What's going on, Gum Gum? Such a big chunky kitty. I love you.
Gum Gum got his num num. His tummy is nice and full right now. He's happy. Isn't that right, Gummy? Nice and happy, kitty. Got a nice full tummy.
Okay, let's go.
All right. On me, kiddo.
Oh. Jeez.
You and Tommy cross anything when you was out?
Just the few we saw from the ridge. You?
You know, found 2 runners in a house. Jesse tells me you're handling your own quite well on the group patrols. He's even recommending you for paired patrols. Oh, I think you're still a bit young for it.
I'm a better shot than almost all of them. And I have more experience than most of the new recruits
Look,
who...
you think you're ready. I trust you.
Okay. Thanks.
You just do me a favor and start with the shorter routes for now. You know...
Booty Cum donated $2. Let me see.
Raw me. Dirty money. Gande passe, you know how we do. We out here, baby. Ilford Lane settings, you don't know the thing. I just break on them keys and them keys. You can ask my favorite hoes if they ain't making dough. They can go. When I gain control, I turn a brainless hoe into a famous pro. Even the pagans know I got the dangerous flow. With a stainless chrome, you should have stayed at home. Tried to take the blow, I'm trying to paint the role. Still under surveillance, bro. 2 pigs on the strip, that's a bacon roll. Yo, if she ain't size 6, then she size 8. I got a couple paintings up in Highgate. 2 pills, watch my pupils dilate. The man are irate, cause of all the pies ate. We were dumb youths then, now we wise men. If she ain't size 8, then she size 10. If I put her online, then I bet he might trend. 2 hours at 9, she be done by 10.
That was bad.
But for you, I would've took the whole block to war. But for me, they really kept closing the door. When I sleep, I really make bags when I saw. I see my guys fall out, I know we all went to war.
Why is it all like Indian and Pakistani guys doing this?
I like to push hard.
Oh, one black guy.
Young from the UK, but old type of brothers in Punjab. Clean heart, clean chakra, clean atma. Shout out my farmers on the track cars. $500,000 move.
Well, that was terrible. Thanks for the donation, Booty Cum.
See how you handle them.
All right.
What are your favorite
Hey,
kind
you
of
remember
fries? I
those,
like shoestring sweet
Scientific
potato.
Starlight comic books that you're into?
I don't know. Just good fries.
Tommy and I found some when we were moving through that school the other day.
Actually, just learned how to make
Oh, you
proper
know what?
fries at home today.
Not really my cup of tea, but...
I
Dr.
made really
Daniela
good
Starr,
sweet
I mean, she's
potato
pretty-
fries.
She's a savage.
today.
Well, what she does to Captain Ryan in that death match... whew.
Yeah. I mean, he definitely deserved it, but...
That was a nice twist how they escaped.
You're funny.
Music store's up that way. We'll have to leave the horses here.
Yeah. Sounds good.
Sweet, we got a M1A.
You need a boost?
I got it. I don't think we can go this way.
What? Well, damn. I used to be able to swim across this.
Okay, so now what?
Well, if you're up for it, we can try cutting through that hotel.
I'm up for it.
Watermelon donated $2. Let me
When
see.
I first went vegan, it seemed like everything was about to change. Plant-based meats Sales were skyrocketing, fast food chains were rushing to add vegan options, and discussions about animal farming and the climate were everywhere. Gen Z in particular was heralded as the generation that would save the planet through plant-based eating. But recently, I came across this headline: Gen Z ditches veggie and vegan. But is this actually happening? Or is this another case of meat industry propaganda masquerading as consumer insight? Today, I want to dig into what's planned to stay vegan for at least the next 5 years, which shows ethical commitment. At the same time, when the non-vegan respondents were asked if they wanted to become vegan within the next 5 years, a whopping 79% said no. What makes this even more complicated is that Gen Z isn't actually leading the vegan revolution the way many assume. According to the most recent Statista data, 4% of millennials are vegan compared to just 3% of Gen Z. The same percentage is found in adults aged 65. Rightward shift among Gen Z.
I mean, this isn't particularly interesting. Who cares? Thanks for the donation, Watermelon.
Looks like Frank has uploaded a new vid.
I'm pretty sure we already watched it earlier. Let me see. Yeah, we already watched his new video, including the one he deleted. Yeah, you missed that part of the stream. Thanks for the donation though, James.
Damn it.
Oh, that might be something. You think you can fit in there?
Well, it's worth a shot.
Careful now.
Yep. I'm through! Hold on!
All right.
Wandering Mason donated
hello.
$3. Thanks for the donation, Wandering Mason.
You impressed?
Nope. You're just too skinny. You need to eat more.
You're welcome.
Ellie, here. I think I see a way through, but we got spores. Put your mask on.
Do I have to? It's just us.
What if we run into someone?
Yes, I heard about the fucking Israeli diplomats, dude. I have the internet. Yeah, Simnet Nutrition is a retarded piece of shit. Just a lying fucking scumbag. He's not vegan. He feeds his cats meat, and he's an anti-vaxxing fucktard.
Have you? Not Jesse, Dina.
Of course not.
Okay, good.
You ever been in here before?
Just patrolling the streets. Feeling like a bit of an oversight.
Maybe.
Why am I getting so much handgun ammo? I want ammo for the rifle so I can use it.
I think it was shot a while back.
When did the last patrol go through here?
Not sure.
Is it one of us?
Only people went missing from Jackson and them teenagers from last year.
We are.
Oh. Fuck. What the hell is going on with my camera? Ugh. I don't know if Gum Gum is to blame for that one.
Patrol, right? Okay. Let's take him out.
More! Get ready! Over here! Second floor! Runner! Up there! Yeah. Norman! Straight ahead! There's a runner!
Joel.
Versified Donny Tillers, this is Flames, my bro. Fire I listen to in the morning brightens my day up.
Princess!
Yes, come in.
All parties.
Hello.
No worries, I'll see.
Come home soon, and when I'm back, you know it's takeover season.
You know what I am, baby.
I just came fresh home, you know the general's landed. Since I went, I heard the streets started feeling abandoned. Went jail for a bit, now the network's expanded. You can still get hit for a misunderstanding. Now I'm back, I'm on some boss shit. Getting paid in the way that Ricky Ross did. When the bridge came my way, cause I crossed it. You ever made 10k in a day and just lost it? If the sirens come on, then it's all good. Slap it into sports plus, in and out of traffic.
Yeah, that's terrible. Thanks for the donation, dude.
I think we did it.
I think so.
I think Streamlabs censored my link. It is YouTube.
What do you say we give up on those strings for today?
Yeah, I didn't
Could've
see you
said it
give me a
better
link. What video did you want me to watch?
I think our only way out is forward now. It looks like it might be something.
Skirt and I tell her some idiot made this channel, and this is what comes up when I search Jasmine Gaines on YouTube. Okay. I don't care. Thanks for the donation, Skur.
Following you.
It's probably one of... I think I know who uploaded that channel. It's that other dipshit who's obsessed with me. That zombie really wants that little girl. First fight, Johnny Tars, this guy, my G, he big into seeing real, no real.
Well, go on, we out here. Rami
Hi,
business.
Modine's friend.
Yeah? Straight Rami fucking business.
Modine, I think you're longer than him.
Listen, I'll chat to you 1 second. Are you a rapper, Allah?
I'm a fucking pimp, fam.
Some bars,
I'm a pimp. I'm not a rapper, fam. I sell pussy, fam. Man's not a rapper.
Swear
Pimp
on.
bitches up, bro.
I'm not
Man's
12,
not a
shut
rapper, man. Pimp bitches and sell cocaine.
Hey, listen, no. Hey, chill. Hey, 1 second.
That's good to know. Thanks for the donation, Versified.
It was too close.
Sure. But we fucking did it.
Yeah, we sure
You good?
did. You know, than being really old, ain't nothing a solid night of sleep won't shake off.
I want to get out of here. What are you doing? What if there's like 2 bloaters back there?
It'll be fine.
Official TS, let there be carnage.
Not everything is the worst thing in the world.
Unable to find any resources, any scraps of food, and that's why they had to launch October 7th, when in fact, different choices could have been made by Hamas.
Use it, now they won't age unless they lose it. They try blacklist man for music. Now that I'm back, I'ma fucking abuse it. Drink from the blood, sacrifice the wounded as well. Cool shaitan on the Arabic.
Yeah, that's terrible.
Spores are clear.
Quite the fight back there, huh?
It's not often we get a bloater around these parts.
Yeah. Jesse and Dina are gonna lose their shit when they hear about this.
Let's deal with them too, anyway. They're dating, right?
On and off. Why?
I hear the way Jesse talks about you.
No, Jesse and I are just friends.
No, I've got a pretty keen eye for these sort of things.
Not so keen with this one.
Let's see.
Don't hold your breath.
You think you can squeeze through there? See what it is?
Yeah. Okay.
No, I wouldn't play AVP 2010. It's too old.
I am watching the Frank rewind. He must be more in the clover than we, though.
I don't know what you mean by that. He's definitely lying about the amount of money he has. Either that, or he's somehow able to get, very large loans. Thanks for the donation, though, James.
Ellie!
Thanks.
Yeah.
Hey, Joel.
Huh?
I think it's them. The couple that ran away last year.
I think you're right.
Jackson is a wonderful place, but we got tired of hearing the stories of people suffering everywhere else. We wanted to save lives. We had good intentions. We didn't make it an hour before running into a horde. Now we're bitten. We've decided we're gonna end our lives instead of turning. Please tell our family and friends that we're sorry. Love, Adam and Sydney. I shot her. I can't take my own life. I'm a fucking coward. Adam.
Jesus.
Only they were immune, right?
Well, it's...
Yeah, Contra is a bit of a different game, dude.
Jesse's passed out. Hey.
No, no
do
sleep
that.
stream tonight.
He's a good guy.
Mm-hmm.
Why didn't you tell him?
It wasn't the right time. There you go.
What about this? Anything worthwhile?
Actually, yeah.
Abby?
No. This girl, Nora, her unit was assigned to this hospital. They were collecting supplies or something.
This hospital?
Yeah. Wait, you're gonna go now?
Yeah, we have a lead.
Like, at least just wait for Jessie to rest up.
She could be gone by then.
Helly.
We know her location. Maybe Tommy does too. What?
Nothing.
Good. Can you come help me with the door, please?
Now let's see if this mod actually fucking works now.
Right. If I follow Route 5...
No, it doesn't.
That should take me to the hospital.
What the
Follow
fuck?
Route 5.
So then, why does it work for the
down
one
Nora.
chapter, but it only changes the
Abby
skin?
is.
That's so fucking weird.
Easy.
That's super weird.
Gotta get through.
I think this is where you encounter the scars. Fucking biggest shitheads on the planet. Or maybe that's later. Wait, did I do a... Oops.
Cut through here.
Izzy Johnson donated $2.
Sometimes though.
Okay, put it out.
I don't know how to put it
Stomp
out.
on it.
I want to let it go.
Then let it go.
It's burning my fingers.
Oh my gosh, put it out.
Because I don't know how to put it out.
Stomp on it. Put it down and stomp on it.
I don't know how.
Then, or let it go then. Pick one. Pick one.
Stomp it out for me.
Pick one.
Stomp it
Let
out.
it go or put it out.
Stomp it out for me.
Put it
Josiah,
down then.
It's too strong now. The whole thing's burning.
Let it go.
How?
Let it go.
You believe in me?
Let it fucking go or put it out. Pick one.
What if we cause a fire?
Women do this all the fucking time, and I swear they do it either to fuck with you or because they're fucking stupid and neurotic as fuck and they can't, like, make a decision. I just don't play those games. I just say do whatever the fuck you want and then leave.
No. Fire some.
Bunch of stains on it. So it's discounted. The stains make it more expensive. Huh. Is that nut? What is this? Paint? Are you sure? You take a blue light and make sure. Allee, allee nu. Mevrouw, dat is 500 euro boete wat je hebt gedaan. Je gaat je rekening krijgen, dat beloof ik u. En nu? Jong, wacht er weer, dat ding man. Kom door. Kom dan. Jong. Rijd door, achterlijk dat is trein. Nee, ja, ja, wat. Allee, gek ding.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'd expect a woman to do. Thanks for the donation, Bussy Johnson. I'd be laughing my ass off. Fucking dumb bitch.
Okay, progress.
Imagine not being able to shift your fucking car into drive. Fucking dumbass. I don't know how the fuck some of those people get their license. It's an automatic too, so retarded.
Alright, what do we got?
Nope. Weird.
And there we go. Damn it. All right.
Oh, hey, Gum Gum. What's my Gum Gum up to? Hey, sweetie. What you doing, Gum Gum? Where's my beautiful baby?
Oh, shit.
This faggot became the first millionaire YouTuber is beyond me, but it is still better than Jake Paul, or Frank Tufano shit.
Oh, you know what I just realized? It might be because we have the special rifle selected. Let me see, Axel.
Is on?
Oh, yeah.
I'm Fred. And Mom, I'm not using your camera!
Dude, didn't he get like 2 or 3 fucking movies made? That was just unhinged. Like, this was fucked. This retard ended up getting so much money and getting so popular. He got like 2 or 3 actual studio production movies made.
Yeah, as I was saying, I'm Fred. And I'm gonna be a wizard for Halloween. The reason I'm wearing a witch hat is because my mom was a witch yesterday. I mean, last year. And I wanted to be a wizard. Temper problems. I'm not supposed to wipe my nose. But I did!
Very, very strange and inexplicable. Thanks for the donation, though, Axel. Yeah, that's why it's not working. Fuck me. That's weird. Maybe it only shows up in-game. So now we have Tommy's M1A, and the scope does not work properly, so that's a good sign, I think. And it only holds 6 rounds, so I think this might actually be Tommy's M1A.
Holy shit! Kill that bitch!
Okay.
No, it doesn't work. It's just the model. What? I have no idea. Okay, great. So the scope doesn't work and it doesn't shoot in semi-auto. I don't know if it's doing that because we need to start from a chapter or not. Guess it doesn't really matter. You don't need the scope. Should shoot in semi-auto.
Gotta be more careful.
Oh, wait. Can upgrade the bow. You donated $3. Let me see.
Most men think dominance means being louder, tougher, more aggressive, approval, or love. Tired of a woman gives you the silent treatment after an argument. Once that story is set, even compliments, affection, long messages, fear of rejection, or an apply perfectly. He wants not neediness, but presence.
That is a really shitty AI video. Thanks for the donation, B. That entire thing was made by ChatGPT.
right. That's pretty smart, Ellie. Okay. There's the hospital. Fuck. Thought I'd be closer.
It's not what I intended.
Nice. Ugh, stinks in here. Oh. Fucking wolf. Serves you right.
Ah, crap.
Fuck me. Man, not good.
Hey, Gum Gum. What the hell's going on? What's my Gum Gum up to? What's my Gum Gum doing?
Great.
What's going on with Gum Gum? Fucking bitch. Usually they do drop shotgun ammo here. What are you up to, Gum Gum? Are you thinking of cat stuff? 2 for 1. This is really weird. Usually there are drops for the shotgun. Guess not today. I'm not playing on easy.
Felt that. Okay.
There we go. Some
Get
shot.
down to the street.
No, I'm not gonna go for any fucking achievements. Fucking son of a bitch, dude. Fuck. Fucking pussy ass bitch.
Okay. Time to go. Here we go. Shit. Get off of me!
Seattle.
Your bum still looks nice in those granny panties.
Get me the hell out of here. Alright. Where the hell did I end up?
And this is where we run into the scars.
You are here, and the hospital's there. Go through the park.
The weird shit of pre-Google YouTube that I can remember.
Let me take a look.
Okay, hi. So, my name is Boxy, and it's been a while since I made a new video. Such as like the one, and it actually.
Yeah, I remember that.
Mom, there's a giraffe in the shower!
I can make your wildest dreams come true!
Mom, a fucking giraffe!
Damien, I'm not just any giraffe. I'm a magical giraffe. I can grant you wishes.
Oh, about?
Well, you just have to think and imagine your
Magic coming out! It's the magic coming out! Ah!
Whoopsie daisy!
911, what the fuck is wrong with you? Oh, hey girl. No, I ain't busy. No, I quit that bullshit. Crack Donald's, hell no. Minimum wage? Do I look like a minimum wage type girl to you? These nails cost us $7.25 a piece. I know. 10 hours work, hell no. Thank you.
Sorry, I just need help.
Okay then. What's your name?
Jim. K.
L? We kinda had an accident with our vehicles.
Okay, thanks for the donation, Axel. Versified Bussy. Versified's Bussy. Donated $2.
Gas fucking invention. I don't know who made it, but they're the fucking GOAT. It's called a firm. We can basically just get a loan on our flight. It's so fucking sick. It's like a free flight. We got a fucking payment plan for our flight. $16 a month, 34% APR, $0 due today. Confirmed! We're going to Miami for free. There's a sick.
Is that for real? Like, oh my god. 34% on a loan, and he's like, it's free.
Pushing Alyssa's car. Fixing the damn problem by myself. Who needs a guy when you have me? So 3 hours later of trying to get Alyssa's car to work. And, it's clear to say that I had no clue what I was doing. And I guess we do need men because the whole inside of my car exploded and caught on fire.
It's hard to, come to that realization, but some women eventually do.
Coke for my husband.
I only cook for my children. My husband will be making his own breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Number 2, I do not help him pay any bills. So if he is short on the rent, on utilities, or anything like that, it is not my problem. I will not be helping him out. His job is to provide for his family, so I am not financially contributing to any of the bills. Number 3, I do not do his laundry. I have my own laundry and my children's laundry to do, so he could do his own. I won't help him put it away. I won't help him fold.
I think this chick has this in her fantasy, in her head. Seriously doubt a fat ugly bitch like that with that sort of attitude would actually find a man. God damn it. Gummy, can you stop knocking shit off my fucking desk, please? I have like no ammo left. Also can't see shit, it's really dark. Oh, there he is.
Quiet.
Jesus. These must be the scars. Doesn't matter. Hospital. You better not have strung Nora up. can fit.
Please, don't do this. He's explaining something. I'll tell you about it.
Strap her! Oh no!
$21st donated $2.
Io penso che ci sia un problema di compatibilità tra la cultura islamica o certa interpretazione della cultura islamica e i diritti e i valori della nostra civiltà. A me non sfugge che la gran parte dei centri culturali islamici in Italia sono finanziati dall'Arabia Saudita e l'Arabia Saudita è una nazione che a casa sua applica la Sharia e Sharia significa...
Yeah, I mean, this is just all obvious. Allah does not like music. Fucking retarded.
Is it acceptable to marry my cousin? If you want to marry her, go ahead. It is halal. Now, for some reason, this is something people make fun of Muslims. Oh, go marry your cousin, go marry your cousin. Yo, bro, we marry cousins all the time. People have been marrying cousins for millions of years, bro. And yes, the chances of a birth defect might be increased, but it's not to the level where Allah knows us. Allah knows best. It's not to the level where it's going to be dangerous.
So Allah knows that it increases birth defects, but it's still okay. Right.
My parents were cousins. Look how I turned out. I have brothers and sisters who married cousins.
Yeah, you're a fat retard.
Cousins. I have lots of people in my family who are cousins who are married. Absolutely not a single issue.
Jesus. Just unhinged. Those are fat black women.
So the brain drain, Africa really needs the brains. We are the most intelligent race on the face of the planet. We invented almost everything that made this society and every society on the face of the planet. So the...
Yeah, don't know about that one. Thanks for the donation, 21st.
Think of it. Hundreds of thousands of people are going to watch this 2-hour documentary where he's essentially advertising for Merrick Health. And so, who's the smarter businessman? Do you not think that Derek knows exactly what he's doing? Coach Greg, in today's video, Derek from More Plates, More Dates, he finally comes out of hiding. And what does he decide to do? A 2-hour plus movie, a natty or not, on Andrew Tate for no reason. How many of you actually think that Andrew Tate is not natty? He's about 6'3" and only weighs about 200 pounds. Why doesn't he do something we actually care about? A natty or not on, for example, Ashton Hall, Mike O'Hearn, Dana Lynn Bailey? Anything, but not on Andrew Tate.
Today we're doing a full-blown dissection of upwards of $15,000 worth of blood and urine testing to drug test Andrew Tate.
$15,000 on testing. doing all the tests when $400 would have been plenty. And so he does this natty or not, spending over 2 hours, but doesn't spend a single minute talking about the elephant in the room, that being his Turkplex. Or better put, the fact that on the label it claims to be a Juga Tikastanica, but it isn't really. This, to me, further evidence that Derek is, of course, lying.
There's been a lot of speculation about Andrew and if he's on steroids, and there has been for years.
And so the actual reason is Derek is advertising his HRT clinic. I mean, that's how Derek makes perhaps tens of millions of dollars. And so do you really think he cares about being honest about testosterone when he's making hella cash from his HRT clinic? Most likely he's going to get a 10 to 100 times return on investment on this. I mean, think of it. Hundreds of thousands of people are going to watch this 2-hour documentary where he's essentially advertising for Merrick Health. And so who's the smarter businessman? Do you not think that Derek knows exactly what he's doing? And so here's my point. Why doesn't Derek just stop selling Turkplex and Ectiplex? Why does he need it? Why does he need to continue to scam people when he's already making millions of dollars with Merrick Health? And let's now look at his eyes. Does he look a little fatigued, perhaps a little bit stressed out? And so, yeah, he's making mucha dólares, but at what cost to his own health? And so let's now look over his blood work. And so the first thing we notice is that there's a high white blood cell count as well as bacteria in his urine. And we know that he's been in close proximity to Togi.
This is a problem. This is a massive problem.
Bro, you need to get checked out for chlamydia. What may have you contracted? And so please go and check yourself out. Next, we know he smokes like crazy, cigars all day, has tons of caffeine, and eats a lot of red meat, sometimes only eat 1 meal per day. And when you examine his blood work, he has high cholesterol and high glycation end products. And so consider this, Andrew Tate, very athletic, low body fat levels. I mean, he just beat up 60 men in a boxing match all at the same time, one after the other, and he doesn't consume many carbs, but yet his A1C in his blood work, it shows that he's pre-diabetic. And so he isn't actually pre-diabetic, but all of the smoking that he's doing, it's causing.
You always suck off Israel Yagozins are assholes, but don't pretend like Israelis are angels. They aided Azerbaijan with cluster bombs to ethnically cleanse Armenians in Nagorno-Karabakh, and they don't recognize Armenian genocide committed by Turks. Fuck you.
Okay, I don't know what that has to do with anything, but thanks for the donation, dude.
Causing high glycation end products which are damaging to the cells. Andrew, lay off the cigarettes. I mean, frankly, I'd rather see that he's not natural and not smoking cigarettes than being natural but smoking like a chimney. He's literally posted on his wall that he drinks 8 liters of water, but only 1 meal per day. And so let's think about this.
I believe in hydration for all.
8 liters of water, it's a lot. And so if he's drinking that much water, he's probably excessively thirsty. And excessive thirst, it's actually a sign of a disease. Now, looking at his blood work, considering that he drinks all this water, you would think he would have very low levels of sodium, but we in fact see the opposite. I don't mean to sound the alarm, but is it not possible that he has diabetes insipidus or perhaps a rare form of cancer? And remember, when he was in prison, he literally had a mass removed from his lungs. They said it was benign, but we just don't really know. Now, let me save you some time, save you just over 2 hours. You can say thank you, Greg. He's natural.
Thank you, Greg.
Nothing indicated that Bro was actually enhanced. Bro is natural. Now, does that prove he was never enhanced in his entire life? No. It proves he's natural right now. And right now, does Bro not look natural to you? Now, some of the tests, well, they're not actually required. They're wasting their money for nothing. For example, ADMA and SDMA tests, they're simply speculative. They're not as good as, for example, a creatinine or cystatin C test that you could get for much cheaper. And so, for example, that androgen sensitivity test that Merrick has been promoting, I believe it's around $500 to see if you're receptive to performance-enhancing drugs. Are you really? Is there really any value in this? The test was made for a simple genetic disease, but they're now using it off-label And for what? And so Andrew Tate, why does he get so much hate? That reminds me of that new song, Marwan. Do you hear?
Maybe because he admitted to raping and sex trafficking a minor? I don't know.
About that new song. It's Turk Yourself. Palms are sweaty, knees weak, Gregging his Doucette steady. Vomit on his cleasy already. Greg Doucette. 50 keys of Turk seized at the border already. It's just topping the charts right now. Coach Greg, did you all know he was a rapper? Wait till you hear Togi versus Coach Greg. And so if you test for every single mark.
21st, donate $2. Let me see.
To the Western leaders, your borders are fading. Your disease is being sucked out, and the unity of the Islamic Brotherhood is taking form. The Sons of Islam have already pledged that this battle is a battle of either victory or martyrdom. We eject your flags, and the call for jihad has started, and it won't be long before it is you that will be feasted upon.
Yeah, you say that, but just about every country is getting sick of cultural enrichment, so, yeah, none of you fuckers are gonna be let in. Yep, they pray in the street to flex dominance. That's what they do. Yep. Europe is so cucked, dude. That's just pathetic.
Oh, another one to a Muslim lady.
So it's okay for Israel to violate human rights of Kurds and Armenians because it's in their strategic interest to suck Turkey and Azerbaijan off because of Iran? Are you even vegan?
They have their own set of political interests and goals, so I don't know what this is. Wow, so sinister. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Oh shit, the tram stopped it. Fuck. You don't touch me, dude. I've seen what you've been doing with the girls, dude. I've seen what you've been doing with the girls. Are you going to carry on doing that? I've got it all on video.
I know what joke is that joke, buddy.
Do you think scaring girls is a joke? How's it the joke if you're scaring girls? Why do you scare me?
It's a joke, man.
Does he keep doing it? Is he a pervert? Does he? Right, let's just go. Come on, come with me, guys. Let's get him. Let's get this guy. Come on. You know, just get him. Let's get him. Get that guy. Get that guy.
Thanks for the donation, 21st.
Out there, essentially you Brian Johnson it, there's going to be false positives that are going to lead you to think, oh my God, I'm dying. I have this, I have that. And so unless you, for example, perhaps have chlamydia like Togi, you don't need to stress so much. You shouldn't order $15,000 of tests. Test the basics. And if something then comes up, do the further diagnostic testing and then deal with it at that time. But remember, how much less money would an HRT clinic that's incentivized to have you test for everything, order every single marker possible, and prescribe polypharmacy for all of your problems? And so rather than making tens or perhaps hundreds of millions of dollars, they'd only make a few million or perhaps tens of millions of dollars. And so I wouldn't want that to happen. I mean, I only made $10 million, but if I keep telling everyone, you need to test this, test that, do everything, then we can make more money by prescribing you what you don't actually need, while all under the guide of optimization for the world. And so what do I see about this? Well, in some instances, it's essentially legalized drug dealing. Now, remember, your favorite T-plug, he's smuggling in 50 keys of Turk across the border. But this is not a drug. When you're prescribing drugs, you need to be careful. I would honestly trust Derek's Turk over Greg, LOL. Derek is like the only person in the fitness industry who actually goes above and beyond with putting out quality supplements. Does anyone want to point out that he's been third-party testing 0.36 milligrams of Turk, that he's lying, that he's scamming you, that it's been proven? This is not hearsay. This is not some bullshit drama beef that Coach Greg invented. This is third-party testing, proving it with a mic drop. Why do you care? It saddens me to hear how many people don't care about people who are being scammed. For example, had the same comment when I outed the Ashton Hall scam, where people were losing $4,000 to $10,000 for things that they weren't promised. And because of that video, Ashton Hall is now reached out to several of these individuals to refund them between $4,000 and $10,000. Yeah, I'm a bad person for calling out known scammers and helping them. And so I responded, because I sell actual Ajuga Turkestanica from Uzbekistan. And so for me to have to compete with people who pretend to sell Ajuga and take advantage of consumers is not fair to me, nor the tens of thousands of consumers. Now remember, Derek's product, it's cheaper. I believe it was $50. It was 20% off. It's only $40. Mine in comparison is $80. But when I was offered that same copycat plant from China, likely cyanosis, all I had to do was pay $5.85. But instead, I'm manufacturing from start to finish within Uzbekistan and importing said product, but you all think that I'm doing it from some scam supplement company in the United States. This is not the copycat plant from China. Turk Builder Max from start to finish, it comes from Uzbekistan and it continues to get seized at the border. The feds, they don't like the product, but eventually they have to release it. At which point I sell it to you and it sells out in a matter of minutes. Why do you think that is? The people who are buying it keep rebuying it because it works. And if you don't believe it works, that's fine. I understand why. There's nothing wrong with that. There's a money-back guarantee and a $20 gift card. And so if you assume you're going to put on 4 pounds of muscle like Coach Greg, or perhaps 12, whatever number that you want, and you don't put that much muscle and you're disappointed, your money, it's given back. And on top of that, a $20 gift card. Does that sound like a scam to you? You can try it 100% at no risk to you. And if it doesn't work, on top of the buy rate between myself and you right click, you can say Derek is the best guy in the world because, well, 3 or 4 years ago, he gave quality information. And since that time, since going on the Joe Rogan show, what do you think has happened? Derek is a businessman. He went to university for business. Very intelligent, knows how to make the money. But do you really think he cares? How often does he post videos? And in comparison to that Coach Greg guy, he doesn't care. I mean, he's only got over 1.1 billion views, going to fitness seminars around the world, talking to people, helping the country of Malta, meeting up with the Prime Minister to help gyms become free. But no, Greg is a bad person because he suggests that you buy some Turkesterone. Really? Go, Greg is bad because he made a natty or not on my favorite influencer. Well, were they natural? No. Well, what's wrong with that? Calling out the BS. How many anti-steroid videos do I have? Hundreds? Do I have perhaps 1,000? How many times do I tell people to maintain? To do third-party, you may or may.
He really talks about himself a lot. A weird amount.
D10. Hello, team. What's up, Anthony? Hondro. What's up? What's up? What's up? We can fist it. What's up? What's up? What's up? Shuvi! What's good, bro? Yes, my girl. But she doesn't claim me? She doesn't claim me? Wait, can you ask her why she wants her necklace? Can you ask her why she wants her necklace real quick? Oh, you threw it away. No, you didn't. You begged him. You begged him. You begged him for it from the Airbnb. Why are you walking away? She's not your... Dude, she's not your dog. You're your own man. Bro, listen. I had to go through something similar. You don't have to do this, Shuvi. You don't have to do this, Shuvi. Listen, Zena, these people you think are your friends, they're not your friends. Look, nobody's protecting you. Nobody. They're not your friends.
Why? Why would he do this to himself?
I will do it again. I will do it again.
Get the fuck away from me.
I have not begged. Whoa, what the fuck are you saying? What are you?
The cops are right there.
I want a clip right now. I got the clip right now. The clip is you're a dumb, nasty, four-abortion hoe. That's what I was hoping people.
Anymore. I need you. This is it.
Xena is a dumb bitch.
And that's you wet now, dumb bitch. You suck. Yo, you're pathetic.
This is content brain rot? No, it's not. He's not doing this for content. He's doing this because he's genuinely obsessed and he needs to get over it.
It's my background. It's mine. Nice try, though. It's all good. See you. Listen. I caved into it like a fucking bitch.
Wait, there's another point of view from Shuvi.
I won't go anymore. I need you. This is you. This is you. That's a I need you. This is you. This is you. That's a song.
Oh no, it was his own water? I thought he knocked it out of somebody else's hand.
That's hilarious.
Zena, don't do it. Don't do it.
That's assault. That is assault, by the way. See ya. Goodbye. Chill out. Chill out. You're gonna get arrested. All right. First off, I apologize for baiting into it. Obviously, I'm a pussy. I'll be straight up. I'm a pussy bitch. Never said I was anything but that. At the end of the day, I did come here and I did harass my ex-girlfriend because I am a pussy bitch. But I'm a real ass nigga at the end of the day. My heart's on my sleeve, bro. Chill out. Hey, hear this. I am black. Look at my fucking phone. Yeah, I am.
I am black. I got my card.
What's this nigga talking about, bro? Deep breath. Chill out.
Uh-oh.
Now, to be fair, Xena is a dumb bitch.
Wait, okay, but then why not just like not talk to her anymore?
Well, yeah, I mean, that would probably be the best option for that guy personally. But doesn't she still deny the Holocaust?
I don't know if she ever seriously denied the Holocaust. I'm
No,
not sure.
she
I don't
did.
know if that's it.
Dude, she was hanging out with Sneeko and everything. She's a Holocaust denier.
She's a date, Sneeko. Listen, we've all been with a Holocaust denier too, okay? I gotta watch this and I'm leaving, okay? I love you. I'll talk to you later.
God damn it. Wandering Bussy donated $2. Let me see.
Nigga, how Hitler? Nigga, how Hitler?
It's not every day.
Yeah, I don't listen to Kanye. Here we go with a fucking retarded narcissist.
Once famously said, I fear not the man that has gambled at 10,000 slot machines at once, but I fear the man who has gambled on one slot machine 10,000 times. The fuck you staring at, Nick? Bruce Lee once famously said, I fear.
Yeah, I've seen that one. Thanks for the donation, Wandering Bussy. And everything. She's a Holocaust
She's a date,
denier.
Sneeko. Listen, we've all been with a Holocaust denier too, okay? I gotta watch this and I'm leaving, okay? I love you. I'll talk to you later. That's okay. Don't worry about it.
Alright, chill. Alright, chill.
I love you being games. but I gotta leave soon, okay? Nate's video is going live in 10 minutes. I'll probably host it. The lay debate I did.
I told you he wanted clout. You're giving this clout.
You think
And
I'm
I'm
your
not
friends? They're not your friends. Look, nobody can help you. Nobody. They're not your friends.
Now get the fuck out of my face.
Bro, that was cinematic as fuck. Oh, holy shit. This guy must be using the same mic as Dirt Zero.
Huh? Bro, shut the fuck up. It's good content,
I am not begging. We want to flip so bad. Let's read this out. The cops are right
right now. I have the clip right now. The clip is, you're a dumb, nasty, four-abortion hoe.
I won't go anymore. I need you. This is you. This is you. That's assault. Oh, look at you wearing it. You guys should get that video. Oh! Zena, don't do it. Don't do it.
That's assault. That is assault, by the way. Get your girl, bro. What are you doing?
Nah. I'm not.
Oh! What's happening? Whoa! She's got the bag.
Oh, nah, he's bugging. And the cop's not even coming.
Can I expose the China cat torture thing? I'm not gonna bother. Like, everybody knows about it. People have made videos about it. Like, what am I gonna do to contribute? Like, nothing.
I'm not fighting it getting banned, bro. I'm not gonna lie.
Whoa! Don't bring my name in there!
Oh, well, that's why he mad, pussy. So scary. Sending me paragraphs. This is him, by the way.
Yeah.
This is him, by the way. Sending me paragraphs from a fake number. Don't show the fake number. Come on, I genuinely loved you. I wish we could make it work. I was gonna marry you.
Oh, no.
Get your pussy ass out of here. You drove all the way here to see me, nigga. Let that be known, bitch. My pussy clearly really good, because you came all the way here to crash out and look like a fool. Over my head.
Dude, that better not be spit or you, dude.
I'm wet.
Or not pissing that cup, dude.
Came all the way here. You good? No, I'm straight. But you're a fucking loser.
I'm a what? I'm a what? I'm a what?
Uh-oh.
I'm a what?
Uh-oh.
Oh, now she's mad at me, huh?
Hey, my friends, all my friends definitely.
This is her boyfriend right here.
She thinks I'm a crash out by her, bro. She's mad for what? What does she want me to do? The fuck? The fuck you think I'm gonna do? I'm not getting banned over you, dumbass.
Ooh. I'm not getting banned. He did the. I'm not getting banned over you, dumbass.
Dude, she clearly has a type. She likes like these fucking loser ass dudes.
What does she want me to do? The fuck? The fuck you think I'm gonna do? I'm not getting banned over you, dumbass.
I said.
I'm wanting a cheap bench and rack. If it doesn't need to be nice, is there any reason to not just get something like this?
You're gonna kill yourself lifting on something like this. I would not recommend getting that. It, for one thing, is way too small. This is made for children. I can tell this is like made for 4-foot, 11-inch tall Chinese women. And 2, it's not going to be able to hold enough weight, and it's going to be very unstable, and this type of thing is also very dangerous to unrack and rack. Yeah, that thing is just way too fucking dangerous, dude. Yeah, don't get that. It's a piece of garbage. Look at, like, Rep Fitness. They have... You can get a very cheap rack on Amazon that can hold, like, 800 pounds. And then look at Rep Fitness benches. They have some fairly inexpensive benches. But just look for a good, like, power rack or something on Amazon for cheap. But I wouldn't get a bench like that. Way too dangerous. Thanks for the donation, Boopity Bop.
That a game we previously accepted was just gone and forgotten makes a resurgence, a recovery, as it were, and starts to see player counts spike up years, like close to a decade after its initial launch. It's not every day that that happens, but that's what's happening right now with Star Wars Battlefront 2. In the last few weeks, this game has seen a surge of players across various platforms, not just Steam, but also on console and Game Pass, where the game is available as part of EA Play. Some have even suggested through leaks that the player counts across all platforms, specifically including console and Game Pass, has skyrocketed up to 176,000 1,000 players on certain days. And even some former devs say this number is plausible. It's easy for almost any EA employee to get this. There are open DevOps dashboards that track player numbers, so all that this employee would need to do is get the right URL and be on the network. The size is also about right. We hit those numbers during Celebration Edition, and Episode 9 made us surpass Battlefield in player counts in many KPIs. I mostly remember our weekly unique players, but 166 daily is not impossible with the current hype market. That's crazy for a game that's going on a decade old. But if that number is even close to correct, and you have 150,000 players over the course of a day, like that's crazy. It's wild. But what I've noticed over the last week or so as we've been talking about this, and I've seen people bringing it up on social media, a lot of people have forgotten why this game was such a disaster. I mean, even some people were like in elementary school when this came out and are now like going into college, and they're seeing Battlefront 2 really for the first time, which I know that makes all of us feel old. It makes me feel old too, but that's how long it's been since Battlefront 2 launched in 2017, which at this point was like going on 8 years ago from when this game launched. So I want to do a quick little recap, remind you all of the tale of Battlefront 2, because it is a tragic story of corporate greed, of mismanagement, of overstepping your bounds and ruining what was otherwise a good product. It really is a fascinating story, and I'm going to tell you all about it today. And hopefully we end this video on a high note, maybe an optimistic note, suggesting that perhaps we could see a return to form for Battlefront 2. Maybe. Probably not, but maybe. So if you boot into the game right now, this is what you'll see. A pretty simple, straightforward game. You see a crates.
Did they get rid of the pay-to-win features?
Hi, Mr. Gaines. Have a proposal for you. Come on, open your mouth. RMHHMMM yummy cummy yogurt. Eat that shit, nigga. You know you like it. LLLLLLLLLL. When you go to sleep, you'll wake up playing the Dark Ages in a bathtub full of yogurt for eternity.
Please no. I don't ever want that to happen. But thanks for the Nation Vegan Gains, the goat. I have a kitty here. You can see his little cat head. It's a good cat. I love cats.
Again, that's the level of hype we're talking about with Star Wars Battlefront 2. People were that excited for. The content was super loud. To show you this, I'm going to load into a custom game as part of the arcade mode that they have for this, as you would expect in an arcade mode. Belgium, actually, they removed all of those over monetization elements. They gave all playable characters to people so they can just play with it. They stripped all of that out, and now what we have is just a really solid Star Wars game that is exactly what it appears to be, as I get jumped and attacked.
Dude, they could have just done this at launch. Like, what the fuck were they thinking? It's so insane. Like, everyone complained. And then, almost a decade later, you want to, like, make the game good? Yeah. And then people start playing it. The fuck?
I loaded into a game and didn't realize I was already in. Welcome to my life. I will also say the game has this weird obsession with turning on HDR. I don't know what it is, but it means that if you occasionally load into the game and load back out, certain colors are really washed out, like you can see right now, and the contrast level is too low. It's really weird. I think this was in the era where they really wanted everything to be HDR, and it's odd. It's still a problem on the PC port, but you can play this game on console. You can play it on Game Pass as part of EA Play or EA Access, whatever they call it. But to be clear, the progression is still tied to grinding, and because you can't buy, thankfully, these star cards anymore, the way you get them is by leveling up the ship or the character you're talking about, and then you can get crafting components through gameplay that also allows you to level up those cards. And what he said on Reddit was actually that he would love to get the gang back together that worked on this, but his idea for what they do to fix this and improve it is actually to not make a third game, but to rather remaster or remake whatever the second game, spend about 2-3 years on it, fix up a bunch of the little stuff like the progression system so that it's not so grindy and built around loot boxes. And then after you release that, probably for future consoles around 2027, 2028, then you start working on a third game that you can build from the ground up to be for next gen, and that is everything people want to see. The odds of that happening?
Well, that's good. Can't wait to get this fucking bike, dude.
Oh god. Getting a first look at this, I'm in the shade. A little multi-tool kit.
I have never taken steroids and don't plan to, but my masseter muscles hypertrophy extremely fast. I think it is just a genetic thing. Your masseters are also pretty big, so if you hopped on steroids you would probably need regular Botox injections like me.
Don't know if my jaw muscles are particularly developed. I also don't know why that would require you to get Botox. Thanks for the donation though, Sokiyashi. Appreciate it. Yeah, I'm getting this bike for free. I don't know if the guy who's getting it for me wants me to talk about him at all. But yeah, a buddy of mine has a hookup, and I should be getting this in like a week or two. Apparently, I was worried. It comes with Suntour suspension, but everyone's been saying it's actually good. So I don't think I'm going to bother upgrading. I was looking for like Fox forks and shit, thinking that I'm probably going to have to upgrade, but apparently the like high-end Suntour suspension's really good. And it comes with Magura brakes and floating rotors too. I might still upgrade the brakes because Magura actually just released some like sick ass fucking brakes. I don't know why the fuck, dude. Yeah, the Gustav Pro. Yeah, these are fucking dope. I might get those because the brake pads are just so fucking thick. And it has a kind of motorcycle-like reservoir, so it's way easier to bleed the brakes and shit. These look absolutely dope. These don't have a floating rotor, so I'd probably just get the brakes without the rotor. But yeah, those look fucking sick. Probably gonna upgrade to those. I might upgrade to those with my other bike too if I really like these. Actually, yeah, I could swap them. Could swap the M5s on my Giant Rain and then put these on the Bonnell. How much does it weigh? 75 pounds with the battery. So pretty light. It's got a 6 kilowatt motor, so you've got about 8 horsepower. And 8 horsepower in a bike that only weighs 75 pounds is pretty fucking fast. No, that bike's 5,500 USD or about 7,500 Canadian. Yeah, it's heavier than a normal mountain bike because one, it's a downhill bike, so downhill is just heavier. Because, you know, you're going downhill and doing crazy ass jumps, so the frames are just more heavy to sustain that kind of abuse. And it has downhill suspension. And the battery is pretty big. I think the battery weighs like 20 pounds. But you've got 6 kilowatts out of the motor, so it has as much power as a stock Suron, but it weighs like half as much. Yeah, literally half as much. And the Suron was 6 kilowatt Suron's pretty powerful. You can send it on that bike. So I'm looking forward to getting that. So what are these? Extreme duty. CME 5. What's the difference between the CME 5? Oh, cargo bikes. Yeah, I'll probably get the Gustav Pro. Apparently they have motorcycle brakes. Huh. I wouldn't be able to use the clutch for the Ural, but I don't know if it'd be worth it to, for the Ural, probably wouldn't make any sense. This is like a MotoGP style brake. For the V-Strim, this might be worth upgrading. It's good. My V-Strim has a hydraulic clutch.
I could put a front plate on this, like an ODI front plate.
Yeah, that looks so dope.
All right, guys, the Bonnell 775 is all put together. This thing looks beautiful in its stock stand form. I threw a Motocuts front number plate on here just because I was like, style it a little bit. I mean, the front is just open and I had an extra plate, so I was like, you know what? I'm gonna go ahead and throw that plate on. But this thing is looking so nice. The only thing I gotta do is pump up these tires because they're a little soft. But I mean, just looking at the...
I think it comes with tubes, but you can convert it to tubeless. I think you need to get a tubeless rim tape.
Bike, like, I'm honestly so impressed. It's like having a Sauron, but so much lighter weight. Like they said, I think 60 pounds. I don't know exactly how much. I'll put it on the screen. Oh, sitting on a mountain bike, it just feels so different.
Wow. It's so quiet too compared to the Sauron. Like you can't hear nothing. I kid you not, like there's just no way. Oh, it's sick. So just so you guys know, let me this is completely different from anything that I've seen, because the e-bikes and the mountain bike, like the motors are like hidden in the frame and it's only pedal assist, so the fact that this has a throttle makes it so much sicker, like I think.
that branch hit me in my sack. Oh. Oh, it slapped me in my sack. Oh my gosh. Yeah. So nimble. I don't even know, like, hopefully you guys can kind of tell like how it feels through the video. Chill.
What's your top choice for Supermoto? It'd have to be the Ducati Hyper Motard. The 950 specifically, but if you want the single cylinder, they do have, what the fuck? They do have the mono. But yeah, the Hyper Motard is just fucking sick, dude. Yeah, the Hyper Motard still has 77 horsepower, which is pretty powerful for a single cylinder. And it has wheelie control, so I'm pretty sure you can just gun the throttle and the bike will just wheelie for you without you having to actually control the throttle. But I'd get the 950 just because I do a lot of highway riding. Yeah, 114 horsepower. 2-cylinder. That thing's sick. Oh, you know what's fucking bullshit? Oh my god. I don't know if I should even share this, but I'll leave out some key details. But I had a feeling this would happen. Eventually at some point, but when Jasmine moved out, she was thinking of giving me the car, and then she ended up deciding to keep it. So she ends up deciding not to keep it, and rather than messaging me ahead of time or anything, leaves the car in my driveway and just takes off like a ninja. And then once she's gone, she texts me saying, I left the car in the driveway. You're going to have to, if you want to change the ownership to yourself, then, you know, I left the paperwork. The keys are on the porch. And the car's being financed. I'm the guarantor. So I would take a hit to my credit score if I don't pay off the car or anything. And there's $25,000 left on the car payment. And keep in mind, when she got the car, she promised me she would get a job and pay it off herself. She didn't. So then I had to keep sending her money each month for the fucking car until I told her, I'm done. I'm not fucking playing this game. I'm just not gonna pay it. If you want to keep the car, get a job. She ended up getting a fucking job and then paying for the fucking car. And then, like, again, 2 months later, she decides to break up. So, yeah, she decided she didn't want the car anymore, doesn't want to make payments, and just left the car on my fucking driveway, again, like a fucking ninja. So I went over to the dealership yesterday, and I asked them what money could I get for the car, and then I'll pay off the rest. They gave me like a quick estimate. It's probably going to be somewhere between like 12, 14,000 that they could like give me back. So I'm still probably going to have to pay off like 10 or 15 grand on the car. It's so fucking, dude, so annoying. So there you go, poof, 10 or 15,000 down the drain for nothing because she doesn't want to fucking work and pay for shit.
Major chill. Ow, dude, my knee hits this so hard. I like it. Ah! Yo! What? See what he's got, bro.
He ain't doing it.
He ain't doing it, bro.
He can't hit this.
Freaking.
Well, I could get it repoed and not pay any money, but I'd take a hit to my credit score, which could be an issue in the future. So if I ever want to, say, buy a home, that would be a huge issue. I probably wouldn't be able to get a mortgage if I ever wanted to do that. Also, if I ever had to rent from some other, like if I had to move, get another house or apartment to rent, that could be an issue. If I ever needed to get another vehicle loan or get any line of credit in the future, that'd be a huge issue. So I don't really want to take that risk. It's fucking annoying, dude. Like, I could, with that money, have gotten like a Ducati or something, but yeah, no, just down the toilet.
Hoorah, hoorah, hoochie mama, bro.
At least I'm getting this bike for free. Yeah, dumbass, I just told you I'm selling the car.
Yes! They've done it.
There's still 25,000 on the lien, and I'd only get back about 12 to 14,000 if I sold it. So I'd still have to pay off like 10 or 15,000 on the fucking car to get rid of the lien.
They created the sickest bike on the market. As a mountain biker, do you guys approve of this?
If there was only like 10 or 15,000 left on the car, I'd maybe consider keeping it, but I'm not paying 25,000 for that car. Just fuck that.
Bike. Woo! So we're sitting at 79% average too. So we've got 6.7 miles, and it has like all this crazy high-tech feature stuff where you could like connect your heart rate. I'm sure you have to have like some sort of heart monitor, and then also has a stopwatch and all sorts of stuff. Dude.
That's
You just fart?
Dude, the first jump you came in like
hot. I didn't even hit the gas.
You came in hot, bro.
It's a Kia Forte EX 2018.
Yeah, Gavin, you got that.
I do got it.
Hell yeah, you got that
I'll
thing.
hit it on the way back.
Hell no, we're not gonna hit it on the way back. We're not coming.
Wow, what a fucking bitch. Sorry, man. Better to pay 15k than with 15 years, am I right? Come on guys, dig deep in them vegan pockets and help your boy. Don't let that evil wench Jasmine win. Lesbians be hot though.
Well, I can tell you this, she ain't winning nothing. Dude, the text messages she sent me, about that car, she is clearly salty. Like, that was weird. It's especially strange for her to act that way when, like, during the breakup, when we were talking about her moving out, I told her, if you can't afford to keep the car, I can just keep the car and do whatever with it. And then she just leaves it at my door like a fucking ninja and then just slinks off. She was clearly like butthurt about it. But again, it's all her choice. She's upset that she can't have the same lifestyle she had living with me. And she's pissed off that I'm not giving her everything she fucking wants anymore. So she was acting super bitchy and salty about the whole thing. And didn't even want to, like, talk to me or see me and shit. Just fucking loser.
Through here?
Thanks for the donation, though, Bobo.
Why are you laughing? Why are you laughing?
Dude, you hit it though, clean.
Yeah, you did hit it clean.
I was like, okay.
Clean!
I'm surprised there was still 25,000 left on the lien. Like, that is really fucking weird.
Ooh. Let's go, baby. Gab's on grill. You were coming in hot.
All right, now we'll go hit some proper mountain bike stuff. Balance point's crazy. Look at this.
She would have had to have been paying it. I can't remember what the loan terms were, but like, I literally thought the 25,000 was the fucking value of the car at the start of the lien. So I don't know how in the fuck there's still 25,000 left. It's really weird. But, you know, I should be able to get at least 10K back, and then I can just pay off the rest, and then don't have to think about it anymore.
Dude, you could just hop around on this thing.
Like, if she wasn't paying it, it would have been repossessed. Like, I have no idea. I have no fucking clue.
Oh my gosh, I need one of these. Even though I have it, technically this one's not even mine.
It was a 2018 Kia Forte EX.
The demo.
No, I don't think the interest was high. I think it was still at 4%.
Oh.
The problem is I kind of have to pay it, or else I'll take a huge hit to my credit score, and I'll have that, like, blemish on my record. So if I ever need an auto loan or something, then... Or if I want to get a mortgage, or if I want to, like, move to another house or apartment or something, I can't have that on my credit record, so... Sort of have to pay it off. I should have never trusted her. She's a fucking liar. She said she was gonna pay it, and then she just said, I'll work and pay the car. I promise. Don't worry. I just need you to be the guarantor for the loan just so I can get the loan. And then, yeah, what do you know? Makes up stupid ass excuses for why she can't get a job and all this crap.
Oh, we got a little... Whoa, did they block all this off? Or did a tree fall? Yeah, right there, just rip through that and then hopefully it'll... Yo, we got a blockade. Forget about it. See what we're at, 54%? Oh my gosh, you almost went in. Whatever you do, bro, don't touch that bush. It looks suspect.
Yeah, I went right through it.
I haven't hit any of those wood features, so I'm probably gonna kind of cruise it because I don't want to get bucked. So
I haven't in like a year, but I'm gonna try them.
All right. Here we go. We got a little hip right here. Wow!
Yeah, it's not the end of the world. It's, you know, it's not a big deal that I have to pay that off. You know, whatever. Ugh. You know, it's just life. Why did you buy a new car or would have bought pre-owned? Well, that was pre-owned.
Oh. Ah! Oh my gosh. Those are so short. Steep. Here we go. That's sick.
You hit him?
Yeah, I hit them all.
Oh yeah.
It's actually pretty fun. Oh no, watch out for that, watch over, don't touch it. Don't touch that. Don't touch that.
That was so good, dude.
Am I recording? Please tell me I'm recording.
Good.
Okay, we got it. Far, like, I'm not even gonna lie, it's like exceeded all my expectations. Suspension feels good. I didn't mess with the clickers on the rear or the front. I usually don't mess with my clickers. I kind of just get used to it and then I just learn how to ride it like that. I probably should, especially on a mountain bike. For a bike this light and how fast I could squeeze the bike, I could squeeze the frame or the tank. This, I'm squeezing up here. And then I can't squeeze down here. Like, I'm like, if I could put like a tiny little piece of foam so I don't smack myself on the middle, that would be perfect. Yeah, here we go. And then like, it's so light, like look, you can just skirt it. Like it literally weighs nothing. Sickest bike ever. I said it a million times. So technically this is a demo bike. This is not my bike, but I still have a code for you guys to use. So you guys could use code ZAY if you guys are interested in getting this bike. You're gonna buy one. Now here's the catch. I don't think it gets you any money off. So technically they told me I have to sell X amount of bikes to keep this one. So there's no incentive for you to use it. I can't force anyone to use it.
Experience before, I was always skeptical on hopping on a mountain bike because I feel like I see so many videos of people getting bucked. This thing with the throttle, no issue at all. I was hitting those jumps, no problem. Not that there are any big jumps or anything like that, but like I was just getting a feel for it. So mountain bikes, because now I'm thinking about it, like that's super common.
Dude, that looks so fucking dope.
All right.
Fucking want this thing. Gotta get a action cam and film some vlogs and shit on that.
Militia defeat. Could a rebel militia defeat the U.S. Army? That question popped into my mind after I saw a tweet by Ed Krasenstein. He's an NFT peddler, an internet provocateur, and let's just say, not exactly Clausewitz here. He wrote, if you honestly think you can fight off the government with your guns, you are delusional. Now, this opinion isn't just wrong, it's historically illiterate and dangerously overconfident. Now, some people make jokes about it. And
no, you don't have to be vegan to get a bike like that.
while this joke is funny, especially to people who don't know much about insurgencies or logistics, it's a laugh that's based on ignorance. So this video is for that aunt or uncle of yours who has expressed such an opinion at Thanksgiving dinner. But first, you know what I'm thankful for? Ground news. Memorial Day is right around the corner. That means family get-togethers, and in today's political climate, arguments. My father's 86 years old. Have you ever spoken to someone in their 80s? Not a lot you can do to change their mind on something, but maybe you can just show them the data. Story, you may not have seen a story that states France is determined to recognize parents. Now first I have to start out by saying that if it was impossible for militia or rebels to defeat a government, there never would have been any rebel takeover of any government anywhere. No American Revolution, no Russian Revolution, no Chinese Civil War, no Vietnam, no Afghanistan. Twice.
Yeah, I might have a debate on Tuesday with that same fucking PhD retard I debated about saturated fat.
no Libyan revolution, no Syrian revolution. So when someone like Ed Krasenstein says, if you honestly think you can fight the government off with your guns, you're delusional, he's already ignoring history. But maybe he means that the U.S. is special, that the militia force could never hope to win against the U.S. military. Okay, I guess nobody told the Viet Cong and the Taliban they were supposed to lose, but okay, let's go down this path. First, we have to define what win means. And win for the government and win for the rebels are actually two different criteria. So, for the government, win means restoration of central authority and government legitimacy in the eyes of the public. Now, there's really only two victory conditions here, so that sounds pretty easy, right? So, what does a win look like for militia forces or rebel forces? Well, a win can look like survival, or winning the narrative, or legitimacy as a shadow government, or perpetual resistance as an end state, or forcing the government to quit. Here's the difference, though. The government victory is an and. It needs to have restoration of central authority and government legitimacy in the eyes of the public. Whereas a rebel win can be any one of these things: survival, winning the narrative, legitimacy, perpetual resistance, or forcing government to quit.
Nigga, I don't know about your grind set going down the drain since her divorce and your 2.5 hour edible streams. Then I tune in next stream yesterday on her passed out off the edibles 2 hours in. It's okay, I'm here for you.
Well, I think I'm doing pretty damn well after the divorce. Working out, getting jacked, making money, streaming every day. I think things are going pretty well. Thanks for the donation though, dumbass. Shittin', hittin', donated $2.
Shittin', poopin', 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 shittin', poopin'.
That's good. Thanks for the donation, shittin', hittin'.
Can be any one of those things. So this is an or. And that's a big deal. You know, there's this quote from Paradise Lost where Satan says, better to reign in hell than serve in heaven. And to me, the scariest thing on this list for the rebels is the number 4 victory condition. This is terrifying. Perpetual resistance as an end state. Because that's what we're seeing right now in Gaza. Hamas is never, ever, ever going to push every Jew into the sea. That may be their dream, but it's not Hamas's goal. Their goal is resistance for the sake of resistance. Resistance for the sake of staying in power. Ruling in hell rather than serving in heaven. Israel can drop as many bombs as they want. They can flatten every building. But if perpetual resistance is the end state, Israel will never win. So now let's take a look at another element which is super important, and that's logistics. I covered this when I did a review of that Civil War movie from 2024, so some of you who watched that, this might sound a little familiar. Now in that Civil War 2024 movie, you had Rebel M1 tanks, you had like an entire brigade get air assaulted into Washington, D.C., along with Apaches for escort. They also had F-22s in the attacks. You know, at that point in the movie, I think that the rebellion or the war had been going on for like a year. And the truth is that, you know what? If some citizens rebelled for about 1 to 3 months, the U.S. Army would wipe the...
Would I have a one-night stand with a hot non-vegan girl? In all likelihood, I would never do that, but under the right set of conditions, I'd maybe consider. There's one girl that I have in mind where I might make an exception. Not that he's not a girl. Yeah, might make an exception for this chick. She has a very, very nice, well-developed derriere. Yeah, and in the right mood, feeling kind of horny and she's looking fine, might make an exception. Otherwise, no. That is a nice hiney.
Were you still actually attracted to her after all the weight gain and buzzing her hair off? Also, I'm sure she's mad about you being all shredded and sexy now.
Dude. So, nothing about the breakup made any fucking sense. Her main issue with me was the depression. And I can understand that being depressed constantly, like not exactly constant. Like I wasn't always a downer, but there'd usually be a period of like 2-3 weeks where consistently really low mood, wouldn't really want to talk or engage. And then maybe for a week I'd be pretty okay and normalish. And then like again, you know, so I can understand how that would be frustrating, just having to be around a downer all the time, but I cured my depression with the mushroom trip. That was a good, like, 8 or 9 months, something like that. Like, before the breakup. And I was just normal and happy all the time. And even like before then, if she had been planning to break up with me, it's kind of weird that she decided to move in like to Ottawa when we were living in Guelph and shit. Like she got a bunch of money from her parents. Her parents sold the house. I think they gave her about $15,000. And she decided to use that money for the move. I didn't want to move. But she really wanted to move. She paid for the move with the money she got from her parents. So weird how she'd blow all that money away rather than like, I don't know, taking the opportunity to use that money to move out herself and then get a job, whatever, do whatever. So she wasn't planning on breaking up with me for that period of time, for like the last year. And then, again, she said she wanted to break up 2 months after I told her, I'm not paying for your car or your horse or anything anymore. You can get a job and pay for those things. 2 months after getting the job, then she decides, I've had enough. So I don't think her intention was ever to actually break up with me. I think what she wanted to happen was she wanted me to say, oh no, I love you, don't leave. How about you quit your job? You know, just relax. I love you. I'll spend more time with you and everything. I think that's what she wanted me to do. But yeah, I just said, okay, well, you can move out then. And then again, her reaction to that was really weird. She clearly was surprised at me saying that. She was talking about living with me for another few years at least after the breakup. It's like, you want to break up with me, but you want to live in the same house for years until you can figure things out. So it just sounds like she had never intended to even break up with me. And she just wanted me to like say, oh no, quit your job, I'll take care of everything again. It's retarded. And everything she's done since then is just fucking retarded. It makes no sense. But yeah, you know, she made her choices. And I made mine. And I'm fine with that. So, I'm happy being alone. You know? It's pretty great not having somebody nagging you and acting like a bitch and treating you like shit every fucking day for no reason when you're the one paying all the bills. So it's pretty great. And this is a fantastic derriere. This may actually be the nicest butt on planet Earth. It may in fact be the nicest ass. It is just so round and thick. God damn. That bum. Shit. 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 I am an ass connoisseur. Bussy Lovers Pizza donated $2. Holy fuck. Hope that piece of shit goes to fucking jail.
Got pictures of the stuff because everybody steal everything.
Whoa.
That's some lazy shit. That ain't cause people be stealing. That's I feel like restocking the shelf.
Yeah, that's black neighborhoods for you. Engineer, unpaid. The employee is required to pay $500 per week to Afterfleet to maintain access to job data and responsibilities. Failure to make timely payments will result in termination of the position. Why even bother making these listings? Like, surely no one, even a crazy person, would work for negative money. You have to pay your employer to keep the job. Like, what? Why even bother? Thanks for the donation, Bussy Lovers Pizza.
A lot of women test men's loyalty by withholding sex to prove their love, and men do the same by withholding money or a free ride to prove their love to them. The jazz man failed terribly. Sorry my boy. You deserve better. Nastasha be looking good too.
I don't know, like, she has to know of me, and I'm sure my reputation would, not be great, if I wanted to, like, actually talk to her. Like, there's no way she doesn't know of me. Literally, like, everyone on fucking planet Earth knows of me. So, yeah, I don't know if that would be a problem. She's also not vegan, and, sure, that would also be another issue. She is a gamer and she lifts, though, so... I mean, on that level, in terms of hobbies, we'd be compatible. She's also interested in motorcycles. She hasn't actually gotten one herself yet, but she does like bikes. I gotta go on steroids to impress more women. I actually saw her one ex-boyfriend. He was a lot smaller than me. He was a natty bodybuilder guy. Highly, highly doubt she's natty. She's gotta be taking something. Dude, that ass though, Jesus. Fucking goddamn. Shit. Her rear end is just so thick. I think my neck is hopefully going to be good enough by tomorrow to train back again. I only did legs yesterday. I'm taking another day off because my neck's just still cranked. So I'll probably do back tomorrow. And then probably take another day off and reset the cycle and then do chest next. Sav lifts is your type? No, she's definitely not my type. What the fuck is this? Yeah, no. She's got a nice butt, but... yeah, she's a little weird looking. Some of that might be makeup, but yeah, that... no. I'm not fucking with that.
Black neighborhoods? You mean impoverished areas where black people have been redlined into since integration? Shut your bitch ass up. That's why a white mid at best chick sucked you dry of your resources and left when the well dried up. Nice microcosm.
Well, regardless of how those black neighborhoods got there, they still suck. So, The point is, I wouldn't want to live there. Thanks for the donation, though, Pig's Nightmare. Bro, just want to grab it. Just want to feel its dense meatiness. Fucking hell.
What's Jasmine texting you about? Watch.
I'm actually texting my mom. Let me take a look.
But not everyone here shares Irma's opinion. She frequently hears people claim society in the EU is overly liberal. For instance, when it comes to the LGBTQ+ community.
A woman's a woman, a man's a man.
That's blowing things out of proportion.
Of all things to worry about, trannies. Like, these people are actual fucking retards. This is why democracy, like, fundamentally doesn't work. Nobody's thinking about, like, things that are important, like the economy or something. Well, the liberals are saying, like, trannies are okay. I'd rather be poor, lose my pension, not have any retirement savings, than, like, have to go to the bathroom and then there's, like, a chick with a dick there. Like people are just fucking retarded.
I don't want to send my son abroad to study. He'll come back wearing a dress. I don't want that.
While these views reflect beliefs held by some, opinions on LGBTQ+ rights in Georgia are diverse and evolving. Irma regularly attends demonstrations that have been going on for months in Tbilisi, a 6-hour drive away. Here, like-minded protesters come together every evening in support of Georgia joining the EU. But the government ended accession talks, shifting to an authoritarian pro-Russian course. They are fining and imprisoning demonstrators, sometimes resorting to violence. Back home, Irma and her fellow residents regularly produce videos for social media and warn viewers about Russia. Until now, the US administration had been supporting civil society groups in Georgia. Irma is concerned about the US's recent turn towards Russia.
Trump's so-called policy, showing loyalty towards Putin, puts us in a tricky situation. The geopolitical situation is generally not great for us. Especially with such uncertainty, all our hopes are resting on the EU.
Yeah, I'd rather be a Russian puppet state with no rights and make no money and be under heavy sanctions than have to deal with trannies. Yeah, people are just too fucking retarded, dude. This is why we need eugenics, because, again, like, there's just too many stupid people. Society doesn't work with all these dumbasses. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. That is such a nice, just beautiful hiney. God damn. God damn. I don't know, maybe I should just go on steroids. Like, just having more testosterone than natural would probably just be good for me anyway. Like, if I could double my levels without any side effects, what would be the point of staying natty, you know? Dodo donated $2. What do you think of Dr. Avi's position on eugenics? or what do you think Dr. Avi's position on eugenics is? It's probably retarded. You should ask him. I'm not sure about Avi. I know Nick, Nutrivore. He's pro-eugenics. I think Dr. Avi is. I'm not sure, though. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Q donated $2 must watch.
In 2013, I spent 6 months working for Shen Yun, which is a traveling Chinese ballet company. Their headquarters is in Cutterbackville, New York. They are run by, Shen Yun is run by a religious organization called Falun Gong, Falun Dafa. Li Hongzhi started this religion, I believe in the early 90s or maybe the late 80s. I was very familiar with this religion because as a condition of membership in the orchestra, you had to practice this discipline, which for the most part is innocuous. It's meditating at various times during the day, doing some exercises, and just having a general moral code that you follow. Nothing really dastardly about it. But they have some interesting beliefs, and I've never really talked about this experience. So Falun Gong is a very well-organized institution, and Li Hongzhi is a very charismatic man. My orchestra manager, I forget her name actually right now, unfortunately, but she had a husband, and her son was in the orchestra, but she had a husband that did some job somewhere else, but she lived there and traveled with the orchestra. And when Li Hongzhi would speak, the way she looked at him was just like he was God, because that's what these people believe, that Li Hongzhi is effectively God. He's careful never to explicitly state where he stands in the cosmology that he's invented, but the religion is fascinating. It's a mixture of various religious beliefs. They do believe in a creator kind of behind it all, as well as a tripartite materialist framework similar to the philosophy of the three gunas from Hinduism. They believe in Buddhas, and traditionally there are 3 levels of Buddhahood: the Arhat, the awakening, and then the Bodhisattva, kind of compassionate being, and then Tathagata, that's where you really get to full enlightenment, nirvana, this sort of thing. And the historical Buddha is supposed to be one in a long line of incarnations of this kind of ascended master archetype. Now, Li Hongzhi claims that a Tathagata is like nothing to him. He's so far above this. And he claims to be omniscient. He claims to have all these great powers. So their central text, again, I can't remember the name of the text now, but it's some Chinese name. And so I read this thing like dozens of times because that was part of what you had to do as a member of the organization. They would all sit together and read it out loud. One paragraph in English and then the next paragraph in Chinese. And I learned just a little bit of Chinese while I was there. I took a class in Chinese from one of the other people there with some of the other Westerners that they hire. And it's very strange that, so Shen Yun is free, or at least was back in 2013, I'm not sure about today, but they're free to go to major music schools in this country and put up a little display. And like at Eastman, where I went to school, Eastman let them like use one of the rehearsal spaces, concert venues also sort of, to do auditions. So people did auditions at the school. Now I didn't. I was graduated and was kind of just figuring out what I was going to do living in Wisconsin, and it would have been fine if I took that route. But I went to Milwaukee, I took the audition, would never steal, would never curse, would never do anything to tarnish of his moral system.
Dodo Donatellers, who the fuck believes in these cults and religions? You have to be beyond retarded to believe some random jackass is God or a prophet. Like, VG, can you even imagine believing for half a second that these random people are prophets and gods? Like, So stupid, I can't believe it. Well, yeah, these people are very, very dumb and delusional. But if you were to IQ test all these people who got into cults, like, they're dumber than average, for sure. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
It's not like Christian altruism. It's more like, don't do anything immoral, don't do anything illegal. So it's a via negativa morality, which, you know, it's not intrinsically that harmful. What I worry about is how organized and effective these people are. So Li Hongzhi was kicked out of China, and supposedly the religion is persecuted in China, and they spread these stories of organ harvesting. So they will take Falun Dafa practitioners from China, the Chinese government will, and they'll harvest their organs and sell them on the black market, which it's China, maybe that happens. But knowing what I know about the religious beliefs, I'm just extremely skeptical of anything that this organization has to say. So some of the things in the main book, and he has many books that are, he never writes them, he gives speeches. He's a brilliant extemporaneous speaker, and he gives speeches and people transcribe these and kind of clean them up a little bit. The main one, for the most part, it's anecdotes about him meeting other supposed masters and then like discovering that they're really demons and describing how he was able to defeat them. And like he claims to be able to fly and just all that shapeshift, all this stuff. And you know, when I saw the ballet for the first time after they gave me the job, they let me see the ballet before I played with the orchestra or anything. And so I was sitting like 3 seats down from Li Hongzhi, and he was wearing glasses. And he's like kind of overweight, and I guess I didn't see this exactly, but he used to play trumpet when he was a kid. And apparently he took out a trumpet and was going to play, I don't know if he was going to play with the orchestra or just for the orchestra people. And he couldn't, obviously, because he hadn't played in years, and those muscles are very specific. It's not something you can just pick back up after any prolonged period of time. So it just doesn't, what I saw from him doesn't match the idea of this person with omniscience and superpowers. But, you know, that's what he claims. And that's the stuff in the main text, which is ridiculous enough, right? And a little bit more on that main text and how he portrays the system. I mean, he depicts it as though it's like a science in a sense. It's a wisdom tradition. It's actually ancient. It's actually the most ancient thing. And he criticizes Western science because that kind of desensitized Chinese people from their archaic practices, which were actually much more effective. Like Chinese medicine was more effective, and he like disparages Western technology, saying that, well, in the past, with all these powers from the meditation and from the, you know, enlightened states that people were able to achieve, people could fly around, things like that. But yeah, he doesn't argue a system. He just gives a bunch of anecdotes about how he beat people in various circumstances. That's the majority of that book. But he has all sorts of other interesting things to claim about history. So first of all, the Earth is much, much older, or rather humanity is much, much older than we think, millions and millions of years old. And mermaids are real. That's something that I got to learn from him directly. He was on the bus with us at one point, and he got up at the front and took questions. And I should have come up with a better question, but I asked him, and he doesn't really speak English very well, so someone translated for me. But I asked him, like, where did the creator come from in your system? Which is a typical, like, atheist talking point with theists. And he said, oh, I don't know that. And then he went into saying, like, but the universe is so big and just unrelated stuff that works on his audience. But that's kind of another thing about the system. It's really about following Li Hongzhi is trying to get onto his planet, his world that he governs. In the next life. Like reincarnation is real, and there are countless worlds out there, which I kind of believe as well, but not in this materialistic sense that he does. But like there are the atoms in your body, there are worlds there, and there are different levels that you can incarnate into, different like base material that you can be made up of, elevated material, and it's, you know, not systematic, but just all these kind of interesting notions floating around in the system. So mermaids are supposed to be real, people of all sorts of different colors, not like modern races, but like, you know, green people, red people. Just typical New Age components, part of it, combined with the most ridiculous stuff I've ever heard. And millions of people believe in this. And he's definitely the most well-known person that I've ever had direct contact with. Besides that question, I think I only ever spoke with him once, because I think he wanted to try out his English or practice his English. We were, I don't know if it was backstage somewhere, probably backstage somewhere, and he doesn't travel with about Li Hongzhi and Falun Dafa with Shen Yun. Fascinating thing. So he's banned from China a little bit, and I took.
That was a whole lot of yapping. What the fuck, Donny Tillers? You're watching the literal white supremacist. He's making a commune for whites only in Ozarks.
Europeans seeking for culture and a common identity.
Is that the same guy? Yeah, okay, well. Somebody sent me that video before. I don't give a shit. These people are just retarded. Thanks for the donation, WTF. Do you believe in reincarnation? Not really. She's got a fine-ass body. That is a nice bum. Lilith donated $2.
Abrahamic mythology represents one of the longest continually developing religious traditions in the world. From its origins in ancient Canaan to postmodern theology and mysticism, Yahweh, various angels such as Michael and Gabriel, of course the demonic forces led by Satan or Belial or Beelzebub or Samael, pick your pick, have all come to become household names, not to mention, of course, Jesus, Muhammad, jinns, and thousands of pages of religious scripture. For over 3,000 years, Abrahamic mythology has developed, spread, and flourished on the world stage of religion. But one figure in that mythology finds their origins well before angels and archangels, before messiahs and prophets, before perhaps even Yahweh. The figure of the demoness Lilith reaches back in some form to ancient Sumerian and Babylonian mythology, but came to flourish especially in later Jewish mythology. Indeed, it's arguable that no other figure has undergone such development, from divine being to rebellious first wife of Adam, to an infant murdering demoness, to a being of primordial evil, a wife of the anti-god Samael, then split into younger and older variants, said to have been hewn from the divine throne itself, to even becoming the divine consort in later Kabbalistic speculations, and finally, a feminist icon in the 20th and 21st centuries. Lilith, the Maiden of the Night, is truly one of the most remarkable figures in the entire history of Abrahamic mythology. In this, at least two-part series, I'll be exploring the origins and development of Lilith. In this first episode, I'll be covering Lilith's ancient origins and transformation in rabbinic literature before turning in the second episode to her dramatic, even shocking development in the mystical Kabbalistic literature. If you're interested in magic, Hermetic philosophy, alchemy, Kabbalah, or the history of the occult, make sure to subscribe here to Esoterica and check out my numerous dozens of other content on topics in esotericism. And also, if you want to support my work of providing accessible, scholarly, and free content on topics in esotericism here on YouTube for free, I'd hope you consider supporting my work either on my Patreon with a one-time donation, or you can use the super thanks option below this video. Your support makes this channel possible, and I assure you, I deeply, deeply appreciate it. But now, let's explore the complex origins and development of Lilith, the Night Maiden. I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and welcome to Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion. If one were to travel back in time to the streets of ancient Babylon around 2000 BCE and inquire among the Ashipu or the Mashmashu, the ritual experts in that time, about the god Yahweh, the angel Michael or Raphael,
Nigga faggot, Donny Tillers react.
Christianity makes sense. A virgin had God's baby, who then grew up to be
Yeah, I still got the zeros.
murdered by the Romans, so you and I could be forgiven for Eve eating that apple she got from the talking snake. 3 days later, Jesus rose from the dead to tell everyone he was coming back someday to fight the devil. Then he flew up to his mansion in heaven where he sits in judgment of the gays. How can you not believe that? But
Yeah, it's really, really stupid. I don't know why people believe in that horse shit. Thanks for the donation, nigga faggot.
The Watchers, Semyaza, or Satan. They would probably just look back at you in a confused stare. Indeed, those mythological beings were centuries, if not millennia, from being developed in the crucible of apocalyptic Judaism much, much later. But if one were to inquire of those Ashipu or the Mashmashu about the Lili or the Lilitu in Akkadian, one might very well see the blood flee from their face in dread terror. Lilith, in some form and in various numbers, has haunted the imagination of people long before monotheism, dualism, long before any Yahweh or Satan. In fact, Lilith may well be the oldest surviving mythological figure in all of Abrahamic mythology. Though, as we'll see, the origins and development of Lilith is anything but simple. It appears that the earliest conception of a Lilith wasn't a singular distinct being or personality, but a class of apparently malevolent subgods, or what we might call demons. The Lilu, along with the Lilitu and R.Lili, at least in Akkadian, or the Maiden Lilith, seem to have been largely creatures that dwelled in remote or deserted regions of the earth and were especially dangerous to pregnant women, to babies, and also even to young men. Some Lilu and Lili, these are both Akkadian versions of the Sumerian Lil, may have also been associated with insanity and wind demons, such as their purported leader, Pazuzu. Come back to him in a minute. R.Lili especially seems to have been a kind of perpetual bride-to-be whose sexual dysfunction causes her to target young men, perhaps a kind of proto-succubus-like figure. However, or the male Lil in Sumerian is taken to have been the father of none less than Gilgamesh, like Epic of Gilgamesh, who actually goes on to encounter a Ki Sikolil Lake, a spirit primarily dwelling in sacred trees, though both the reading of that in Sumerian and the meaning of that expression is still hotly debated. The Bernie relief may depict a lily. The association with the owls in that image are kind of speaking in that favor, but there's absolutely no agreement among scholars with arguments that that's actually Ishtar, who ironically seems to have actually had an antagonistic relationship with the lily. It could be Ishtar's sister and the queen of the underworld, Erishkigal, to some otherwise totally unknown figure. Who knows about the Bernie relief? Regardless, the Lilu and Lili form some complex, though admittedly unclear aspect of the demonological ecology of ancient Mesopotamian religious life. However, it seems that an etymological mistake between the isolate Sumerian and Semitic Akkadian languages would eventually allow for a kind of fusion between the sub-divine beings of the Lilu-Lili family and the daughter of Anu, and a proper goddess, Lamashtu. This can be seen in how the Lilu-Lili aren't written with the divine determinative like Lamashtu is. What seems to happen is a kind of linguistic assimilation where some of the malevolent activity of the Lili are fused with the explicitly anti-naval evil of Lamashtu, who of course was known to kill unborn children either by tapping on the mother's stomach 7 times, of course murdering babies through crib death, or even just kidnapping them from a wet nurse. Lamashtu's infamy is actually well attested in the amulets and spells, the numerous spells and amulets against her, which actually deploy the iconography of the leader of the Wind Lilu, Pazuzu. Of course, Pazuzu gets a super bad rap because the Exorcist kind of did him dirty by making him possess that young girl Reagan, but that's actually considerably ironic if you think about the fact that he was invoked precisely as a protector of young children and mothers. So, sorry Pazuzu. What appears to have happened is that some of the characteristics and functions of the Lili, especially including R.Lili, seem to have been fused with the more explicitly antenatal evil of Lamashtu, with a kind of false friend relationship between the etymologically unrelated Sumerian term for those beings, Lil, and the Semitic Akkadian word for night, Lilum or Liliatum, thus seeming to give rise to a pan-Mesopotamian demoness, attested in later Phoenician, Israelite Jewish, Persian, Mandean, you name it, texts. Sources largely responsible for crib death, seducing young men in their sleep, etc. Now, exactly how this process developed isn't totally understood.
Man, why is Texas such a shithole? Did you watch Computex? Liked any new tech they showed? I really like these new mini pieces Thermalright made.
About 2 months ago, there was a bill trying to get past the United States court system that theoretically could get everybody that watches anime labeled as a felon, aka you'd be thrown in prison, jail, whatever, fined, just for the sheer act of watching an episode of Goblin Slayer. Obviously, this was met with a lot of criticism, a lot of people were upset about it. The senator has introduced a bill to define obscenity, and it may pose risk to video games and anime. This information, this source directly comes from this.
Yeah, I've heard about all of this. And again, Republicans claim to be the party of free speech, but what do? They want to ban free speech because it offends them.
They are going to be cheaper than or...
I wasn't following anything from Computex. I don't know jack shit that's going on.
equal to competing mini PCs, which I took to mean minis for them. So supposed to be basically better thermals, should be a little quieter if it's done properly for the liquid cooling. Depends on how the fan is mounted. This can fit a 140 millimeter radiator, for example. And currently this one's running a benchmark. So there's actually a screen readout here where it is 61 degrees Celsius, 100% load. And this is running a 395 AMD SoC. It just started the test, so that's going to keep climbing. I don't know what it'll get to. We don't have the time to wait for steady state here. But they've got 3 models, basically. So this is a smaller one, and then this is a wider one. I don't have a ton of detail yet. We've asked to take them apart, maybe in the future. And otherwise, the big takeaway, I guess, that we'll check back in on once they're ready to be tested is just does it compete directly with Minis Forum at the price? It seems like Minis Forum has been like a Thermalright of its own in the mini PC pre-built space, so they're going to get some competition now. This is just for show. So this is fully CNC'd. It looks super nice. It's really well done, but it is not something that they are planning to sell necessarily unless there's a ton of demand for it. I mean, even you look at like the bolts going through it, and they've got the red accents on that too. The fan's got the red accents. Like, this is beautifully done. Unfortunately, it is not currently planned to be for sale. And then you can even see, I don't know if that's a real copper plating on aluminum, but either way, looks nice. This is not the same spec as any of the other PC. I think that covers about everything.
Those look pretty cool. I like those cases.
I can fit in this amount of time. There's an impossible amount of air coolers. Like, it would take me a couple more hours to.
All right, well, thanks for the donation, Red. Grey Knight donators, Ricky Berwick going hard on radio graffiti, lol.
No, I don't.
Yeah, you do. Ow! Don't hit me.
What do you want?
What you doing, man?
Why you come in here again tonight?
You were talking crap about me, man. Why are you talking crap?
Ricky has a crush on you.
Hey, shut up, woman. Shut up, woman.
Ricky's gay for you.
Whoa!
I'm not gay for anyone. All right?
I didn't know you went there, dude. I didn't know you
You
went
were
there.
talking crap first on Twitter. I responded. Rightfully so.
Ricky, you should calm down.
I know. I think you need to calm down, dude. You need to calm down.
Woman. Go make me a sandwich.
Ricky, I think you should
Whoa.
calm
Go
down.
make me a sandwich. Hey, you have
Looks
1
like
minute to talk. What is your problem? What is your
I'm rubbing
issue?
off on you. I have no issue with you, Ricky. I'm just upset that over what was it, the past couple of days, you put out a video saying shut the fuck up and calling me a racist. I am a melting pot of friendship. If you did any research on me, you should have known that that's what I am. I happen to have a whole bunch of friends that happen to be all kinds of races. All right?
You're a piece of shit. No. Hey. You came on my stream originally a few months ago and said, and I quote, look at this guy. He's been around here a while. This guy is cringe.
What's racist
That's
about
what
that?
you fucking said.
I don't remember saying that. I do not recall saying that. I do not recall. I don't recall saying that.
So now you started a war with a cripple.
Ricky,
Get the fuck out of here, you racist son of a bitch.
Wait, why are you coming at me? Why are you threatening to expose me? Are you there, Ricky? Ricky! Ricky! Where the hell'd you go, Ricky? Ricky! I thought we were having a Twitter Spaces here, and all of a sudden he just went off. He's no longer a part of the Twitter Spaces. Testies is here. We're live. Talked all kinds of internet tomfoolery, and I'm just a guy. Barrick is talking a lot.
Okay, that's very strange. Thanks for the donation, Grey Knight.
Has Frank mentioned a single word about his neck tattoo? Seems absurd to get the crazy tattoo in the midst of the eye surgery disaster.
Yeah, dude, Frank has gone completely cracked. I don't know what the fuck he's doing. He got that ridiculous stonemason tattoo on his neck for no reason that looks fucking horrible. He's just losing his fucking mind. Thanks for the donation, Blueberry. Or Freemason tattoo.
It probably won't ever be understood, but it seems possible, likely to me, that through a linguistic mishap and a bit of divine demonic assimilation, Lilith, as we know her, came into being. What might be the earliest evidence of this fusion may be a 7th century BC amulet found at Arslan Tash in what is now northern Syria. This amulet is really interesting in several respects. One, it shows Lilith as a demoness, thus leaving her cradle in Mesopotamia. Sorry for that cradle joke. And entering into the Levant. Second, the inscription is in Phoenician and not Akkadian, showing cultural diffusion of the Lilith myth. And finally, the amulet may actually be our earliest depiction of Lilith as a kind of Sphinx-like being. However, both the reading and the meaning of the inscription are heavily contested by scholars, with that final T, Lilith, being hugely in question. So, is this Lilith? Seems possible, maybe likely, but the jury is out and will likely remain so forever. The next possible appearance is also contested, but it's also the first and only mention of Lilith in ancient Israelite literature, that is in the Hebrew Bible or the Christian Old Testament. At Isaiah 34:14, the prophet there is describing the Yom Yahweh, or the coming day of divine justice, in which all the nations that oppressed Israel will be divinely destroyed and devastation will be everywhere, and describes the condition of those nations such that jackals shall meet hyenas, goat demons shall greet each other, there too Lilith shall repose and find her resting place. The problem is that the Hebrew for all those creatures I just mentioned is highly uncertain and remains very poorly understood to this day. In fact, the great Isaiah scroll found at Qumran, the most complete ancient Isaiah scroll we have, the term Lilith there is actually in the feminine plural, Liliot, which better matches the literary flow of the text anyhow. What is clear is that these animals, or maybe demons, are associated with ruins or otherwise deserted places or destroyed places, and that's actually pretty typical of demonic beings in ancient Mesopotamian mythology more generally, and we'll see it's something that's inherited directly into Jewish demonology as well. Again, is this Lilith a class of demonic beings or a specific demonic being? Or a demonic being at all? Indeed, note there's no anti-natal violence invoked here either. Actually, a recent study has argued that none of the beings typically invoked as proto-demons in the Hebrew Bible, like Dever and Reshef, these are sickness, plague demons, Shadim, Saraim, those are the goat demons, are Lilith, Liliot, I guess. A recent argument is made that they're not demons at all. Judith Belair has actually made a very cogent argument, at least to my mind, but these are just ritually impure animals, with Lilith just being a kind of owl or something. Though, think back to the Bernie relief in the
Tina King, Donny Tillers, I'm trying to get all this right here. I don't care what no one say. Yeah. No thanks. No thank you. It's funny how much they Photoshop their, because, like, they have tons of cellulite when you look at their videos, but then their butts are smooth. Yeah, no thanks. Thanks for the donation, TNA King.
In this regard, it seems like owls kind of got associated with these beings. But again, the Hebrew is so poorly understood and the cultural context utterly lost that we're probably never going to understand what those few verses in Isaiah ever meant with any certainty. And strangely, despite the positive explosion of both angelic and demonic beings during the period that most scholars refer to as Jewish apocalypticism, think of the Book of Enoch and literature like that, Lilith is conspicuously absent in what are otherwise dozens of foundational texts in the genre, many brimming with such supernatural creatures. In fact, one of the sole references to Lilith, or a Lilith-like being, is likely an exorcistic text in the Dead Sea Scrolls, the Song of the Sage, 4Q 510 and 11. In this text, Lilith occurs in the singular in the exorcistic invocation, which, compared to the Great Isaiah Scroll, also recovered from Qumran, which again had it in the plural. Again, are we dealing with Lilith or something else here? It's so hard to know. Further development of the Lilith mythology would occur, interestingly enough, closer to her original homeland over there in Mesopotamia. In virtually parallel development, the mythology of Lilith would begin to more fully coalesce in both the Babylonian Talmud and in Mesopotamian incantation bowls, before reaching its mythological maturity just before the time period of what we might think of as the European Middle Ages.
CM Punk fan donate 218. Did you hear the news about Wes, by the way?
Pulse Clinic B, HCV non-reactive, HCV negative, syphilis non-reactive, HIV positive. Pulse.
He got HIV. I don't know who the fuck this is. But, that's fucked. Thanks for the donation, CM Punk fan.
The Talmud, as you might recall, is a commentary on an earlier text of Jewish lore called the Mishnah. Two such of these commentaries were produced. There were two Talmuds produced, one over in Palestine and the other in the academies of Babylon during the Sasanian period. While the Mishnah itself contains no Lilith references, she does get about a half a dozen mentions in the Babylonian Talmud. For instance, we learn in Tractate Eruvin that one of the punishments meted out to women because of the sin of Eve is that they have to grow long hair like Lilith, which doesn't seem like a super bad punishment. At Gittin 69b, we learn of a treatment for gira. This might be a kind of striking or stinging pain in one's body that involves some kind of stone known as the arrow of Lilith, gira de Lilita. There's a pun there between the pain gira and the arrow gira in the Aramaic, and that's probably how the magical idea happens. At Nida 24b, we learn that if a woman has a stillbirth which resembles Lilith in that it has wings, that such a fetus is viable and that that woman is tameh, or susceptible to the laws around ritually uncleanliness following childbirth. At Bava Batra 73a through b, we read a super strange narrative in which a character called Hormine, this is apparently the son of Lilith, is performing all kinds of acrobatic feats while holding a glass of wine that never spills. Shockingly, by the way, this is probably a reference to the Zoroastrian deity Ahura Mazda, the god of light and goodness. Ironically here made the son of the demoness Lilith, so it's a Talmud throwing some shade at the Zoroastrians for some reason. Don't pick on the Zoroastrians, they had a hard enough time. They're wonderful people. At Shabbat 151b, Chanina ben Dosa warns us to never sleep in an empty house because, of course, you'll be seized by Lilith, so don't do that. And in a final reference, we find a debate about the fate of Adam in the years after his expulsion from the Garden of Eden. In a very weird...
Remember when you were on Kick or Keep, it was the fat guy that kept bothering you? Oh, that piece of shit. Well, yeah, he probably deserves it. How in the fuck did that guy get HIV? Isn't he married? Was he getting, like, butt-fucked by black dudes or something?
Weird narrative. At Eruvin 18b, we learned that in those 130 years following the exile from the garden, Adam, probably through nocturnal seminal emissions, begat a whole race of Ruchin, Veshedin, Velilim. Now, exactly how to translate those terms is not clear because Talmudic demonology is notoriously unsystematic. I've done an episode about that if you want to check it out. But it might mean something like spirits, shade demons, and Lilith demons. But it could just as well be something else. Note there that Lilin is in the masculine plural and not in the feminine singular or feminine plural. But the whole phrase might mean something like spirits and male and female demons, but Rashik are legendary commentaries on the Bible. In Genesis Rabbah, we find a really interesting discussion caused by what is apparently a lacuna in the biblical text. You may remember that before Cain and Abel went out into the field, they were discussing something. But there's a gap in the Hebrew Bible's text there. There should be a discussion of what they were discussing. Well, they go off into a field and things don't go well for Abel. And so we never learn what they were talking about. So what were they talking about? One of the very topics mentioned in that discussion was they were arguing about the Chava Harishona, or the first Eve who returned.
He lives in Thailand, he fucks ladyboys constantly. Oh, yeah. Even if I was into that sort of thing, like ladyboys and shit like that, I would never, I would never pay for, like, a sex worker and, like, fuck around like that, because, like, no shit. The risk of HIV infection with, you know, people who have tons of unprotected anal sex, like, that's just crazy to take that kind of risk.
Turned to the dust. Now, while Lilith isn't explicitly mentioned here, the idea that Adam had a first wife that got away, that's going to matter a whole lot more in just a minute. In another midrash at Bamidbar 16, where Moses is yet again arguing with Yahweh not to kill everyone as he always wants to do, one of the arguments provided by Moses is that if he does in fact kill all the Israelites, Yahweh will be compared to Lilith, who kills her own children. Not a good look, buddy. Not a good look, Yahweh. Note, this is the first time in the rabbinical literature so far that we have the motif of
Svario is on IG now. This his actual account, he linked it on his Gotis channel. Why don't you leave him a nice comment, lol?
As in raw liver?
This is when soundboard prank calls peaked. Dude calls a police station threatening to blow them to smithereens. They made this news report with serious faces as he's yelling most absurd things. Obvious it's a prank. Fox News.
Weak, getting fatter, doesn't have enough energy to exercise, and has to wear a wig to hide his balding head, but veganism is so bad for you. That's the comment I left. I'm sure it'll get blocked and deleted. Thanks for the donation, N-word. Let me take a look. T.
But first, and only on Fox, it was likely meant as a joke, but we've learned a prank call is now the target of a criminal investigation. Melinda's off tonight. Good evening to you. I'm Tom Ziska.
And thanks for joining us. I'm Damalie Keith. That caller allegedly threatened to blow up a major facility here in Houston where hundreds of people work. Fox 26's Isaiah Carey is here now with the exclusive story. Isaiah, is this serious?
Yeah, I'm feeling better.
Well, we're still trying to determine that. There are at least 2 investigations going on. Now, it may come down to people who may have way too much time on their hands and don't know where to draw the line. People who could face local and federal charges of terroristic threats for a joke gone really bad. This building at 1200 Travis houses hundreds of employees at the Houston Police Department. It's the last place you want to target with a bad joke like blowing it up, along with everyone in it.
We have a specialized division that investigates any threats made against any Houston police officer, their family, or the department.
Fox 26 News has learned that Specialized Unit and the FBI are now investigating a 911 call that came into the Houston Emergency Center Sunday night. The caller threatened to blow up the Houston Police Department.
They should go to jail.
What should happen to them?
Yes.
They should go away for a long time.
You mean jail time?
That would be it.
You bad habit.
That would be it.
I'm gonna blow you away like Lynch, you bad habit piece of garbage.
Fox 26 News has learned that bomb threat was traced back to Kansas City, Missouri, and a group of known pranksters who post their crank calls on.
Hey, Frank, I heard you was in the hospital.
Sources say those pranksters make calls around the country using the name of fears.
I don't know who you are, man.
It's Rick.
Rick who?
Frank Garrett.
Every threat is taken very seriously by the police department.
Especially in this time following 9/11 and the attacks on America, where
I'm not hearing anything from whatever soundboard they're using where it's like obviously a soundboard and a prank, so I think it's just kind of stupid.
Lilith as a child killer, though the reference here is to her killing her own children, which is ironic considering that in most of the medieval literature, the fully developed literature on Lilith, she will be depicted as a rage-filled demoness precisely because of her inability to have her own children. Again, a crucially important part of the development of her legend and how she's integrated into Judaism, where she will survive in the mythology for ages. However, the threat of Lilith against mothers, babies, and children was also being developed at the same time in the magical technologies of the same cultural and historical milieu as the Babylonian Talmud. In dozens, maybe hundreds of incantation bowls, Lilith is both described, abjured, and even widely depicted for the first time. Now, these incantation bowls were typically a kind of magical device containing a magical text written often in a circle or a spiral with a depiction of the demonic entity that's being targeted at the center of them, which is typically depicted as being wrapped up in chains. And they were typically buried in ritually important parts of the home, often beneath the lintel of the house. This magical technology is widely observed with the language, in the case that it's not pseudo-writing, just squiggles, those probably were sold to illiterate people. Sorry. They often indicated the religious or ethnic background of the user. So Hebrew Aramaic, probably Jews, Mandaic, probably Mandeans. Bowls contain 2 types of invocations. One which protect women and babies and children from Lilith, and sometimes even male Liliths, so he's still around. And 2, those which protect men from her and her more succubus-like form. These are often even combined. In both cases, divine and angelic names are invoked to banish Lilith from the home and protect those inside. In yet others, Lilith will be threatened with karet, or excommunication, and thus equal to him by all rights.
Tits.
Famously, she asserts this equality by insisting on being on top during an act of sexual intercourse. The 3 angels actually corner her over the Sea of Reeds, where the pharaonic army would one day be drowned, and they threaten her. But again, defiant Lilith counteroffers. She'll accept the death of 100 of her brood each day, but she'll be able to stalk the children of humans for 8 days after a boy's birth and for 20 days for a girl. However, she'll be forever deterred by the powerful names of those angels, Senoi, Samsinoi, and Samangalath, such that if she sees their names over a child, she'll relent, and the child will recover.
I'm not going to go see
in this
Mission
brief
Impossible.
tale, thousands of years in the making, these mythological strands fuse.
Joe donated $2. Let me see. Snark subreddit just reported a Palestinian refugee and advocate to the FBI 600 points before being covered up by mods. Follow the link here and report this. Reddit is complicit in every single one of these posts. Filed a report to the FBI's IC3 about Ethan Klein and Ahmed Fouad Akatib's charity fraud scheme from the latest podcast episode. what they've done is a possible alienation. These people are just so stupid. This is the person that filed the fraudulent FBI report against Palestinian advocate and refugee. If you recognize him, please contact us so that we can formally hold him accountable for committing a felony. Well, I guess, Snark subreddit ain't going so well.
I was an angry blue-haired feminist.
If feminism is a scam, then maybe you should consider quit TikTok, move to a conservative Muslim or Christian country where women will not gain the right to work or the right to vote or the right to even drive a car. And
yeah, this guy sounds like he has Down syndrome, fucking inbred. Oh, pathetic. Thanks for the donation, Joe.
Into a truly enduring narrative. Lilith, the defiant first partner of Adam, becomes the murderer of infants in her fury, which can only be repulsed through angel magic. And indeed, it's around the time of the production of the Alphabet of Bin Sirah that we find the first Aramaic incantation formulae appear with the now commonplace incantation Adam v'Chava chutz Lilith, Adam and Eve out, Lilith, along with the talismanic angel names Sinoi, Sansanoi, and Samangalaf, a formula still reprinted in handbooks of Jewish magic down to today. I have them right there, and more on those amulets, modern amulets for this, in a future episode. However, in a lesser known and largely lost text, sadly, which is terrible because it must have been a compendium of ancient demonology and the Midrash Abkir, this portrays Adam as a kind of saintly figure, unlike the depiction from the Talmud that we mentioned earlier, where he kind of goes on a demoness fornication bender. Sounds good. He's actually ascetically separated himself from Eve in this story following their sin and the murder of Abel by their son Cain, which introduced both death and murder into the world. Thanks, Adam. However, in this account, Lilith is actually so powerfully attracted to Adam, he sort of gleams like the sun, that she forcibly mates with him, probably when he's asleep, and over the course of 130 years of his isolation, he sires myriads of hosts of demons, which go on to plague humankind down to this day. I suspect that she was probably on top in those nightly romps, so...
Donatillers, sort comments on most recent. Your comment isn't there, must be filtered, or he is nonstop checking his comments. How do you sort comments on Instagram? Like, I can see mine. I don't know. Thanks for the donation, D.
Lilith laughs last. This motif of Lilith as a succubus would also prove influential in the next period of the development of her mythology, the Lilith of the Kabbalah. In this episode, we've covered the development of the Lilith myth spanning millennia, from Bronze Age Mesopotamia to right up to the dawn of the Kabbalah in the 13th century. As we've seen, Lilith is an enduringly powerful myth which captures a range of fears and anxieties, from crib death to female autonomy, a subject that still strikes terror in basic bros everywhere. In the next episode, we'll turn to the fantastically psychedelic and multifaceted development of Lilith within the scope of the mystical revolution inaugurated by the Sefer Zohar, or the Book of Radiance, and the rise of the Kabbalah. Lilith certainly pre-existed the Abrahamic mythologies and will very likely be with them.
That wasn't particularly interesting, but this is great. Damn, dude. That's a chunky wolf. Yeah, dude, her bum. If he blocked you, it will hide your comment and only be visible to you. Yeah, he probably blocked me. Like, he doesn't do anything all day, and he's obsessed with himself and social media, so he probably just instantly blocked me. The guy's a fucking loser. I don't know why the fuck she does sumo. It's like no point. Damn, dude, she fine as hell. I don't know why, but I find it really hot when girls can bench press a lot of weight or overhead press a lot of weight. I like it when she squeezes her glutes together at the top. I need some of that. Fuck. Well, that's some good muscle mommy content for now.
The floor with the rebels. They'd wipe the floor with them. And then the logistical bottlenecks would start.
Fuck you, vegan, big booty, fuck you. Donate $2. Who won?
Folks, let me tell you about my good friend Todd Nettleton from The Voice of the Martyrs, hailing his travels in
Oh, I couldn't care less. Who fucking cares? They're probably both stupid. Thanks for the donation. Fuck you, vegan booty. Fuck you. I couldn't care less about Charlie Kirk debates. The guy's just a dishonest whack job, and seeing as how he agreed to debate the Cambridge professor, the professor's probably an idiot because he always preferentially selects people who are stupid. And as soon as he ever actually debates somebody in public who knows what the fuck they're talking about, like, you know, the vegans he ended up debating, he privates the videos because he knows he looks bad. So, couldn't give a shit about, like, I'm not going to waste my time. The fact that he agreed to the debate, I just know the guy is probably an idiot. Thanks for the donation though, dude.
Because all it takes is a few truck drivers who won't move, a few machinists who walk off the Boeing assembly line, and the U.S. Army stops. The U.S. Army is a logistics organization that dabbles in combat. One story I like to tell is how I was on this remote combat outpost in Egypt, and we had so many frozen chicken patties in our freezer that we actually gave the Egyptians some frozen chicken patties because the Egyptian border guards only got meat when they rotated back into their main base. We could get more chicken halfway across the world than we could possibly eat, and the Egyptians couldn't even feed their own men in their own country. It's fun to see.
Bro, $90, please watch Charlie get wrecked. Even his comments on his own video think he got owned.
Folks, let me tell you about my good friend Todd.
Charlie got cooked. His stands, this is the audience's fault.
Todd Nettleton.
Okay, it's only 6 minutes. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Marvelous. Thank you. A very, very short question. Israel versus Hamas. Good guy versus bad guy. Russia versus Ukraine. Who's the good guy and who's the bad guy?
Both are bad, one is worse.
Which way around?
Russia is worse than Ukraine.
Okay, so why haven't we pursued that?
What do you mean?
Well, it seems to me that in the whole of the current US proposition, that Ukraine is being the bad guy.
In what way? We funded Ukraine upwards of $200 billion.
Absolutely. But
We just signed a mineral deal with Ukraine, not Russia.
Yeah, but you are expecting Ukraine to give up 20% of its territory to someone who invaded it.
Well, is Crimea part of Russia or Ukraine?
Ukraine.
That's where we don't agree.
Well, I'm afraid that's part of international treaty. That's not up for grabs.
Well, it's interesting. I mean,
that's the point. I
mean, even Zelensky has said he's willing to give up Ukraine.
No. America signed the agreement that gave Ukraine Crimea.
Right.
When the Soviet Union ended.
Right. It was done. First of all, it never should have been done. It was largely ceremonial. However, it was annexed under Obama. Yes, and it was a mistake, and it should be given back to Russia as a sign of good gesture to end this conflict. Okay. Who's currently controlling Crimea? Where was the Russian Navy headquartered in World War II? Where was the end of World War II? This is very important.
I'm not doubting that. I'm just saying that if we're being logical on what has happened, that you're now arguing against that flow. And I don't understand it. Because actually, why is Ukraine the bad guy?
No, I said they're bad. They're not the bad guy.
Yeah, well, you said they were both bad, but one was more bad.
Correct, yes.
So why is Ukraine bad?
Well, there's a lot wrong with Ukraine. First of all, they're not a democracy. Zelensky refused to hold an election.
They are a democracy. Oh my god, he's such a liar. Zelensky's willing to hold elections once the war's over, and literally every opposition party in Ukraine has publicly stated they are in support of Zelensky staying in power until the war's over. So, like, the idea that, oh, they're a dictatorship, they're not a democracy, like, he's just such a liar.
Come on, you can do it.
Put it right side up. Just
You can
so it
do
doesn't
it. You
spill
got
on
this.
All right, bro. I can't do it. Here.
All right.
I've already seen this dude.
Oh, weird correctly.
I haven't seen this guy's video on it, but I've already seen the whole
You
thing.
were wrong.
No, he didn't.
I before E, except after.
Not for weird. It's an
Really?
I promise.
Are you sure?
Holy shit.
How come?
Which was pretty much the star of Wes's down.
Charms and
I was at.
I'm supposed to open it. You know, he already sounds worried. And when the host says yes, he's like, oh, geez. So opening a pickle jar, it's a scary task, even for the most masculine men out there.
Oh my god. I guess, yeah, Andrew, go ahead.
I'm supposed to open the pickle jar?
It's like a, yeah.
Oh, jeez.
I do. This seems a little immature now.
And the cope starts right away, which was the most embarrassing part. Like, he kept complaining about it being greasy, and then he wipes it all off with paper towels, and he still complains about not being able to grip it. And then afterwards, his wife had to come out and defend him and reassure everyone that he can actually open pickle jars, and he does it all the time. And it's just even more embarrassing the fact that she felt like she needed to say this stuff. You know, it's like she knew his masculinity was on the line. Like, she also said Andrew heroically ran off armed intruders during a home invasion. He picked up her 230-pound dad to get him into an ambulance faster when he was dying on their front lawn. And he also knocked out a guy with an open palm slap for insulting her at a party. So this is just hilarious. The fact that she felt the need to announce all this just because her husband couldn't open a pickle jar. So he must have the most fragile ego ever. And also, he always talks about how he has complete authority over his wife and she does everything he says. So I don't know if he told her to say this or she just felt the need to say it, but either way, it's just humiliating. I mean, his wife is getting even more defensive than him. You know, he needs to get her under control. Like, to have your wife tweeting about how you can open a pickle jar and how you've done all these masculine things, it's just kind of sad, and it shows this must have really been affecting them. I mean, she just kept tweeting about this, and she also compared him to Tom Brady at one point and said it's like if Tom Brady were winning Super Bowls and on the way out of the stadium he tripped, and then people are like, see, that proves you're not actually a good quarterback after all. So the cope was just out of control here.
It's all fucking slick now.
It's a little,
See, it
little fun.
is.
I gotta grip it.
Uh-oh, Andrew. If you can't open it either.
Well, your hand greased the whole top of it.
My hand are fine. Here, high five.
It
My
literally,
shoes are slow.
it's like, feel it. Isn't that greasy?
It was like that already. Oh my God.
No,
you're
it
ridiculous.
wasn't. You greased the top.
Oh my Jesus, Andrew. If you can't.
Grab me a paper towel so I can dry the top of it off.
Okay, once the top is dry, if you still
But do
can't
we
get it
now
out.
need to allow her another opportunity with the
give her the paper towel so that.
No, I think you should do it, Andrew. You're the big, strong man. There you go. Come on.
Here, I'm going to let some chats come through. We got some
Red
chats
Fox
while they're working on that.
donated
Red Fox,
$200.
thank you.
Deontology prioritizes intent.
Red Fox, thank you for that. Appreciate it.
I can't grip the fucker.
They're not. Into a woman here, it's brutal. Like, he needs another man to open a jar for him. Then he needs to clean up the guy's mess. So I think his wife probably got the ick from this, and that's why she's been coping over it.
You can't get your fucking hand on it. Try it. Nah, you fucker. That was bullshit. Bullshit. I loosened it for you.
I just want to say for record.
We got a little olive juice. I'm going to lose my mind.
Didn't Jake just totally mog you?
Well, hey, I only got it
He
for
mogged all.
And I think the problem is his wife wasn't there to open it for him. I mean, it sounds like she does everything for him. Sometimes when she talks about him, it sounds like she's talking about taking care of a child, and she does everything around the house. He won't even take out the garbage, and he's all proud of it too.
I don't do shit.
Andrew has never done a house chore ever in 17 years. I do all of that. I bring him his food. I bring him his drinks. I keep track of his schedule.
My wife foresees my needs before I foresee my needs. She knows what I want to eat before I even know what I want to eat. She knows what it is that I want before I know what it is that I want. She foresees all of my needs.
So it's too bad she didn't foresee that pickle jar. And I guess he's done more house chores for the Whatever podcast than he has for his wife. And his wife already had kids with 2 other men before she met him. So there's nothing traditional about this relationship. And in the red pill community, that's like cuck behavior. But these people are huge hypocrites. Like, also Andrew, he always talks about how important it is for men to be masculine, strong, and stoic, and in control of their emotions, which isn't a bad message, but you got to practice.
Okay.
Your biggest advantage would be to exclude all females from your group or survival cell. Modern women would be completely dependent, and for most...
Yeah, the pickle jar thing was kind of pathetic. I don't think he knows how to open a jar. It seemed like he just wanted to crank it open as quickly as possible. The trick is you want to apply pressure into the jar by like squeezing it down, and then you just apply constant pressure until it breaks. He just seemed like he wanted to crank it and he was like losing grip. You just press it, like you clamp your hand down and then you just apply constant force until it eventually breaks open.
Well, no, he can't hold an election.
Oh, wait, did Churchill hold an election during the war?
It's under his constitution.
Hold on, Lincoln held an election during the war. That's not true. He can call an election. He can call a snap election. He's full dictator of the country.
No.
Because he knows that the people of Ukraine would kick him out immediately because he's deeply unpopular. In fact, if he wanted to show his...
he still has majority support, so that's not true. He'd win the election anyway.
Statement to the world, he would call an election and win by 80% and say, see, I'm super popular. So that's number one. I have a problem with that. I have a problem with a person being propped up as a government we're sending $200 billion to that refuses even to face his voters.
Okay, I can't agree with you factually on that at all. Okay. Constitutionally, Ukraine is not able to hold an election because it's under military law at the moment, and that's just a matter of fact.
Again, he can, as a prime minister or president, he can do whatever he wants.
He can't.
Okay,
He
we're going to
can't
just go back
sign an
and
executive order and change the...
Like, a huge portion of the country is occupied. How are they going to have an election?
Constitution. Neither can the American president either, so hopefully there's better...
He could even do a ceremonial election to see where he actually stands with the people.
I think we call those opinion polls.
Yes, and they're very negative.
Firmly ahead in the opinion
Again, but you would agree that a person that holds on to power without the election of the sovereign is pretty questionable.
No, not in those circumstances.
Okay, then we disagree.
No, okay, that's fine. But give me another reason why you...
They are the most corrupt country in Europe that never even met the most remote standards of joining NATO. Do you not know where a lot of this money is going?
I don't disagree that there is a problem with corruption, but the most corrupt country in Europe, are you sure about that?
I'd have to double or triple think about that, but they're very corrupt.
Okay, so that's a little bit down. It's not absolute.
I mean, well,
would you corruption? I mean, let's face it. We are talking about comparison with some of the states you're doing business with in the Gulf.
Oh, of course, but we're not giving them money; they're giving us money. That's a difference, right? Saudi Arabia.
Oh, so it's fine.
Well, hold on a second.
It's morally acceptable to take money from corrupt people.
Well, hold on. First of all, as far as morally acceptable, you do what's best in the benefit of your country. And so, for example, we were allied with Russia during the Second World War, and I'm glad we were. And I would ask you,
don't forget,
how much money is too much money to send to Ukraine? We're at $200 billion right now.
I don't think you have to send any more money to Ukraine.
We agree.
I think you have to agree to support them as a free country, and perhaps sell them weapons, like you're very happy to sell weapons to less free countries. And I think Europe will pick up the slack, as we ought to. And I don't disagree with some of the comments about Europe not looking after its own security. I just don't get this approach, which was supposedly to end the war quickly, which now seems to be elongating it, and in doing so, throwing up a smokescreen of very variable facts, if they are facts at all, about how things occurred, which actually isn't helping things. And if people can't see that Putin is stalling,
I agree with you. I think he might be stalling.
And therefore, and I think even your president has acknowleded the fact that he thinks he might be stalling.
Correct. So we don't have a disagreement there.
No, we don't. No,
we have a disagreement about the efficacy of tactics, and we don't know. And I'm willing to say we could be wrong.
No. Oh, well,
of course you could be wrong in life.
I mean, we could all be wrong. But actually bringing that war to an end consistently actually isn't going very well. And I would just suggest to you that whatever tactics have been used are perhaps not the best. And they are certainly inconsistent with what's going on in the Middle East and how America has been treating parties in the Middle East. But I've had enough of your time.
No, that's a fair contention. Thank you very much.
Very much indeed.
Thank you.
Yeah, Charlie's a literal retard. I mean, we all knew that.
Say that army helicopters and drones would just blow the rebels to pieces, but when the parts stop coming, that really evens the playing field. A lot of army equipment and fuel is shipped by civilian contractors. If you got a contractor refusing to move without a military escort, or all of his drivers quit because they support the rebels, or there's just no gas, you've just turned that Apache helicopter into a $52 million wind chime. And when it comes to parts, maintainers are going to cannibalize one helicopter for parts to keep the other helicopters going. So a squadron of multiple helicopters can turn into 3 helicopters real quick. Same thing goes for jet fighters. Ground vehicles like trucks, tanks, they might fare a little bit better since the consequences of a jury-rigged part might be less catastrophic than if you're on the ground, than if you're in the air. You might also be able to find more parts at your local Napa than you can for a jet fighter, right? But for the most part, if the parts or the gas stops coming, that really reduces the ability for the Army to project power. Now, in general, the Army does have better training and equipment and leadership than a militia force. Absolutely. The fact is that a lot of these people like to cosplay, dress up in their plate carrier with a Hawaiian shirt every weekend and run around with their AR-15 and play pretend militia.
Is tofu a better protein source than seitan? What is your go-to protein source and why? Not including powders.
Pretty sure tofu is higher in branched chain amino acids. I don't think that really matters at the end of the day. But, I mean, in theory, if you just look at amino acid balance, tofu is technically better. But they're both very good. Tofu is like a little more convenient because you don't have to make it. You just buy it from the store. Go-to protein source. It would just be tofu. Thanks for the donation, though, Blueberry. Appreciate it.
I mean, yeah, it's great to have a hobby. But in the stand-up fight, your training as part-time militia, your 3-gun matches, you will never be at parity with someone who does this 5 days a week and they intend to kill. Now, that doesn't mean that the Army can't be defeated. It just means that anybody who intends to fight as militia cannot get decisively engaged, where better training and leadership can be brought to bear. So if some sort of rebellion happened and it was in one central location, the full force of the military could be brought to bear and it would be over pretty quick. But if there was some sort of insurgency that rose up in multiple locations all at the same time, and those insurgents could hold out for maybe 90 days or so, long enough for parts to be delayed and fuel shortages to start, that's when I think the government would start to have problems. You're also ignoring the fact that some government forces will break off and form their own rebel groups. You saw this with the Free Syrian Army, where defectors started fighting the government. You could also see mass desertions. Now, the culture of the U.S. Army is pretty stoic. We tend to suffer a lot of hardships, and we suck it up. But there are things like supply interruptions. If the government can't pay their soldiers, either because of contract issues or logistical issues, or people can't get fed, people are going to leave. I will tell you this, if it got down to the point that, let's say you have a bunch of soldiers at some remote outpost and the Army wasn't feeding them, the average American officer would reach into their own pocket and buy food on the economy to feed their soldiers. No doubt that would happen. But they can only do that for so long before they run out of money on their credit card, right? So no matter how great the discipline is of the U.S. Army, you would still see soldiers start to desert their units. Some might even join the rebels. Some might just go home and protect their families. And then there's the issue of recruiting. The U.S. Army needs about 68,000 or so incoming troops every year to keep up their strength. If the militia is fighting for a cause that people believe in, corruption, food shortages, civil liberties, whatever, you'll lose not just logistics, but hearts and minds. Because now the military is a villain. And it's really hard to recruit soldiers to be the villain. That means you're going to have to conscript, which could make people side with the militias even more. They took my son. Now, there's also the question of the OG militia, which is the National Guard. Look, the National Guard is first and foremost a state force. I am finishing my second novel in the Doucette series, and it's called Lies to Rule Men. I'm recording this particular video in April for a May release, so the first book in the series, The Last Republic.
You don't know what the hell you're talking about. The military wouldn't have any money if people weren't paying taxes and fighting the military. Where do you think the military funding comes from?
Can you report this page to the Canadian FBI? They are stalking Canadians who live in Canada and are former IDF members. Bad Empanado and Hassan are promoting this project. Click on one of the names to see.
That's pretty fucked. Alright, well, I'd recommend reporting that. Thanks for the donation, Canadian FBI. I don't know what the Canadian equivalent of the FBI is. Thanks for the donation, though, Canadian FBI.
How is it going, guys? Drew Peacock here, back with another video. And how is your as reckless and as stupid? I think Mopar owners now hold that trophy, but let's see if BMW owners can take the crown on that one. I don't think that was supposed to happen, buddy. That was a cute little donuts right there. You almost did a complete 360 and then leaving the car me. Oh yeah, let's just leave her wide open throttle. I like how nonchalant the person videoing the car is. Like, he captured that shit in 4K. He really had nowhere to run. Like, if you look behind him, there's some sort of fence. So he's kind of just there accepting his fate. He's like, at this very moment right here, well, I'm either going to tell my kids about this story or I'm going to end up on a t-shirt. And luckily, he gets to live to tell his kids. Now, this dumb BMW driver smacked the wall. Didn't seem like anything bad happened to him, but his airbags went off. Probably a totaled car. One common theme you'll see with these Darwin Awards is they usually win them in front of a crowd of people. And that's something I like.
I already have a Steam Deck. Thinking of getting the Legion Go because it can be docked and used like a laptop. Well, you can do that with a Steam Deck. But yeah, I've already got a Steam Deck. I think Xbox is working with Asus to release a portable handheld. You might want to hold off on that. I don't know when it's going to be released, but probably that Asus one is the best one out right now. I can't remember what it's called. Bruh, don't I tell you, your country is filled with terror sympathizers. Yeah, I know. Yeah. Yeah, it's bad. Thanks for the donation, bro.
Like to call the main character effect. Essentially, this guy thinks he's the center of attention. He's the main character. He has to show off. And showing off is essentially what got him into trouble. Do not do this. Be smart. This guy's obviously not very skilled. Luckily, nobody was hurt, but he definitely won a Darwin Award. Let's move on. This one just has a bunch of police lights, and we see a cop in the thumbnail, so let's see who is he gonna catch.
Oh shit. They got him.
Yep.
Well, that is a quick and easy way on how to get a ticket. This guy tried to be cool and show off for a bunch of high schoolers in his Porsche. Flew past one cop. He definitely has him on radar. Second cop is going in behind to sweep in and steal the kill. Essentially, this cop is the equivalent of someone third-partying in Warzone. Don't you just hate them? We all third-party. We all do it. Oh, they're fighting. Let's go push them. Regardless, though, if you're leaving a car meet, the best thing to do is just leave quietly. If you want to get on it a little bit, go ahead, but don't go wide open throttle and fly past a cop. If you're there and there's a crowd of people there, then German car owners. I didn't mean for this to be a German. See what this idiot.
Oh my god. Oh no. Oh no.
That's radiator fluid.
Fuck. Oh, that's oil. Turn off the car. That's oil. That's oil. That's oil.
Bro.
Dude, what a fucking dumbass.
How dumb do you have to be to attempt a drift in a 2-lane canyon? How stupid do you have to be? I know he's apparently 16. I almost find that hard to believe. First,
bro, who's giving these fucking BMWs to a 16-year-old kid? Holy fuck, their parents must be rich.
Japanese cars to shine. Let's see what this big body Lexus was attempting to do. Yeah. I don't know what you thought you were gonna do, but this isn't your local takeover, idiot. This dude is swinging it so hard,
What do you think the main reason is for the decline in veganism over the last couple years? Do you think it will bounce back soon?
Who the fuck knows, dude? People are just selfish dumbasses. Like, I think once lab-grown meat, you know, becomes commercially available, things will probably pick up again, but yeah, people are just dumbasses, dude. Thanks for the donation, Blueberry.
Unnecessarily in the rain. Like, what was he trying to do? This guy
Palatard havoc going down in Germany. Think I heard a taser lol.
This is the link you sent me. It's like some dude's profile. I'm assuming their thing is only for followers or something. So yeah, I can't see the video that you wanted me to watch, but thanks for the donation, Grey Knight.
completely overshot his entry. He wasn't even close. Like, this dude smacked pretty much the thumbnail right here. Bro never recovered emotionally. This is from New Zealand. I think this is a Commodore. Let's take a look.
Dude, I ain't never going to a car meet. Like, people are just so fucking stupid. Like, why would you do that? My god. That is just so fucking stupid. Retard, donate $2, I can fix her.
So the really bizarre thing here is that this girl is walking down the street with this knife, just like this, and watch as she passes people. Like, this is the world we live in now. This woman is wielding a knife and walking down the street. Very bizarre. And people just slightly get out of the way, but like no one's alarmed whatsoever. Because it's New York City. And this is the shit you see here every single frickin' day. No.
Is this like some kind of political statement that I don't want to get catcalled?
No, not unbelievable. Believable. Look at that. Shows.
I can guarantee you will not fix her. She has serious daddy issues. Thanks for the donation, retard.
Whoops. My bad. I think this is it.
No, still the same. Thanks for the donation though, Grey Knight. Oh my god. It's even worse than I thought.
Bro managed to hit two of the coolest cars there. He hit a 3 Series wagon, which is pretty rare, at least here in the States. I don't know about in New Zealand, but you rarely see those. And a 2nd Gen MR2. He is so lucky he didn't touch the WRX behind that. But dude, this guy literally hit two of the coolest cars there. God, I don't understand people's thought process. Here's a really tight and skinny road with a bunch of nice cars on both sides. Let me try to do a burnout down the whole road. Let's go ahead and see how that turns out. Let's go ahead and see how much of a success that is. How stupid do you have to be? I get nervous when people are doing like burnouts and shit at park and chill car meets, because if he goes left or if he goes right, somebody's car is getting smacked, and it's somebody that does not deserve it. I'm 100% okay with idiots like damaging their own cars, like they smack a curb or they go into the rocks or whatever. That's fine, because nobody gets hurt. But smacking somebody else's car, somebody that's just there minding their own business, that's where I draw the line. I don't 300.
Yep.
So I don't know why there's no audio, but they're all staging up. They're doing a little burnout, showing off a little bit. First one does it pretty good. Second one has a little bit of extra room. Third one, though, didn't slam on the brakes too much. They got the Striker engines, but they didn't get the Striker brake package. You ain't stopping that boat with no base model brakes. We already know what the story is behind that. That just sucks though, man. I like Chrysler 300s. I think they're a cooler version of a Dodge Charger when done right. And I bet these had some balls behind it. So get the brakes. Just idiot. Like I said, this video...
So Greg Doucette is threatening to sue me. No, that isn't clickbait. Let me explain. One day ago, I posted a video criticizing Greg Doucette and Hussein Farhat for allegedly lying about Hussein's natty status. You'll soon find out why I have to emphasize the word allegedly. To my surprise, when the video only had 150 views, Greg Doucette somehow found it and had already commented on my video.
I've noticed this about Greg Doucette. He has a knack for finding literally every single video about him. I don't believe Greg when he says, "Oh, I don't watch Netflix. I kind of stay off social media. I just read books all day and go outside, work out." How in the fuck is Greg finding a video from a guy who has 3.65k subs, and the video he uploads only has 150 views, and then this guy watches the whole fucking video from a tiny-ass channel nobody knows about, and then threatens to sue them? Like, this guy is terminally online, and he's searching videos about him fucking constantly. There's no way this guy has, like, a normal, healthy fucking life. Like, I've never encountered shit like this. Back in the day when, like, my channel was really popping off, I would, like, sometimes randomly get recommended videos from smaller channels, but I wouldn't even bother to fucking watch them. I just see, oh, that person only has, like, 3k subs. I'm not gonna bother. Greg fucking watches every single one of these videos. Like, there's something seriously fucking wrong with you if you do crap like that. Q donated $2. Can confirm Texas sucks. They covered up vegan labels off products in supermarkets because it offends conservatives, and even ended up removing plant-based section in stores. Have to spend hours looking for shit now. Also on some moral crusade versus fiction. Yeah, for being a based pro-free speech, don't tread on me kind of state, it's funny how they're all fucking whiny crybabies that need everything to be their way. So yeah, that sounds like what you'd expect from a state run by conservatives. Thanks for the donation though, Q.
Video. At this point, I'm starting to think Greg genuinely has a factory somewhere in Myanmar or China full of little child laborers scouring the internet for any video that mentions him. If you haven't seen the video I made about Greg and Hussein, you should probably watch it and then come back to this video. But to summarize very briefly, I basically explained how Greg Doucette is allegedly helping Hussein lie about allegedly being a fake natty. Then I also said how, allegedly, Greg Doucette is a retroactive fake natty who lies about when he started using steroids. I provided pretty good arguments to back up this claim in my video. Now, when the video only had 200 views, Greg...
You know what? I might actually make a video about this defending this guy, because Greg makes videos constantly speculating on whether or not people are taking illegal drugs. So it's fine for Greg to upload videos accusing people of taking illegal drugs. Steroids are illegal in a lot of countries, and some of the people he does this, that he makes videos on, they're in the United States where they are illegal, and he's accused people of Mike O'Hearn, like everybody, of being on gear, and that's like a fairly serious accusation, saying someone is committing a crime. And it's fine for him to do that, but then when somebody speculates that he's lying about somebody being natty, that's crossing the line, and I'm gonna sue you. Oh my god, what a retard. Let's see. Anonymous donated $3.
You know, cutting a stem or cutting the stalk of a broccoli or something is comparable to, you know, cutting the throat of a pig or a cow. Is that morally the same, or is there a difference?
I think it's morally the same because you gotta take, okay, so like, I think it's more morally acceptable to kill like cows and chickens than compared to animals that don't really make noises when they're killed. Like, I've seen a couple videos of
And when I start hearing plants feel pain, I check out completely. Thanks for the donation, Anonymous. Retard donated $2.
The political meta has shifted quite a bit since I've started doing this shtick, and I thought it would be wise to do a political meta update talking about all the new emerging tribes happening on the internet. Now, obviously, a lot of this is just internet nonsense and has very little bearing on reality as it is, but things that seem silly now are probably going to be real in 5 years. Let's start with the new tribe emerging on the right. I call it post-racial fascism. This has been called a lot of things, one of which is racial depolarization, which is just the idea that you can't reliably hope for the ethnic vote to go to the Democrats anymore. Trump won big with ethnic minorities, and this is weird because, you know, Trump was called a fascist a lot. And I would like to propose that Trump actually is a fascist, but that fascism doesn't have to be racist or be unappealing towards ethnic minorities. I mean, someone like Kash Patel, who is actively saying that they're going to use the power of the state to persecute my political opponents, seems kind of fascist to me. But also, look at this guy. He's not exactly a honky. So stay with me. I know that fascism is seen as being associated with the Nazis and hating Jews, and, you know, Donald Trump is certainly not a white supremacist, and he certainly doesn't hate Jews, so how could you call him a fascist? Well, fascism really got a bad name from the Nazis. I feel like as soon as I say that sentence, I shouldn't continue the thought. But if you just look at fascism as an ideology, there's nothing that says it has to be racist. Like, let me read you a quote, okay? I know I'm losing you. Let me read you a quote. Race, it is a feeling, not a reality. 95% at least is a feeling. Nothing will ever make me believe that biologically pure races can be shown to exist today. National pride has no need of the delirium of race. Benito Mussolini, fascism inventor, guy that invented fascism in a basement, in a garage with just a dream and a couple of guys. This is like the creator of fascism explicitly saying race is mostly gobbledygook. Now, this was shortly before he got little broed into being racist by Hitler, but, you know, Hitler ruined a lot of things: the pencil mustache, the Roman salute, fascism as a concept. Previous attempts to do any sort of white supremacy in the States have been completely untenable because America is not exactly racially pure. It never really has been. You can do white supremacy in Europe, probably. I don't know. I don't live there, but in the West, in the New World, it's not exactly the cream of the genetic crop, okay? Blood and soil means nothing to Amerimuts. If a white European is like, my ancestors have been here for 5,000 years, I almost kind of like want to give that guy a little bit more credence than like...
Vegan Irishman donate $2. DXC having a live conference talking about how Palestine is connected to animal rights. Oh my god. Well, DXC has gone down the shitter. They're wearing the jihadist keffiyeh. So they literally support Islamic jihadist terrorists. Well, never, ever working with DXC or supporting them in any way again. Thanks for the donation, Vegan Irishman.
Like a white supremacist in America who's just like, my great-grandfather was Protestant. You know, for better or worse, they're just not capable of doing an actual white ethno-state. They're too mixed, okay? They're too mixed. That's why any successful fascist movement stemming from America has to be post-racial. Throwing the morality of this aside, it's just like, logically, it has to be post-racial. It's not gonna work if it's not post-racial. You need a broad, multi-ethnic coalition under a far-right leader, which is what's happening with Donald Trump. Donald Trump is a fascist. I know. You don't like that. Wait, relax, okay? And that's a good thing. Look, I was always very hesitant to call Donald Trump a fascist. In his first term, I was very careful to always refer to him as fash-ish. I think the second term, he's more fascist, though. I think that's fair to say. Even the tariff stuff is like just center economically in the exact same way that, like, you know, fascist economics is neither free market capitalist nor communist. Like authoritarian center economic policy. I mean, come on, it's fascism. You're using the power of the state to persecute your political opponents and to excise undesirables from your nation, which in this case is immigrants. That's the outgroup instead of Jews, because we love Jews now. That's fine. You can play these linguistic games where you're like, actually, I love Jews, so how am I a fascist? That was just Nazis, okay? You can still be fascist. That's fine, be fascist, but we're doing post-racial fascism now. That's what's happening. Sorry, I'm being very schizophrenic right now, but let me give you some more examples, okay? Nick Fuentes, I'm generously going to call him off-white, and I'm generously going to call him asexual, okay? That's a charitable interpretation. Candace Owens, again, fair to call her fascist, I think. Note the complexion. Kanye West, do I have to make the argument why this guy's a fascist? Please. Sneeko, mutt. Andrew Tate, mutts. Most of the followers of Andrew Tate are like brown or mutts or whatever. Look, I can say it, okay? I can say these people are mutts. I'm a mutt, all right? No one's more racist than mixed race people, I know. So all these characters, Kash Patel included, they rally around Trump, who, despite being the honkiest of them all, doesn't really say very much about race. He's actually a very good post-racial conduit. You know, he says lots about Chinese and Mexicans. You could probably make the argument that he is personally racist in some ways. But sometimes when he says nobody loves black people more than him, I believe him. At no point did he ever say, we're gonna build a wall for whites and the darkies are gonna pay for it. He just genuinely seems to be going for a post-racial American fascism. But how could a white guy be actually, you know, representing a lot of the interests of ethnic minorities, such that the black vote goes from 7% to 21% over the course of 8 years? The answer is simple. It's because Donald Trump isn't white. He's orange. In conclusion, diversity is fascism's strength. Which is true. It's true. Fascism is way more tenable when you have a multi-ethnic coalition of people being fascist. You can just appeal to way more people and get way more public support behind you. Fascists when diversity is their strength. And again, ideologically, this isn't coming up.
The Chinese Communist Party did a very similar thing. One of the reasons why they were able to take power the way they did was because they were actually championing women's rights. So they basically got support from a whole extra 50% of the population by saying, we're going to give women, you know, the right to vote. We're going to allow women to work and, you know, have the same status as a man. And communism is really just left-wing fascism. So I can guarantee you, as soon as, you know, these people take power, they're going to fuck over the, you know, ethnic minorities and shit that they claim to, you know, try to help. Similar thing happened under communism. As soon as they got the support from women, what did they do? They started eugenics programs, forcing women to get sterilized. They also instituted the one-child policy, forcing women to get abortions and shit. So yeah. There was a lot of really crazy shit that happened under the one-child policy. Businesses would be forced to keep track of female workers' menstrual cycles so that they could keep track of whether or not they're pregnant. And as soon as they would find out that a woman missed her period, they would be reported and then investigated by the state police. And they could be arrested, beaten, raped, tortured, forcibly go under abortion and shit. It was fucking nuts.
Out of nowhere. Mussolini's The Doctrine of Fascism explicitly is not about race. It's about nation. Ideologically, those are separate sliders. Nation slider, racism slider, separate sliders. You could be fascist and even anti-racist, like hypothetically. So post-racial fascism might actually just be a stepping stone into actual white supremacist movements. And it really makes you wonder, like, are people like Andrew Tate and Vivek Ramaswamy going to be clapping as they get pushed up against a tree and strung up? The fundamental question with post-racial fascism is, how solid is a multi-ethnic fascist coalition? We have no idea. We don't know. It hasn't really ever been tried. Maybe Brazil integralism, maybe, but I don't think it's really ever been tried on this scale, especially not in such a big way. And it's entirely possible that it's not a viable coalition at all. And that post-racial fascism as a concept is inherently flawed. A leftist would make this argument that, like, the system itself is white supremacist, and so fascism as a result of being a far-right ideology, reinforcing some parts of the system is just reinforcing those white separatist, white nationalist tendencies, and that a lot of the dark people who are advocating for fascist stuff have to pay a lot of lip service and honky dick sucking. The White Lives Matter stuff with Kanye West and Candace Owens. It's kind of a lot of like I'm bending the knee to whitey kind of thing. And Vivek Ramaswamy did have this interview with Ann Coulter. You remember this?
I still would not have voted for you because you're an Indian. We'll get back to that. And it's directly related to what you were just talking about. The thing about nationalism, you're totally right. It is like to use the word nationalism.
And after seeing that, you kind of have to be like, okay, well, if you get pushed up against a tree and strung up, you sort of deserve it. You sort of deserve it because a honky ass Karen was racially demeaning you, and you're like, okay, yeah, that's fine. You're allowed to think
I
that.
go through these and have my little legal pad when typing my debate notes. How about this? You're Indian.
Pathetic. It's a pathetic way to be. Anyways, all in all, I'm pretty bullish on post-racial fascism. I think it's going to do better and better, especially as the climate crisis worsens and more refugees are forced onto the shores of Western nations who respond with a quick bracca. This is me killing immigrants. I just want to make that really clear. I'm not saying that's a good thing. I'm just saying it's kind of an inevitability of the paths that we've decided to go down. Okay, moving to a different section of the political compass here, we have a new emerging tribe on the libertarian right that I'm going to exemplify as the efficient accelerationist crowd. Efficient accelerationism is an outgrowth of the effective altruist movement, which in turn comes from this forum called Less Wrong. I will one day make a chart of all the different, ideological substrates that came from the Less Wrong forums and all the different, splinter groups and movements that came out of that intellectually. But there's too many of them right now, and I can't make that chart right now. I don't have information. Efficient accelerationism is one of these outgrowths of the movement. Effective altruists are a little skittish on AI. They think we need to regulate it. Efficient accelerationists go the opposite direction and say, let's go faster and faster. Using this group just kind of as a microcosm of the broader techno-optimist movement, which typically aligns with right libertarianism. Capital makes the AI go quicker. Efficient accelerationists are one of the very few truly optimistic tribes emerging right now. They're super optimistic. They're hope core. They're happy pilled. And I've always viewed the efficient accelerationist optimism as a little weird when you start looking at it deeply, because accelerationism didn't emerge over the last 5 years. It's been around for like 20 years, and it's made by this guy Nick Land, whose vision of the future, and this is where accelerationism comes from, is not optimistic. I mean, it's optimistic if you're like, if you think that like reality progressing quicker and quicker until we get to a post-human singularity where every human aspect of yourself gets removed because it's not efficient enough. Unless you think that's a good thing, what are the techno-optimists optimistic about? Like, what is the future that they're happy to be accelerating towards? Is it going to be me benefiting from the technology, or is it going to be some abstract form of my intelligence benefiting from the technology? Because that's an important distinction for me. So I think some effective accelerationists are genuinely thinking like, oh yeah, AI is going to reverse climate change and it's going to make all of our lives better. We're not going to have to work, but humans will still be humans. I also think a lot of them are like kind of somewhat aware of the fact that the process of technology is a process of efficiency that does not respect your flesh and actually hates your flesh because it's inefficient, and you should become a more efficient node in order to better be a conduit of capital. You know, I think that's probably more likely where we're headed, and that was Nick Land's analysis, which I tend to agree with more than these newer incarnations of accelerationism. Then again, I'm a hopeless pessimist, so maybe I just hate optimists who have positive visions of the future. Oh wait, no, it's because I hate tech bros. I forgot. In conclusion, the efficient accelerationists and the tech optimists are optimistic, but maybe they're optimistic for a future in which there's no room for anything recognizably human left. That being said, lib-right, taking massive W's. I'll give them that. It's probably like if you had to pick a tribe in terms of how many W's you're getting, lib-right's probably a pretty good bet. They actually are achieving some praxis in terms of building these network states and like building up the network states in such a way where things are actually like there's some cool things happening because they have money, and when you have money you can do a lot of cool stuff like buy up an island and start to slowly terraform it into a libertarian. Whereas if you're like a communist, you want a stateless, classless, worldwide moneyless society. Okay, I don't see how that's happening. Moving on to the middle of the political compass, we have reactionary centrism. This is a new political tribe which is very aware of the extremism as a threat to the status quo. So seeing how polarized and extreme things have become, the reactionary centrist kind of pulls inward, draws like a line around the open window and says, this is my base now. So
Animal Liberation donate $2. This was at a DXC demo.
Oh, baby animals, they don't want to die, but in the slaughterhouse, the animals cry. You can help them all be free. Shut down the slaughterhouse and come with me. They all deserve liberation. Let's fight for their rights, baby animals.
I gotta admit, that is pretty gay. I appreciate the sentiment. You know, it's great to advocate for animals, but I have to admit that was pretty fucking gay. I wouldn't work with DXC or go to any of their protests or anything knowing that their administration are literal terrorist Jew haters. So, but thanks for the donation, Animal Liberation.
normally, you know, the center left and the center right, they're each other's worst enemies, and they fight each other. That's the two-party system that at work, a center left party and a center right party. Normally, that's how it works. But now that extremism is more relevant, especially online, you get a phenomenon of people who are reacting to extremism with centrism. Someone center left like Destiny and center right like JJ McCullough find themselves agreeing on like every point now because they agree generally broadly America is good and extremism is bad, and like those are just to them some of the more important points to talk about. So you have their they have their conversation where they are sucking each other's dicks. This is big tent pro status quo stuff. Typically it's a bunch of policy wonks, a lot of like YIMBY versus NIMBY discourse in this world. This is the big neoliberal tent. This has like the never Trump guys in it who are voting Democrat, and the center left liberals, abundance policy kind of people. And what they all have in common, despite moderate differences from being status quo people, is that they're all part of the status quo. They all broadly like America. They all broadly support a lot of the trends that things were headed in before Trump. And you get this weird kind of like patriotism on like the center left, where people are saying, yeah, like U.S. foreign interventionism is good, and I like America as an empire, and I like all these things about America in different ways, and we're the real patriots, and the far right actually hates America. You get this kind of rhetoric going. You see people in this camp often talking about the dangers of the far right and the far left. Although right now, because Trump's in power, obviously they talk a lot more about the far right. But if the far left ever got in power, you can bet your ass these motherfuckers would be trying to fuck the far left over. Okay, that would definitely happen. Right now they're viewing the far right.
Oh, by the way, this would be a good time to mention it. If any of you live around Ottawa and would like rabbits, I would very much appreciate it if you could give the rabbits a good home, if you would take my rabbits. They're very nice rabbits, and I appreciate who they are as people, but I would rather just have more space in my in the upstairs in my house. They take up a lot of space. with the pen that I have. And I never wanted rabbits. Jasmine was the one who got the rabbits. And now I'm kind of stuck with them. So if you live around Ottawa and you would like to adopt rabbits and you can take good care of them and everything, I would very much appreciate it if you could pick them up. I do have like a big pen thing that I can give you. I just bought $100 worth of hay for them to eat, so if you pick it up soon, you'll have, you know, free hay to feed them for like a couple months. So
For learning how to read studies on nutrition, health topics and social sciences, do you need to learn that in college or somewhere? Or you could just learn how to read studies on all of those topics by reading and learning little by little, just like you did.
you don't need to learn anything in college. You can just learn on your own. So I never went to college, and I just invested time in learning some of that stuff on my own. So yeah, you can certainly just do that on your own free time. The internet's a pretty great resource. Thanks for the donation, Gabriel Betita.
Right is more of a genuine threat, and the far left is more of a nuisance, but that can change. We're keeping an eye on things. We'll see how
Jasmine can't take them, and yeah, she can't take them. Well, I never wanted to adopt the fucking rabbits. Jasmine was the one who did, and then she basically stuck them with me once she, moved out, so... Like, they're not hard to take care of, like, it's easy, but I just want the extra space and room in the upstairs. It's just kind of a pain in the ass. Was Jasmine an animal hoarder? Kind of, yeah. She's fucking annoying. I'm glad she's gone.
Dump rabbits at Jasmine's shelter like ninja.
The new Superman movie set.
I'm not gonna do that. I don't want to, I don't want to, like, bring the rabbits to an animal shelter because they might end up getting adopted by some jackasses. And I also don't want them to get separated because they're friends. So, ideally, if, one of you who can, like, give them a good home, something like that, could take them. I'd rather just find somebody who, like, I know would, take good care of them. I wouldn't be willing to, drop them off at a shelter or anything, but if somebody could actually take good care of them, then I'd want to give them up.
To release on July 11th, 2025, just hit a major roadblock. The estate of Superman co-creator Joe Shuster is...
Yeah, this is just bullshit. People are just running that story because it's news. It's not going anywhere. That link doesn't work.
When you can take your opponent's spine out of alignment, you take away like 60% of their strength. I want you to put your arms out like this, and I want you to not let me push them down. All right, see how it's really, really hard for me to do that, right? Now I want you.
What in the fuck is this?
You to put your head like this. All right, hold it there. Put your arms back out. Ah.
Yeah, that's not real.
Again, keep it straight. Don't let me push it down. All right, it's really, really hard. Put your neck.
I'm gonna try this time.
2 fingers.
Yeah, I don't think that's real. Never in my life have I heard of that.
Congressman Perry, do you trust Trump's national...
Yeah, I've already seen that clip. Like 80 people have sent me that.
Taser, get back! Get back! Get back!
Get back! Get back!
I love pain.
Get down on the ground, put your hands behind your back.
Golf and reset. All right, when you're ready. Alrighty, you ready? Can you?
Do you want a second set of cuffs
Yes,
to
sir.
make it a little less lightly for you?
Please.
Here, I'm going to give them to the officer.
The cuff got torn.
Absolutely.
That was weird. Thanks for the donation, Bobo.
How far the pendulum swings back, let's just say. Basically every other emerging political tribe here, these people actually like America. Obviously, like the tech pro-libertarian people want no states to govern them, which isn't completely funded by money, and the post-racial fascist people are like, America sucks, it's failing, we need strong borders, we need to make it better. And the left obviously hates America because they're the left and they hate America. These crackers are without a hint of irony, right in for a Biden. Centrists are by definition unimaginable.
Lack of space is a sad reason to get in members of the family. Congratulations. Since you're a regular here, you get timed out for 24 hours. You're lucky you didn't get banned. Go fuck yourself, asshole. What a fucking jackass.
Imaginative and out of touch. And the mainstream Hollywood elite that's despised by basically everybody is a pretty good example of this.
Like,
Reactionary
you're such a
centrists are
stupid fucking judgmental cunt. Like, you're actually a fucking retard.
are unique, and unique in this political time, because extremism used to...
Yeah, like, buddy, I have to put up, like, a fucking... almost a 6-foot tall fucking fence around the fucking rabbits that's taking up most of the fucking living room because my cat keeps jumping in and then, like, fucking with them. So I can't, like, even interact with the rabbits at all. I'd have to, like, fucking jump over this huge fucking fence to even pet them. I don't get to pet them. I don't get to play with them because I have a fucking cat that keeps trying to fucking attack him. And, again, I never wanted them in the first place. They were Jasmine's fucking pets that she was fucking taking care of. They're your family. What a fucking terrible go fuck yourself, you fucking asshole.
To be like in response to centrism and like more on the fringe. And now that it's more mainstream, centrism is more on the fringe. Because the Overton window, you see, is shattered in two and drifts simultaneously left and right at the same time while leaving the centrists out of the Overton window. So basically, it's a reaction. It's them trying to grab both sides of the Overton window as it's, you know, falling in either direction, pulling them apart, and they're just trying to hold it together. This is kind of the first time where centrism becomes in reaction to the excesses of both sides. And that can only happen when both sides are gaining in power. So good job, extremists, massive W's, and the reactionary centrists typically fight for the individual's rights to be more or less politically unconscious and just sort of enjoy their society passively without having to be a communist or a fascist or some shit. Okay, moving on to the left side of the political compass, we have the balkanized left. Vosh, Hassan, Hawes, H3. What all these people have in common with each other, that's right, they all hate each other. You know, this is partially because they're all streamers, and streaming is an inherently degenerate medium, which forces you to become isolationist and anti-human and hate everybody. You know, that's just objectively true. But also, it's kind of a microcosm of left-wing infighting. We continue to see a balkanization pattern on the left, all these different disparate groups spiraling off into infinitely small subgroups. Left-wing infighting is nothing new, of course. There's been infighting on the left as long as there has been a left. And I will also say, there's infighting on the right too. A lot of leftists think that the left is the only place with infighting, but that's because they're on the left and they don't critically examine or inhabit right-wing spaces. When you're in right-wing spaces, you see there's plenty of right-wing infighting too. I will say there's probably more infighting on the left because ideological purity is just more important to leftists. But like, I mean, and also most right-wing infighting is calling each other Jews. But there's all kinds of different disparate factions here. You know, there's the woke left, there's the woke left that's not really leftist because they're actually just woke liberals. There's the post-woke left, there's the anti-woke left, There's the anti-woke left that's so anti-woke that they somehow became capitalist and now in no way resemble a leftist in any shape or form. Of course, that's not including the thousand tanky islands of the Maoists and the Stalinists and the DPRK supporters and the ultra-leftists. There's too many to get into, okay? We'd be here all day. Personal example, a canvas for Jamal Bowman, who's reasonably as pro-Palestine as you could possibly get within the Democratic Party, you know, allied with people like AOC and stuff. And even he was protested by further left Palestine supporters who protested him instead of the Zionist candidate he was running against, who was getting like $20 million of Israeli money. They protested the guy that they could, you know, affect more because he cared about them more. So, you know, average day living in left land, okay? This is just like standard stuff. These people are like ravenous cannibals. But moving on, we now have the Horseshoe. This is the last coalition I'm going to talk about. Remember this guy that shot Trump? Did we ever figure out what his political leaning was? Why did we never figure that out? You know, he was never clearly a left-winger or a right-winger. Could it be that he was neither, that he was a Gen Z sort of nihilist, mentally ill person who just wanted to do political violence? I am going to claim Matthew Thomas Crooks, Trump assassin, as our own. He is a Horseshoe coalitionist, accelerationist, nihilist, who literally looked up the closest guy to him to see if he could kill him. He would have killed Biden. He would have killed a UK royal if he could. So I'm officially claiming Thomas Matthew Crooks as our guy. I'm also claiming Luigi Mangione as our guy. These are Horseshoe people. They do not neatly fit into the left or the right. They are fueled by a nihilistic accelerationist violence. And that is, I think, probably going to define the Horseshoe. But there's other ways of defining the Horseshoe too, something like MAGA communism, the Nazbols of our time. So whether it's just little moments like the 3%ers joining Black Lives Matter protesters against the police, or just a general hatred of America and agreeing on certain aspects of American foreign interventionism and foreign policy that the far left and the far right can both agree on, we are seeing plenty of opportunities for tenable alliances between extremes, especially with like individual policies rather than broad worldview. We're in the age of AI and internet tribes sort of amplifying every possible worldview one could have. And it's interesting to see like the interconnectedness of people who are ostensibly very opposed to each other sort of agreeing on different points. Opinions about AI or copyrights or how social media algorithms work, these often fall outside of kind of binary left-right things that sometimes like a lot of different people can agree on from different tribes. And so the best example of this, I think, is actually the TikTok ban, because the TikTok ban was trying to be passed by center-left and center-right people who were afraid of the status quo and of China. And the far right and the far left thrive on TikTok. It's great for extremism. And so the farther left wing of the Democratic Party and the farther right wing of the Republican Party were both voting to keep TikTok. This is what we call a horseshoe coalition. It's real and true. I want to close this meta update by telling you about I was in New York, and my vice mentor, Joshua Citarella, was telling me about this group that hosts debates in New York. And the neoliberal status quo assumption behind why you would host a debate is to find middle ground between two different ideologues and say, well, you know, we can all agree that this is the truth or this is a middle ground between the truth. But the point of these debates in New York were being hosted specifically for anti-centrist libertarian purposes, which is to show that the left-wingers and the right-wingers have completely fundamentally different worldviews and are not compatible with each other and should have a national divorce, should separate into microstates, should buy up islands and territory and, you know, just go into separate worlds. And that's very beneficial to the libertarian tech bro type who thrives off our division. So the leftists get their nation, the rightists get their nation. And this is at its core debate used for anti-centrist purposes to give more credence to both sides simultaneously instead of trying to water them down and reach some sort of resolution in the middle. And I think you'll see a lot more of this kind of stuff as time goes on. In conclusion, things are getting more extreme. The center is reacting to them. The right has dropped racism and is now multi-ethnic. The left continues to eat itself and is whiter than ever. And we'll probably see a lot more of this kind of shit to come. So let me know if you want a deeper dive into any of these factions. We can make a longer video about any of them, because I'm sort of just grazing the surface of a lot of different political tribes. I could talk.
I'd say that's pretty based commentary.
I made a future compass containing all possible futures of the America-Canada conflict. On one side of the compass, we have Canada stands, which are futures where Canada does all right, or even thrives within this conflict. And on the other side, we have American expansion, where America annexes Canada, or stuff goes bad for Canadians and stuff. Near the top, we have uneventful futures, where nothing much is going on, and at the bottom, things are happening. But let's start in the dead center. This is the future I call the perfect trade. In this universe, Alberta, which is the most right-wing of the Canadian provinces, joins up with America. They get annexed. And in exchange, Canadians get California. The idea here is that Americans love complaining about those liberals in California, and Canada is perceived as being more liberal in general. Meanwhile, Alberta is seen as very similar to the Wild West cowboy style that Americans would like. This is the right mix of something happening, but it's not a huge amount happening, and it's not a huge win or loss for either party. On a similar note, we have the blue state refugee future. This is a very idealized map of Canada. Canadians are super liberal and super blue states. And, under the Orange Man presidency, surely all of these blue states will secede from America and actually join Canada. The most extreme version of this kind of provincial/state swap situation is the continental-wide national divorce. Some of you may have heard of this concept of the national divorce in America, that the red states and the blue states should just make their own country. This takes it even further and includes Canada in that equation. So basically, all the conservative provinces join up with all the red states in America, and all the liberal provinces join up with all the liberal states in America. This is far center in the something happens direction, but not a clear win for either party. Moving on to the nothing ever happens plus the Canada stands part of the equation. This one's easy. This is just like literally nothing happens. This is just a map of how Canada and America currently exist right now. And you could assume that this would just just continue. Leading into this, though, we have a very interesting possible future where Trump just forgets about the tariffs. Maybe he has dementia now, and he just like slips his mind, and nothing comes of it. Or a more charitable interpretation of the whole Trump going back and forth on these tariffs things is that it was actually a 4D chess negotiating tactic by the mastermind Trump, which would lead to nothing fucking happening, obviously, but maybe with some sort of benefit for America in that sense. Then we have the rally around the flag effect, perma-liberal victory. The liberals have won 3 terms. If they win a fourth, that's going to be a real long stretch of the status quo center-left party being in power. But the liberals are super on the rise in the polls right now, which is interesting because they were losing hard before Trump put the tariffs on. So he sort of inadvertently, made the conservatives like at super risk of losing this election. Due to the rally around the flag effect, which is when a country or a nation is threatened, they tend to support the incumbent party when stuff like this happens, which is why the liberals have been gaining in popularity. And further on the American side, we have Trump seizes all the Canadian fed for himself. Moving down here, we've got the interprovincial trade barrier removal. In Canada, there is a lot of trade barriers between the provinces, and there's a lot of talk.
Yeah, Carney's already talking about removing trade barriers.
Talk right now about removing those barriers so that there can be more trade within Canada so that we rely less on America for our imports and exports. As you can see, international trade is 66% and interprovincial trade is 36%, which is pretty crazy. I mean, someone like Peter Zeihan makes the argument that Canada is not even a country because it has more trade outside of it than it does even within its own borders. And over here near the center, we have the McCulloch BLT European-style Trade and Border Agreement. J.J. McCulloch is really trying to popularize this term between Canada and America called the BLT, a bilateral labor and trade agreement. And it's like a really close relationship where Canada and America just get along really well and they start trading with each other. And you can go through the borders between the two countries without getting molested quite as much. And every day, J.J. McCulloch takes more and more L's in hoping for that to happen. Moving further into the something happens category, we've got NATO defends Canada. In this kind of world, Canada sort of joins the free world and NATO defends them. Maybe Canada gets nukes. And we have the War of 1812 Part 2, where the badass Canadians fought back the wretched American Yankees. Just to say, maybe the British will come and save our ass. Following the War of 1812 Part 2, which we definitely won, we have the Kanzuk British Emperor Restoration. Kanzuk is Canada, New Zealand, and the UK. This is sort of a British Commonwealth restorationist position, which of course leads to total British victory in this universe, where the British Empire is fully restored and we all are under a monarchy. And this universe, of course, leads us to soy-face Curtis Yarvin crying, "No, that's not what I meant by neo-monarchy!" This joke is very funny for about 6% of my audience, but I'm not going to explain it. And then, of course, we have some future where Canada does get nukes and is somehow against America, and we have some sort of World War III situation. We also have post-climate change, autarkic, tropical paradise, global superpower, where because of climate change, Canada becomes a lush, beautiful land with lots of resources and becomes the richest place on the earth and somehow doesn't get, annexed or taken advantage of by a bigger nation. And they do great. And they become autarkic, which means they are self-sufficient and all the trade is within the country. But before we continue with that, a word from our sponsor.
Hey guys, Drake here. As you know on this channel, I love drugs. I actually named myself Drug because I love drugs so much. And one of my favorite drugs of all time is marijuana. I love smoking it, I love sniffing it. But here's the problem. Smoking it, that's no good for your lungs. That's why you gotta try 5-CBD gummies! Yeah! These gummies will get you fucked up, boy! Unless you don't want to get fucked up, in which case you would go for the 5-CBD chill, which doesn't.
That is a huge risk. Does YouTube actually allow you to do that? That's a huge risk, promoting CBD products. I remember a bunch of people got their channels terminated because of it.
And fuck you up quite as much. This is more for when you're trying to chill. 21, do smoke as much marijuana
to get a free 10-pack of 5. Moving to some less favorable Canadian futures, we have the tariff-induced Canuck collapse. Its economy is already not doing very well, and this is kind of the thing that pushes it into a recession or even a depression. If that does happen, you could see it leading into a sort of Canadian balkanization sort of situation, where all the different provinces split up, some join America, some become their own nations. Canadian balkanization may lead to indigenous Wakanda, where maybe some parts of Canada rewild, and the indigenous people reclaim their land, and maybe they build some advanced utopia there. And then you have the opportunistic Quebec separatism future coming out of that, because Quebec, maybe they use this opportunity to get on out of there. And coming out of this, we have total Quebec victory, where Quebec annexes America. And stemming from that, we have a sort of horseshoe theory between Alberta and Quebec. One seemed to be mortal rivals, actually agreeing that the balkanization should happen because you have a pan-separatist Quebec-Exit unity. Quebec-Exit, of course, being a term I invented for unity between Wexit, which is the Western Canadian separatist movement, and Quebec-Exit, which is just Quebec nationalism. Back to things going bad for Canada, we have American peacekeeping and humanitarian aid, heavy quotes. This is when Canada falls into disrepair and the Americans have to come in and help us out, which finally leads us to the moment you've all been waiting for. The Day of the Rake. The Day of the Rake is the day where Americans will finally rake in those leaves and make them a part of the greater American empire. This future implies sort of breaking them first, using the tariffs to weaken them, and then when they're on their knees, then you take them in, instead of having them come in more of like a willing nature before you have to do all of that. And of course, the worst case scenario for Canadians after the Day of the Rake is second-class citizen Gazada neo-apartheid, where the Canadian citizen is literally Palestinian, and you see similar human rights abuses to Canadians as they're kept in conditions of wretched squalor and are branded with leaves on their foreheads. Here we have the cartels take over North America after we fail to heed Trump's warning. Trump, one of his reasons for doing these tariffs is that there's an overflow of fentanyl coming into the United States. And in this future, that's not just either delusional or he's just blatantly lying about that to have an excuse to put the tariffs in because he wants to annex us. In this world, that's actually true. And the Canadian cartels, they go and they take over all of North America. And we should have listened to Trump about this. And then in this future, the scramble for the Arctic becomes the most important political event. Who's going to take control of the Arctic? And, this is all a strategy from America to get better bases in order to claim more of the Arctic as it melts more and more. Same thing with Greenland, obviously. By the way, this whole thing is happening because of climate change. What happens when your house is full of canned food and you don't have any guns, but then your neighbor has no food and a bunch of guns, and then it's the apocalypse. What happens? And then the world where the Canadian economy does collapse. Here's a future where Canada becomes actually communist. The government right now is offering a lot of aid and support for people that lose their jobs or face economic hardship because of these tariffs. And so you could imagine, this is what my mom is really worried about, that the big government keeps expanding and everyone becomes super reliant on the government, and then you get communism, and then Canada becomes a Chinese vassal state. But the woke among you would know that's already the case. And that's about it. If you want to download this map and look at it closer, it's on the Patreon, as well as another future compass about Ukraine versus Russia, including the future Hyperborea restored, as well as a third future compass I made about high casualty versus low casualty and high technology versus low technology future of war compass. Did I miss any epic futures? Let me know in the comments below.
That guy's funny. I'll sub to him.
Commented this on my video. Alright, who wants to have the privilege of paying for Hussein's drug tests for the chance of winning $50,000? Considering you're all
Jasmine Burgess donated 218. Andrew Tate's free. Donald Trump won. Vegan Gains is a fraud and wrong about everything. Wrong about anything ever. Donald Trump did win, but Andrew Tate is not free yet. Probably won't be. And I'm not a fraud. Thanks for the donation though, Jasmine Burgess.
sure there's a 0% chance he's natural, this is easy money. Who wants to make a quick $50,000? To this comment, I replied, I'm a broke college student with literally $17 in his bank account, coach. How about you pay for the drug test, and if Hussein is natural, I'll fly to Uzbekistan and become an indentured servant farming Ajuga Turkestanica for free for you for the rest of my life. All that cookbook money, and you don't want to exonerate your golden boy himself when the entire internet doesn't believe his outlandish claims. If Hussein was signed to Gorilla Mind, you'd be screaming at the top of your lungs to get Hussein the quote-unquote Mathis fitness treatment as soon as possible. How about you challenge someone with the actual resources necessary for it, like more plates, more dates, instead of putting out a bogus quote-unquote challenge in the comment section of a small YouTuber. As someone that's personally learned a lot from your videos over—
Okay, yeah, he triggered Greg. He slapped him pretty good here, and Greg got triggered.
the past 3 years, it's disappointing to see you throw your integrity out the window over this. Now, based on the fact that I ratioed him, you can pretty much infer the overall sentiment of this video. People came out in droves to call Greg and Hussein liars in my comments, and the vast majority of people agreed with me. After trying to argue back and forth with people in my comments, Greg saw that he was being made a fool of, and as soon as he saw that my video started gaining traction and went from 200 views, which is when he wrote the original comment, to 5,000 views in one day, Greg decided to go ahead and to threaten to sue a YouTuber with 900 subscribers for libel. He commented, "Some advice for future videos is to be careful on how you word things deliberately. On purpose lying is actually called libel." Greg is basically insinuating here that he could sue me for libel, which is a legal term that means a public false statement that is damaging to a person's reputation. Now, before we—
Buddy, like... Yeah. So he got so triggered and made a fool of when this guy responded back to him. He did the, "I'm rich and powerful and I can make your life a living hell." What a loser, dude. Like, this is not something a happy, well-adjusted person does. Like, dude, Greg lives in a literal mansion, has luxury fucking sports cars, travels the world, and he got so triggered by a guy with a tiny YouTube channel that he went to the, "I'm rich and powerful and I can use my money to make your life a living hell." What a fucking loser, dude. Just small man syndrome to the extreme.
we get into all of this, I just want to say, since you'll more than likely see this video, your shitty attempt at intimidation won't work on me, Greg. Sure, you may be a multi-millionaire, and I may be a broke college student with $17 in his bank account, but threatening to sue me will not make me be any less vocal about how you lie to your audience. You've made countless of Natty or Not videos on other influencers, but as soon as someone makes one about you and your business partner Hussein Farhad, you resort to trying to intimidate a significantly smaller YouTuber by insinuating that you could sue sue him. You, Greg Doucette, are a hypocrite. You see, if you were to sue me for libel, the burden of proof is on you to prove that anything I said was false. Good luck doing that. Now these commenters went ahead and summed it all up perfectly. One commenter said, "So Greg is now bullying people when it comes to using words without any proof to call other bodybuilders not natty just on his speculation. This seems to be fine when Greg does it, but when someone else does it to Greg, then he starts to threaten people. What a hypocrite." Another commenter stated, "Threatening to sue and bankrupt people far less wealthy than you. So classy, Greg." The same commenter also said, "You know who else threatened to sue people for saying he wasn't natty? Lance Armstrong." This commenter pretty much summed it all up perfectly when he commented, "This is the 8th comment you've made on this video, Greg. This is extremely immature behavior for someone your age and with your status. The fact you're getting so worked up over criticisms in a video from a channel with less than 1,000 subscribers only proves that they're right and you're panicking because your golden goose Hussein is coming under fire." Then someone else said, "Wow, Greg, I'm a fan, but your response here is very telling. Innocent people don't threaten legal proceedings to silence their critics. Greg, it is ironic that you are claiming that my statements are damaging your reputation when you are the only one that is damaging your reputation with your hypocrisy and pathetic behavior. You see, Gregory over here can call countless of influencers out for their lies and for being fake natties, but when it happens to him, he gets upset and threatens to sue. Greg, how about you make a video on my video and refute all the claims I made instead of being a pathetic hypocrite and threatening to sue me? The fact you're panicking so much over a video from a channel with 900 subscribers leads me to think that everything I said in my video is most likely true." Now, Greg Doucette even got his golden boy and main subject of the video, Hussein Farhat, to comment on my video when it only had a couple hundred views. Hussein commented, "Love it," laughing emoji, to which I replied, "You love lying to millions of young, impressionable followers?" He replies, "Never lied, brother. I already went out of my way to get tested, and I'm more than willing to do it again anytime, anywhere. I've said it before, but I'll say it again. If someone's so sure I'm not natty, all they gotta do is cover the cost of the blood test for 6 months or even a full year if they want to, and I'll do every single one."
Zoomers are calling her the next generation's Mr. Rogers Lamau.
Let's go back to sleep, Rahaf. We're so tired.
This is Miss Rachel, hanging out with her new friend Rahaf. Miss Rachel is like YouTube's Mr. Rogers, with millions of subscribers.
She is nothing like Mr. Rogers. What the fuck?
And billions of views.
Can you nod yes?
And Rahaf is a 3-year-old double amputee from Gaza. She lost her legs when her home was bombed, and months later was medically evacuated to the US. Watching her show.
She's just so precious. Hopping like a bunny, and
Gaza.
I was tagged in a video, smile, and I was and I know so many parents that enjoy our show feel the same way. They say, as a mom, I just think about, I see my babies.
All children are worthy.
She's posted more and more
for speaking out. The idea that caring for one group of children means that you don't care for another group of children is false, and it's so hurtful because I care so deeply for all kids.
In April, an advocacy group called Stop Anti-Semitism called her a mouthpiece for Hamas.
Yeah, she is. She's promoting the idea that Israel's bombing kids. Deliberately.
Accused you of essentially acting as a foreign agent and asked, for the Attorney General to investigate you for spreading propaganda.
Obviously, that's not true. I care deeply about all children, Israeli, Palestinian, Jewish, Muslim, Christian. I wouldn't be Miss Rachel if I didn't speak up for them and speak up for all of them.
Miss Rachel has also used her platform to express grief.
Wow, this chick is a fucking attention-seeking bitch. I can tell just the way she talks in this interview. She is manipulative as fuck. She knows exactly what she needs to do to get attention. And she is putting on a fucking mask and acting in a way that she thinks will get the most approval possible.
Here in the US.
Yeah, buddy, I've met so many women like this. She's manipulative as fuck. Thanks for the donation, Twat Destroyer. Retard $20. Hassan banned on Twitch. Not sure for how long, but it's temporary. Improper handling of terrorist propaganda, sharing content related to terrorist or violent extremist groups, showing a violent extremist manifesto on stream while denouncing it, speaking out against terrorist organizations while displaying recruitment video. Covered the motives of the Israeli embassy staff shooter, to which TOS dictates a suspension for even critical examination. Believe this is a bad policy for news and press freedom. Yeah. Well, he'll be suspended for a few hours, and then he'll be right back up again. Thanks for the donation, retard.
If I fail even one, I'll refund every test paid for and throw in an extra $100,000 for lying. But as always, no one wants to take me up on that offer, so yeah, I love it. To which I replied, it's not about failing, brother. You very well might pass the drug test because you'll have had time to cycle off, but that would also 100% be accompanied with a loss of muscle size and strength because you are undoubtedly on PEDs. I wish I could take you up on that offer, but as a broke college student, I simply don't have the money for it. How about you put your money where your mouth is, like Matt Does Fitness, and contact More Plates More Dates and have him arrange the drug testing. You're the most accused influencer on the internet. You have every incentive to go out of your way and clear your own name like Matt did, but instead keep challenging other people to cover the cost because you know that most people simply cannot. Greg and Hussein's main defense in my comments was that they would give $50,000 and $100,000 respectively for any person that would pay upwards of $50,000 on multiple drug tests for Hussein Farhat. There's a reason why they are posing this bogus challenge in the comment section of a small YouTuber. They know I simply don't have enough money. Greg and Hussein, how about you pose this challenge to someone like Derek from More Plates More Dates, who actually has the resources for this. After Hussein gets scrupulously blood tested over the course of more than half a year and his lifts get analyzed, will you then follow through and pay Derek $150,000 plus the money he spent on drug tests? Something tells me you wouldn't offer this to someone like Derek because you know he has the capacity to take you up on the offer. Anywho, if you still haven't seen the original video, you should head there now. And as for Greg, I'll be patiently awaiting your response video on my original video. Retain the little dignity you have left and refute my claims in a video instead of threatening to sue a broke college student that has 900 subscribers on YouTube.
Yeah, that's fucking pathetic, dude. Greg is a actual piece of shit. I was right about him, dude. Actual piece of shit. I was saying FedEx Fearless is not natty.
Meet Ashton Hall, a fitness guru who in the past 48 hours has become the laughingstock of the internet. This guy has been on my fake natty radar for a while now. He's an online fitness coach who sells courses to other coaches on how to become better coaches. He also claims natural, which is just so ridiculous. The guy looks like someone slid the muscle slider on a video game character all the way to the max. This dude eats trenbolone sandwiches for breakfast and then capitalizes on his juiced up physique by claiming natural and telling people they can get just like him if only they let him coach them. I mean, just look at his smug smile while he sells a lie to hundreds of thousands of people online. This should already have your sociopath detecting senses go off. However, that's not the reason the entire internet has decided to collectively make fun of him. In line with the obvious narcissism needed to look like a men's physique competitor and to try and brush it off as it just being your superhuman genetics and work attitude, the guy also creates these incredibly fabricated over-the-top morning routines that he always posts online. One of these morning routines was posted by a men's self-help account on Twitter a couple of days ago.
He has really severe gynecomastia as well. It's funny. You can literally see his boobs jiggling.
And it just took off from there. The entire internet is taking turns clowning on this guy, and seeing as he directly falls under my jurisdiction as a fake natty, I thought why not join in on the fun. So let's watch his morning routine and figure out what it takes to become a prolific fake natty on the internet nowadays. Show why he's supposedly able to actually real and important.
Mad at him or anything like that. I was mad when I first saw the video. Alright, so this is my first time.
Every single person to person based on genetics, but the concept of diminishing returns apply to everyone. You somehow missing returns, like Ashton tries to claim. Now, Ashton isn't the only of his kind. Some of you may be familiar with Bismarck. No, not Otto von Bismarck, the German chancellor that was born in 1815 and who was a German statesman who oversaw the unification of Germany and served as its first chancellor from 1871 to 1890. No, I'm talking about Bismarck Ebiwe, more commonly known as Fitix Fearless. You may know him from a couple of classics such as These Girls Only Want Duke Dennis.
I gotta be well groomed. I have to try. Do you think a girl just gonna come knock on your door and just give you some ass?
Like, I feel like these girls, they want Duke Dennis. They don't want me. It's not fair.
Oh, shut the hell up.
Yo, what's up, Fit?
What's up, bro? Yo, what's up, Fit? Calm down, G. Calm down. Bad, bro.
And last but not least,
I don't like working out because it hurts.
You don't like working out?
Because it hurts. Yeah.
Oh, little boo boo. Oh, you need somebody to help you with working out because it hurts. Oh. Guess what, buddy? Everything in life hurts. You're a man.
he does these live streams where a bunch of men in need of guidance hop on his stream to get life advice. Now I get a lot less sociopath vibes from Bismarck than Ash, but just like Ash, he's a fake natty nonetheless. His traps look like 2 mountains and his delts like 2 bowling balls. This guy is absolutely not natty. Now,
I think he is natty. For one thing, like, he is short. It is a thing where if you're shorter and you have, like, you know, good genetics for muscle building, you are just gonna have a rounder kind of look. And I mean, his traps aren't to a, like, none of his muscles are developed to a point where it's like, okay, yeah, this guy's not natty. Like, I also have big traps. You can see the posing videos I've done. I also have very large traps. It doesn't mean anything. You can also take a look at his lifts in the gym. None of his lifts suggest, like, oh yeah, this guy would have to be on steroids to lift that much weight. It's about what you'd expect for, you know, a dedicated natural lifter with good genetics. I think he could probably bench around 400 if he really tried to, you know, like, work on his 1 rep max on bench. I don't know if he's really interested in doing 1 rep maxes or if he's really just interested in developing his physique, but I've seen him do like 315 for like 5-6 reps, something like that. So based on his, like, the gym lifts I've seen, I'd estimate his 1 rep max to be around 365 to 375. Again, plenty of naturals have benched that much weight. Like Will Tennyson, I think, has done 365. I think Jeff Nippard's done 385. I've done 410. So,
Now to cover up his fake nattiness, Bismarck has come up with a new term, BBC genetics.
What is BBC?
BBC genetics are a real thing, dude. There's a reason why black dudes look so jacked. Look at most professional sports. You know, like basketball, football, and shit. Black people dominate practically every sport. Even sports like baseball and shit, where there isn't like a crazy overrepresentation of black people. Again, most of the best athletes in those sports are still black dudes. Like, look at Bo Johnson. That guy is like one of the most insane, freak genetically gifted athletes who's ever fucking lived. BBC genetics are a fucking thing. Gadget donated $2. Let me see. Love the police for this, for Europe and Canada from this disease plague. Yep. Just round them up.
You're not allowing us to take a video of police brutality? Come on! Oh, he's beat up! He's beat up! He's bleeding! He's bleeding! This is your kid! Oh my God!
He probably wouldn't have had that problem if he didn't resist arrest. So it's like, oh, these people are just children. Was this Vancouver? Oh, Toronto.
You're not.
Oh, these people are just scum. Sorry, VG, you live in a country like this. Yeah, get fucked. Throw them all in jail. Thanks for the donation, Gadget.
Strawberries and cream Dr. Pepper is better than Cherry Coke Zero.
No, it's not, because it has strawberry flavor. Thanks for the donation, though, hey.
BBC genetics. BBC genetics just refers to the term where some people, like myself, pack on a lot of muscle a lot faster. If you don't have a BBC, I don't know what to tell you, but we're blessed in several areas of life, one area including muscle mass. I'm Nigerian. I can generally put on muscle very quickly. It's not.
Bro, like, he's not wrong. There's the travel channels we were looking at. Some of those dudes travel to, places like Nigeria. And, like, for no fucking reason, there's just so many fucking jack dudes who don't even actually lift.
I don't think it's safe.
Let me see. He was in one of the, like...
This is like
he was in one of those, like, shitty-ass shack towns.
David, I'm Nick.
And there are a lot of, like, jack dudes there who are just built for no fucking reason. He has a bunch of Nigeria videos.
Boring.
Where's the one,
So this is the toilet here.
I
When
think
they go
that's
to the
it.
toilet, it just falls through to the water. He must have a strong immune system.
On land, links to this place.
As well?
Yes, links to this place.
Sewage?
Yes, yes, and when
So Sunday was just telling me that recycling bottles... This fish is caught from the water here?
not there's a on land.
Okay.
On land, there's a few neighbors. They normally comes to my room to watch television.
Okay.
Yes, you know.
So this is your room, or
Yes, this is my room.
all of this?
We are so yes, this.
Your own room?
Yeah.
Nobody else?
Nobody else.
Your
I
personal
own,
room?
Yes.
Okay. And so you let everybody come and
To have this, so I have to let them in.
Share it.
Watch whatever they wanna watch.
Beautiful.
Yes.
And your... I'm on the left.
Yeah.
Where do you buy these games from?
Yeah, like, even that kid. You can tell some of them just are more muscular for, like, no fucking reason.
Yeah.
Like, that kid looks fucking jacked. Like, look at his shoulders.
Where do you buy these games from? Oh, you downloaded it? Oh, wow. Oh, you got a boost.
I bought. I can't afford the new ones, but I bought the used one for 20,000 naira.
Crime.
I think there's a clip in this where the guy takes his shirt off.
Sometimes. She's squatting, yes. This is the room. You can buy cold drinks, biscuits, noodles.
Drink beer or other drinks as well?
There are some other drinks, but the most...
To live in this orphanage if it was built?
Yes, if this orphanage is built, Shegun is going to live in the orphanage comfortably. If dad got sick.
Well, anyway.
This African bodybuilder has never been to a real gym. Instead, he trains using concrete molds, making dumbbells and even barbells to build muscle. This progress took many years of hard work and dedication to achieve this physique. And he's even a personal coach teaching others how to work out with him.
It's easy.
Yeah, bro, like... There's random fucking dudes who are dirt poor, don't have YouTube channels and shit, lifting out with fucking cement in, I don't know where this is, some fucking shithole in Africa. and they're absolutely fucking mogging natty fitness YouTubers.
African bodybuilder has never been to a real gym. Instead, he trains using
Like, it is a real thing.
But before that, the so-called backyard gyms have become...
Concrete blocks and makeshift benches may not be the first thing that comes to mind when thinking of bodybuilding. However, Ghana's backyard gyms are gaining momentum, hungry to take their training to the next level. Access and low cost has seen a growing demand for these makeshift muscle factories. One gym that has seen some of Ghana's most famed bodybuilders
started by 80s because I like exercise and gym.
I don't think age is a matter. For instance, I can skip 1 hour non-stop, doing about 11,000 skips. And I don't think anybody here can do that.
Like, bro, that's an old-ass guy.
I want to get to be the oldest person there. If I want to be 150.
It's about this type of gym. So first, you are limited when it comes to equipment. For instance, it's really difficult to be more careful, to be more intuitive.
Like, seriously, the BBC genetics thing is real.
Russian asset Fidia's confronted and it goes really bad for him.
I think I've already seen that. Yeah, we already reacted to that one yesterday. Thanks for the donation, though, retard. Yeah, bro, the BBC genetics thing is actually real. There's a reason why... There's a reason why black athletes are so prevalent in the United States, despite only making up, like, what, 10% of the population? Like, again, these are fucking broke-ass natty lifters, as far as we know. Don't even have good equipment, and they're absolutely mogging natty fitness YouTubers. So, like, I don't know if any of these dudes actually have access to steroids, living out there, but I don't know, you're gonna have a hard time, like, convincing me that, I don't know, black people might just have some advantages, at least, like, certain areas of Africa. They might have some genetic advantages when it comes to bodybuilding.
Not an impossible process for me. People think I'm on steroids or not, and I just look more muscular than normal and something that most people don't even believe. That's all BBC genetics is.
This is a common excuse amongst black fitness influencers where they claim that they're able to get their super physiological gains simply because they're black. While it is true that some ethnicities have better affinity for putting on muscle mass than others, we're all still the same species at the end of the day, okay? It's not...
Okay, dude. Show me one Jewish guy who looks anywhere close to that. Like, just one. Think there's one vegan Jewish bodybuilder, Avi Levani? No, Avi Liani. That's his name. Yeah, this guy. That's one dude, like, he's literally the only Jew I know I've ever fucking heard of. He also happens to be vegan, hilariously enough. It's like the one fucking Jew I've ever seen in my life that looks fucking jacked. Like, you can't fucking tell me that there aren't distinct differences between ethnicities when it comes to athletic ability. There's a reason why only black people are competitive in sprinting. All the fucking world top sprinters in the Olympics, 100% of them are black. If you are white, you have zero chance of being competitive in sprinting. So, give me a break. There are huge fucking differences between ethnicities when it comes to athletic potential. Like, there's a reason why, like, practically only fucking black people play basketball. There's a reason why most fucking football players are black. So, yeah. Find me one other fucking Jew who looks like this. As far as I know, this guy claims to be natural. he is ridiculously fucking jacked. He does claim natty though, as far as I remember. But yeah, I mean,
not possible for you to look like a professional men's physique bodybuilder while being natty. Doesn't matter how big your black cock is, bro. Even for a relatively short guy like FitX Fearless, who is 5'5", this is simply not achievable naturally.
Well, it is achievable naturally if you have the right genes. If we were to like rewind maybe 10 years ago, I would have thought FitX Fearless wasn't natty, but if you've been lifting long enough and you actually know people who are natural and are very strong, you kind of get a better sense of, you know, what is possible naturally. There are people who just are way above you genetically. Like, they just have a massive advantage. Like, if you look at any world-class athlete, it doesn't have to necessarily be strength sports, but like sprinting, long-distance running, what is it, long jump, like name any Olympic sport. Like, there's something about their body and their genes that just make them especially good at that sport. Like, if you look at some of the best long distance runners, they have like a disproportionate amount of muscle fibers that are the slow twitch type. They're just naturally very lean and skinny. And your average person cannot compete with them because like they have all these weird genetic things about them, like the slow twitch muscle fiber. They're just naturally skinny. They also tend to have, they very efficiently clear lactic acid from their muscles and from their blood. Like, if we can see huge inter-individual differences when it comes to every other aspect of athleticism, why is muscle the one thing where it's like, okay, if you're this muscular, there's no way you can do that naturally? Like, it just is the case that there are people who are just born with more muscle cells. They might have like some gene that inhibits myostatin. They have a fast twitch predominant muscle fiber type. Like, they just have everything going for them that allows them to build way more muscle than an average person. Just like how with sprinters, like their tendons are built differently. It takes like twice as much force to stretch their tendons a certain length. They have muscle and tendon insertions that are ideal for producing speed. They also have a fast twitch muscle fiber type. Like, no matter what you do, you're never going to run a sub 10 second 100 meters if you don't have the right body for it. So yeah, this guy just doesn't know what he's talking about. I don't think he's been training for long enough and has met enough like strong people that are natural to understand that, yeah, there are people that are just extremely genetically gifted. FitX Fearless could be on gear, like I could be wrong, but no, he does have a body that's achievable naturally, assuming that you have the right genes for it.
Not achievable naturally. Ask yourself why with the countless of steroid accusations this guy receives, he hasn't shown his blood work once. If he looked like this...
Because he doesn't care to. Well, I've received a ton of fake natty accusations, especially recently, like after benching 410 and shit. Ton of people are fucking accusing me of being a fake natty. Why haven't I posted my blood work and shit? Because I don't fucking care. Like, you can look at my physique updates. A lot of people think I'm on gear now. Like, I've blown up recently. I just don't care to. What do I fucking care?
Naturally, with as many fake natty accusations as he receives, he would make every single one of his videos about his blood work and disproving these claims. Yet none of them show any blood work. Anywho, that was it for the video, guys. If you
There's something really special about the green and the sky here.
In Western Africa, there's a landlocked country you've likely.
Baby's town is a 5-hour drive west, and hopefully we get the camera gear to film the festival that Baby's putting on. That's
Surprised
pretty
Iron
amazing.
Bibi wouldn't
Things
try
like
to
this
move
happen
out.
all the time. And you have to pivot. You have to pivot, especially with Turkish Airlines. I love you, Turkish Airlines. Sponsor us. I don't. Roma, where is your camera? Eh? I don't recognize you. With no camera, don't cry. The wrestling tournament for Iron Bibi Sport Festival, they just started. It's 10 a.m. Sorry, not 10 p.m. And then we will drive for at least 5 hours or 5 hours and 30. And I hope we catch the wrestlers today.
Looking out of the window of our mostly single-lane, long 7-hour drive to Bobo Dioulasso, I was astonished by the sprawls of villages with no sign of a city anywhere near. In a country of quite possibly 30 million people, there's a total of only 4 million that reside amongst the 2 largest cities. With nearly 70% of its population living rurally, this is a country of subsistence agriculture.
It's just in, we're in Bobo. Your baby's home. This is amazing. Look at this. Yeah. Very nice. So yeah, we're gonna use the toilet and then we go for.
I guess that's why he doesn't leave. He's not one of the pores.
Upon arriving at our destination, we took a short break and quickly set out to see some action in the form of wrestling traditional to Burkina Faso. But you'll have to keep your pantyhose on, as that'll be shown in the next video. So make sure to subscribe with notifications on to not miss this epic chapter of the journey. Some days later, good news came in.
It's a very big crocodile.
Our luggage was here, all thanks to the most amazing Dodge Ram truck. But regardless, what stood out the most was his effect and importance to the community around him.
This is so nice.
And when I decided to move back in Burkina Faso, I didn't have any training equipment. So I met this guy, and he's very talented. So I had to draw everything, and then this guy built it. And you know, when you come to my gym at home, my backyard, all the equipment you see is from this man. Really good guy. Yeah. Bonjour. Bonjour. Yeah. So now for the festival, we are building all the Iron Bibi equipment. So you will see it very soon. This is the one we are going to use for the sandbag toast. Wow. It's going to be a good one. It's actually a bit heavy though.
Yeah. Just means it won't fall over.
No,
it'll be sturdy.
It won't fall over.
I'm out here sweating buckets. These guys are metalworking and haven't dropped a sweat. It seems like these guys can build anything.
At home, April is a month of flowers, cool breeze, and respite from extremes. In Burkina Faso, April is the extreme. Roasting us at 45 degrees Celsius, 116 degrees Fahrenheit, we needed to adapt. To survive this rude onslaught of the sun, outdoor activities, whether it be repairing walls in the hotel and keeping guests up at night, or exercising, people take refuge from April's cruelty under the cover of night.
We are at home and getting ready for food.
Yeah, I've had girls cold approach me. Usually when women cold approach, it's super awkward and weird, but one chick was pretty smooth.
So I don't know what we are going to eat today. Maybe some, I see some plantain, banana, plantain, chicken, rice. Yeah, you know I love chicken. Yeah. And some...
Bro, there's no way that guy only eats chicken and rice and plantains to get that fat. He's downing lots of fucking Oreos, bro.
Mango juice. Mango juice. I love mango juice. My sister.
The chef.
The chef. And she's my sister, our lawyer.
Yes.
And there's Kevin, moneymaker.
The moneymaker. I'm building another gym in Ouagadougou, and you know, building an residency, or I should say hotel, because I have like 17 rooms. Yeah, so yeah, and more business. I love business. So next weekend we have Iron Baby Sports Festival, which is a very big thing for the country. We have 7 different sports: strongman, we have arm wrestling, we have gymnastic, we have basketball, we have some boxing, some MMA, and roller. So it's 7 different sports, and I think all the disciplines are national now. And strongman is actually international because there are athletes coming from Ghana, from Mali, also from Ivory Coast. Is that chicken curry? Chicken curry. Oh, thank you so much.
Curry. Chicken curry?
Yeah, curry.
This is the chicken, your favorite chicken dish?
No, me, I like chicken and peanut butter sauce.
Peanut butter sauce.
Yeah.
Right.
I don't know if your stomach is ready for that now.
This chicken is very good.
With our bellies filled and energy restored, it was time to see the gym that created the myth.
So this is my special bar for deadlift. Yeah, and it's good for 700 kilogram.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I did a special order for this. Really good. So we're gonna do the pressing with this one.
Okay, good.
Yeah, feel it. It's a really good bar.
These logs, baby.
Yeah, this one is a baby one. It's gonna be the warm up for the competition. And this is a new log for the competition. I just made it out of eucalyptus. Is that it's a tree? Eucalyptus, yeah.
Yeah.
Usually it's really heavy wood.
Wow.
Yeah, so I did make
I've not spoken to my father in quite a few years.
this for the athletes.
Is this gym open for everyone?
Yes, this Iron Baby Gym backyard is open for everyone. People knows me, you know, when you come and knock the door, you know, you can train anytime you want. And of course, I need people that are disciplined. I don't want like bad people to come and train with me. It has to be a good environment.
So you got the world record on the log.
Yes.
Can you take us to a training regimen today and how you got that?
I didn't do log since the last time I touched it for the record. And I think today will be very light training. You know, we will do some standing press.
Okay.
Yeah, I love to do standing press because it's good for the core. And if you see some of my video, I'm always like standing and pressing. I know the cleaning, if you're athletic enough, you can clean the log, you know. Yeah, the standing part is difficult. Getting the stability and everything.
I need to be precise.
Why?
Because I can't just drop it like forward. Like, you know, in my gym, if I'm on the rack, I hit the rack and let it slide. Here, I gotta go right there.
That's how I did with 260.
That's crazy.
Yeah, you need to control and then rack it.
And that's why, guys, these are the strongest shoulders in the world. I'm lifting 70 kilos right now, and I'm struggling balancing because when I have no point of reference to look at. It's just dark sky and bright lights. So every single rep, I felt like I was gonna fall backwards.
Yeah.
I don't know how this guy does it.
Yeah, that's why when I, at the Giant Lab competition, a lot of people was complaining about the lagging.
Yeah.
I didn't have any issues. I'm used to it. Yeah, I can stay like this forever and press.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Yeah, and I train nighttime, so yeah. That's been like forever.
I guess because Africa is so hot and like it gets so bright and shit, they preferentially train at night.
It's good.
It's weird how he moves his head up.
Nice. Yes.
From traveling, I get such a quick pump. Like,
yeah, the lower back.
I barely did anything, and I already feel like I finished the workout.
But at least you're doing something.
Yeah,
right?
it's important.
Yeah.
I hope I'll be in good shape for tomorrow. That's when I really need it.
Yeah.
Nah, I don't really like tempo.
What's this song?
It's
I feel alright. My neck's hurting a little bit more, probably from streaming for a while, and some of the Tylenol I took earlier might have worn off a bit.
Baby song.
But I'm alright.
Yeah. It's a warrior, a fighter song. Oh, you know it? Well, I'm so pumped too. I didn't live for a long time. Been like, you know, couple months, yeah. Been traveling and, you know. But I can curl, you know. I do curl just to keep my biceps. Yeah. This is 10 kg. I use them. We can add it there for the next one if you want. You want? Just look cool. 10 kg. Yeah. Yeah. This is the first. I've never seen this, a cog used as a weight. Absolutely love it. We're up to 145 kilos. I hope I can even do it. Oh, shit, wrong belt. That'll go over 3 of them. You know, baby, this is the heaviest weight I've lifted in over half a year. Wow, but you're gonna do it easy.
Okay.
Yeah. Come on.
Come on.
Nice. Focus. Push up. Let's. Nice.
Yeah.
Easy.
Do it again.
Let's go. Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
Everybody,
let's go. Yeah. Nice. Good. That's really good.
Okay.
That's really good.
I'm happy I could do this.
Yeah.
I'm getting back.
Yeah.
The worst form, but I will clean this up and get strong for next year. I promise you guys.
Yes.
VDP.
Yeah. VDP.
VDP.
Yeah, but in French it's VDP.
I run BB VDP.
VDP.
I run BB
VDP.
VDP. I run BB.
He sings good. VDP.
Yeah.
I wonder if they get mosquitoes and shit out there. Training outside at night with all those bright lights, I would expect there to be a lot of like biting bugs, but I don't see any.
Oh! Come on! Let's go! Yes. Easy, lad! Let's go, baby!
$2 donated. How is this on YouTube, even if it's a skit, lol?
Hi Hitler. What's wrong? So, this morning I went to the post office, okay? And then this happened. Hi, I would like to send this letter, please. Alright. I'm sorry, we don't serve people like you. Well, I think you should go now. Damn it, früher hätt's das nicht gegeben. So, crazy, right? Then I went to the store and then that happened. Hi, can I get a soda, please? What is it that you want to show me? Sir. Make NSBM. To me, do you?
I'm assuming the guy isn't actually a Nazi. It's really not that bad. Thanks for the donation too. Animal Liberation donate $2. Troy Scholler is Jewish, but he used Andrew back in the day. Oh, I don't know who this guy is. You mean, Anadrol? Well, like, I'm not saying there aren't any jacked Jews, but there are not many. Like, near zero. But you can point to a billion examples of, like, black dudes being jacked. Like, point being, yeah, there's big ethnic differences when it comes to athletic talent. Thanks for the donation, though, Animal Liberation.
Oh, nothing!
Yeah!
That was nothing!
Oh, yeah! Oh, yeah! Add more.
Nothing! Absolutely nothing. After all this break, it's going up like nothing.
It's the song, dude. It's a song, man.
Right now.
Really? Yeah. He just needed a little rest.
Yeah.
4:30.
Let's go, baby! Let's go, baby! Let's go, baby! Let's go, baby! Let's go, baby!
That is a lot of fucking weight to overhead press, dude.
Yeah, baby! Yeah, baby! Yeah, baby! Let's go, baby! Easy! Yeah, easy, man. Yeah! Yeah!
Easy, man. It's just how much strength, when you build a community of strength, that really unites people. So when I go somewhere and show a side of strength to the rest of the world that the rest of the world wouldn't have seen.
Much bigger. The Iron Baby Sports Festival was created, a first of its kind for Burkina Faso, rallying excitement from across the country and beyond, from Ghana, Mali, France, and even the UK, with BBC making an appearance. We had inadvertently played a tiny part in making history.
So up next we got Sam.
We had inadvertently played a tiny part in making history.
I think that black girl up at the front looks kind of cute.
So up next we got sandbag toss, followed by stone for max reps. Really entering my element. I mean, I love wrestling, but of course you guys know strongman. That's my thing, and I'm so excited that Baby's bringing this sport to the country. I can't wait to see what comes of this.
For 3 days in a row, the events would go on until the brutal sun rose. Iron Baby working every minute of it like a boss to give love back to his country, the same way they've supported him every step of the way. Whatever nervousness I had coming into Burkina Faso quickly disappeared with the radiance of warmth and confidence that Iron Baby exudes.
Well, thank you for that 9014. Excellent spam as always. Appreciate the donation, dude.
Wherever we went, that joy for life and love for community reflected off of everyone we came across. Was it he who brought out that jovial spirit from the people around him, or was it them that cultivated his boundless generosity and heart? Whatever the answer, one thing's for certain. He was moving mountains. We discovered that he's so much more than a renowned athlete and prince. He's a businessman, has tight ties to his community, and is stepping up sports for Burkina Faso at an unprecedented level with a breakneck pace. Guys, on this trip I've made a great friend for life. Plan.
Did a workout with Kyriakos Grizzly.
Through it.
Delicious too, dude. But never ask us what's your favorite food because.
Oh my god.
Bicycle. Both sides.
Nice.
Yeah, 25% on his squat. Yeah, the surgery in his squat as well. Τετρακεφαλοπαλή. Πώς το κόψες?
Τένοντα, σε πασαρία. Σε αγώνα.
Τι πασαρία? Α.
Not too far off from me. I have torn pec, torn lats, torn bicep. Also like torn quad up here.
It comes with the territory, right?
What do you do for work?
Τώρα είμαι φύλακας, εγώ στάσιο.
Security.
Palatard donators, you skipped my donation, but here it is again. Pro-Palestinians are even going after one of their own that are at least more reasonable than them. Oh, my bad. Let me see.
On June 24th, we can send Andrew Cuomo back where he belongs, the suburbs.
What do you say? I have a question. What do you say about politicians that constantly reaffirm Israel's right to exist? Because people like me are constantly attacked by politicians for standing up for Palestine, and you are constantly defending the right for Israel to exist. My family is in Palestine right now.
This guy is white as fuck, dude. He's white enough to piss milk. He has no family in Palestine.
Constantly under attack, and I'm hearing you say free Palestine, but also Israel has the right to exist. Don't be hypocritical. Don't be hypocritical and say free Palestine when you're also defending the right for Israel to exist.
Well, that's what happens when you listen to retards. The retards will talk back to you. Thanks for the donation, Palatard.
Τι λέγεται και security, φύλακας, είναι security όχι την καθαρή έννοια, αλλά στην ουσία security, προσέχει εργοστάσιο.
How many days a week and how many hours do you typically train?
Προπόνηση τώρα ανάλογα με την δουλειά. Με την προηγούμενη ομάδα έκανα 2 προπονήσεις την προηγούμενη ομάδα. Κάποτε ανάλογα, μπορεί να κάνω και κάθε μέρα, μπορεί να κάνω και 3 φορές, ανάλογα τη δύναμη που έκανα. Τώρα με τη δουλειά λίγο προσαρμόζομαι. Μεγαλώσαμε κιόλας, 50 χρονών πήγαμε, τώρα έχουμε χαλαρώσει. Δηλαδή πριν, αν με γνώρισε πριν 5-6 χρόνια που ήμασταν εκεί, ήμουνα... Κάθε μέρα. Ήμουνα συνέχεια. Τώρα λίγο με τη δουλειά κιόλας, λίγο 50 χρονών πήγαμε. Πρόσεχε.
He just got 50, his birthday was... Προηγούμενη ομάδα ήταν, ναι. Yeah.
Wow.
And he says, well, he's young about you. And I said, yeah, he's young.
Baby.
He's a baby, yeah. Big baby.
What in the beginning inspired you to train?
This guy is such a weirdo.
Πάλι δεν είσαι ψηλά,
Nigga, my favorite 2 streamers are Vegan Gains and Myron Gains. There must be a connection here.
There is no connection. I think you're just insane. Thanks for the donation, dumbass.
I also was able to take it the distance, but...
Hello, darkness, my old friend.
Oh god, the Zerch shrugs.
Let's go. Silly exercise without much benefit. But being here and having tried it, I can now say it's one I may incorporate in my training routine.
Ooh.
Sucks, so I better be able to take it. Oh, no problem. No problem. Yeah. I am not a black belt, guys. No problem. 上手じゃないです。
柔道の監督をしています。その監督としてロス五輪2028年のをしています。その監督としてロス五輪2028年のロス五輪に向けて選手の強化を行っていってます。
Alright, I gotta figure out how to put this on because I don't know. I don't wear gis, but Today, I guess, is the day I start. どうやって使うんですか？すみません。真ん中からセンターから。でかい。
今日は僕は鈴木です。よろしくお願いします。で、武井先生。My name is 武井。
3歳から柔道をしています。もう41年間柔道着を着て柔道を続けていますので、もう生活の一部になっています。食事をするのと同じように。柔道をよく考えるときにすごく嫌でいいんじゃないかなと。
Whoa! What? Whoa! ゆっくりできますか？ゆっくりやります。Wow! クレイジー。柔道はすごいですね。Judo is crazy, man.
Learning the legendary Uchimata to add to my arsenal of takedown tools has been a goal of mine for a while now. It is not an easy move, and if not done precisely with intention, could put the user in danger of being taken down themselves.
2, and then 3. Yes.
Master Keiji Suzuki made the scene, well, seamless. But actually executing this move, I quickly learned required a lot more coordination than I ever imagined. Watching him do it was like witnessing the elegance of a tango dance master. I knew I was in over my head, but nonetheless, I was determined.
I want to learn judo. Judo might not be tight.
柔道はテクニックが非常に重要であると思ってましたし、なるべく僕も力をつけてトレーニングをするというよりは瞬発的であったりとか、テクニックを磨く方に力を入れてたんですけど、やはりパワーも非常に重要だなと思ってウェイトトレーニングをしたりとか、そういったパワーで相手に負けないトレーニングというものを取り入れました。外国人選手とか日本にも力の強い選手がたくさんいますので、そういった選手と戦うためのパワーというものは必要だなというふうに考え方が変わった時期もあります。
Fast judokas. Now I say short because I knew if it went on too long, I wouldn't stand a chance. I needed an upper hand to be able to utilize my explosive strength and not get burnt out. A short clock would help even the playing field.
ルールはちょっとずつ変わってきていると思います。これは、柔道をしている選手だけじゃなくて、見てる人、応援してくれてる人がより分かりやすく楽しく柔道を見ることができるっていうルールが一番理想的だと思うので、ルールは変わってきていると思いますけども、根本的な相手を投げる、相手を抑え込む、締める関節を取るっていう基本の、柔道の基本というものは変わることはないのかなと思っています。これが伝統という言葉が当てはまるもので、柔道には伝統があって、その伝統を、なくすっていうことはしてほしくないなというふうに思っています。
力がすごいです。パワーもうかっ
Oh damn, she's actually jacked.
Liberal, a simp.
Motorcycles or video games? If I had to choose between one or the other, I'd choose motorcycles.
Or whatever it may be. This is something that I will take to my grave.
Yeah. And we asked the carver and they said the
Yeah, she's actually jacked.
Wow! Wow! Woo!
Wow! あなたはとても強いです。 すごい。あなたの踊るのは踊りのは
今日本語勉強中です。先生じゃないから先生。
勝ったことです。
いや適当に教えてください。
私の先生、はい。斉藤先生。
I do love me some strong women.
That was a good one.
Rather an atmosphere of muscle, fun, silliness, some displays of grace and sexuality, but most of all, a place to share enthusiasm for feminine strength. That will
握られ方。
ああ。頭おかしい。頭おかしい。頭おかしいと思われてる。頭おかしいと思われてる人が多い。日本の人はあんまり体を大きくしたいとか、なりたくない。細くなりたい。スキニーになりたい女の人が多いから、こういう感じの女の人はもう理解されない。あんまり。でも別に気にしない。私でかくなりたい。闘牛、牛になりたい。牛みたいになりたいから。
最近変わってきてる感じは。
確かにそうかもしれない。日本はまだ海外に比べてトレーニングする人とかが少なかったの。今少なかったんですけど、最近は結構そのトレーニングしたりとか。
Yeah, I've got a
いい
Discord.
体になりたいみたいな、いい体になりたいみたいな人が、なんだっけ。そう。これを刺すの。上にパン。
カットにします。
すごいパワー投げてる。パワー。
Argentina.
I miss the food. Well, I miss the culture. People are really energetic and really friendly. Here maybe are kind of reserved, so I feel that connection is not here. But I like that here it's really comfortable. The transportation is really comfortable and it's really safe. So you can go anywhere, anytime with the phone and nobody's gonna grab you. Like steal things. That's the main thing I think for me, and that you can carry everything. It's always safe. And also my mother is living.
あと、説明どんなのやるって。私が一番好きなのはシュラインリフトって言って、2人2 girls でこうやって組んで、わっしょい持ち上げ、リフティングガイズ、リフティング。
We're pulling up to go. 持ち上げる。
これだったらマーティンさんだったら。
どうしました？手？多分石の真ん中のスクワット。
おお。
はい。私はお手伝いします。
おお。
Yes! Yes! あなたの手こう。
are no different.
Actually, Okay, weird. Well, I could always look at more butts.
Right. If I follow Route 5, that should take me to the hospital. Follow Route 5.
Still doesn't work, fuck.
Get her to tell me where Abby is. Easy.
I'm super confused. Wait, let me see if it has something to do with the optional files. I have no idea if Gears of War E-Day is gonna be better than Space Marine. I can't tell the future, dude. If I could, I would have won the lottery by now.
Right. If I follow Route 5, that should take me to the hospital. Follow Route 5. Track down Nora. Abby is. Easy.
Okay, that literally makes no fucking sense, dude. How in the fuck? Like, am I retarded and crazy or something? Or... How in the fuck is that? Like, it's not shooting in some way. That should be Tommy's rifle. Why would anybody watch The Last of Us 2 live action when the video game is already like a show and it has better acting? Well, some people are retarded dipshits who don't play video games because they're fucking losers. A lot of people who watch the show have never played the video game, and they don't realize how bad the acting in the show is compared to the game. Like, what's crazy to me, too, is they're ruining the reputation of the game, because a lot of people who watch the show who've never played the video game might think the video game is fucking stupid, and that's why the show's bad. Hey, Gum Gum. What you up to, little kitty?
Right. If I follow Route 5, that should take me to the hospital.
It's just the rifle. What in the fuck? It, literally doesn't do anything. Let's see if that one will actually work. I wonder if, might have something to do with a conflict with another mod. I just want to fucking figure this out, because I've wanted that mod for a while.
Right. If I follow Route 5, that should take me to the hospital. Follow Route 5. Track down Nora. Get her to tell me where Abby is. Easy.
I have no fucking clue. No clue whatsoever. Like, literally, it just doesn't work. The only other thing I can think of is, there may be... What is that one? Weapon spawn parsec. Oh, spawn weapons. It might have something to do with the conflict with some of these. I'll get rid of the improved weapons. Try that. Yeah, I was planning on doing 2 streams today, but I just did 1 long stream. Because, you know, whatever. My neck's fucked up, so it's not like I have anything better to do. I want to make sure my neck is fine for when I get the bike. Because I want to shred with that thing. No, it's just one file that means, it's just one file that needs to go in the mod folder. It's changing the model, but it's not actually changing the gun. I don't know why the model for the gun isn't loading. I removed some other mods that might create a conflict.
Right. If I follow Route 5, that should take me to the hospital.
Still doing it.
Follow
Fuck.
Route 5. Track down Nora. Get her to tell me where Abby is. Easy.
Yeah, it can zoomed in. I wonder if it has to be in a certain slot for it to work. No. Super weird. Oh, maybe it's... They just updated the ND mod loader. Might have something to do with that. You know what? I'll delete that now. And I think I have to... Wait, crap. Disabled. And I think I have to start the game up, then back out, then do the thing again. How much of a donation for you to read a certain book and share what you think of it on stream? Guess it kind of depends on the book. Let's try that. So it did load in the model. Yeah, I'm not using an existing save. I'm loading a new chapter, dipshit. Literally already said that. And you can see me doing it over and over again.
Right. If I follow Route 5, that should take me to the hospital.
Still fucked.
Track down Nora.
What in the actual
Get her to
shit?
tell me where Abby is. Easy.
Just testing to see if it might be. No. That's fucked. Okay, well, since that just doesn't work, I'll get rid of that. And I guess we'll just play as Deadpool. Ellie. That's weird. Really fucking weird. I didn't break the game, dipshit. Just the mod won't work. It just replaces the model, but it's still bolt action. It's really weird. Where the hell are we going again? Oh, hey Gum Gum. Got a cat. Very nice cat. How are you doing, Gum Gum? That's your sweet baby. That's my sweet baby. Make yourself comfy. Love my baby. Dude, modding Bethesda games is absolute fucking cancer. Those games are so fucking stupid. I can't stand Bethesda, like they're just a shit fucking company.
Okay, progress.
this note? Fuck. Sorry, Gum Gum. You're a good kitty, I'm sorry. Didn't mean to sneeze on you. You're a good baby. Do I have a high-yield savings account? I'm not gonna give my bank information to you, Gig.
All right.
Oh, cat. It's a nice cat. Shit. Made smoke bombs on accident. Oh no. Did I not put the mod in for the safe combos? Fuck me. Oh, that is so annoying.
Oh shit.
That should keep us safe.
You're down!
Why did it?
We're gonna.
Fuck me. Why in the hell did it make me pull out my fucking bow? That's retarded. Thought I would have had my fucking pistol. such a big chunky kitty. Alright, good to go.
Right. Yes. Actually worked. That's pretty smart, Ellie. There's the hospital. Fuck. Thought I'd be closer.
I'm not gonna play Little Nightmares.
Nice. Ugh, stinks in here. Oh. Fucking wolf. Serves you right. Shit. Fuck me. He really got you. Great.
Fuck up.
Damn. Shit. How do I get outside?
Oh shit. Fucking turds. Scariest game I played? Either RE1 Remake or Dead Space. One of those.
About that. Okay. Head down to the street. Time to go. There's gotta be a way out of here.
You ever tried mescaline, peyote, San Pedro, cactus? No, never done that.
Here we go. Shit.
Oh wait, I can unlock that.
Fuck Seattle.
There's a company coming out with synthetic psilocybin for depression. Is the idea to have the same effect on the brain without the, like, hallucinogenic drug
Get me the
trip?
hell out of here.
Or the risk of psychosis? That would be good if they could actually make it. For me, the benefit I saw from it was from the actual crazy trip.
Alright. Where the hell did I end up?
Okay, and this is where we end up running into the scars. These people are fucking assholes.
Okay.
21st Savage, donate $2. Yep. Is this gonna be all black people?
Станция Комсомольская. Переход на кольцевую линию. Выход к железнодорожной платформе Каланчевская и вокзалу Ленинградского поезда. Держите.
That's great. Fucking retarded.
A million, right? And in Stockholm, if you have 10% Muslim, I was in the city of Malmö. Malmö, it's spelled with an O, but it's pronounced Malmö. And they said that if the Swedish population maintains its negative and the Muslim population maintains, Muslims have, mashallah, the average of what, 5, 6, 7 kids, right? The average, mashallah, that's a secret weapon, I say. That the prediction is, this is the halal secret weapon, guys, huh? So nobody take the video and miss it. Halal secret weapon. It's not our fault we have more kids, guys. You want to do whatever you want to do. It's all halal, alhamdulillah. So if the projection continues, I was told by one must be half Muslim. So the point is, what's going to...
Yeah. Not interested. Thanks for the donation, dude. Thanks for the donation, John Zook.
You are here, and the hospital's there.
Yes, I've been in a club. I used
Go
to
to the
work as a
park.
photographer and I'd shoot clubs. Fuck. Fuck off. Oh my god. Oh yeah, sure. Fuck off. What a load of bullshit. I've completely and utterly run out of patience. Just completely and utterly. Just fucking can't be fucked.
What the frick is up, YouTube? Welcome back to LTF Beats channel. Today we got another banger video. And if you couldn't tell from the title, today we are reviewing forks. But these are not just any forks. These are Refluxa.
You know, society is going downhill.
I don't know if I'm saying that right, but that's just how I like to say it because it sounds luxurious. Just like their slogan is, where recoil meets luxury. Oh yeah. Alright, well, enough talking. I've had crappy forks on my bike for too long. I don't feel like waiting any longer. We can get started on the fork. So obviously the first thing we have to do is get our old ones off. So let's get to it. So I got it in, I just put this up here and then put this on top and tightened it down. But I realized I don't have a thingy to go through here.
21st Savage, $92, yep. Notice a lot of wrinkles on her stomach. Yeah, the usual beta male, cuck bitch, gay, white dudes, and fat, ugly feminists. That's great. Move to Moscow then if you love nice subways so much. Alright, thanks for the donation, 21st.
Here to actually tighten it down. But I'll just come back to my front wheel on. My friend had a pair of Fox 40s on his Suron.
Hello everyone, today is going to be epic. So I'm joined by Louis Pilgrim, and we have two of the weirdest bikes we've ever seen on the channel today, and we're going to be giving them a shred.
Bike number one is this bendy bike here that sort of bends along as you ride on it, which should be quite hectic down some trails.
And the second bike we have is this Colin Furze inspired spring bike, where springs are replacing the frame. It's quite crazy. Both of these bikes were created by the crew that like to call themselves Formula One Engineering. Their Instagram is here. They've got loads of insane creations over on their page. And they said, Sam, do you want to try some weird stuff? I said yes, and now we have them. To make all of this way more exciting, we're going to set challenges, and for that I've got a coin where I'm going to be tails for the full video, Louis is going to be heads. When we flick this, it's going to decide a person to do a challenge on one of these bikes. And the spring bike is heads bike, bendy bike is tails bike. So for this first challenge, we're going to see who rides down this hill on which bike.
Dodo donated $2, Frank uploaded again. I'm sure he's complaining about something. Let's see. No, he didn't upload anything. Were you not here for the whole day? We already watched his restaurant vlog, and he hasn't uploaded any new shorts.
What's up, guys? I'm trying my best with the business stuff, but these gang stalkers are getting ridiculous with the chargebacks. I think it's over 50 in the past 2 weeks. This is the first page of chargebacks in my emails, second page, third page, and here's the fourth page of chargebacks. I really don't know what's going on, and it's crazy that Shopify allows this, and all of these platforms and really the banking system and everything is set up to harass small business in favor of these people. These big corporate entities, billion-dollar companies will hire these people to place chargebacks every week on small businesses, and
Yeah, we already watched. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
And we're gonna go with this. Boom, heads. Louis, you're up first on tails. You're riding the bendy bike. Get ready, Lubes, for the first send down there. Ready, Louis?
Yeah, I think so. Guess we'll just see what happens. Oh. Oh, you can do some quite good angles actually. Oh, you can go quite quick with it all sideways and horrible like that. Let's go, oh, down that. There's all mud in my eyes. I can't actually see a whole lot. Well, that's certainly an interesting way of getting down the hill. Quite excited to see what this is going to be like on some actual trails though. But before that, I think it's your go on that spring bike.
Here we go, let's try this beast then. Oh my God, look how bendy it is. Oh my.
Callum James says I'm Dodo. Not sure if he's actually Dodo.
God, it's so, whoa, it's so springy.
I feel I'm in the mood for a switch up. I hit the function, hit the rose till I hiccup. I hit the stage and leave with money that's a sticker.
Whoa! Oh my God. That is a ridiculous bit of kit. What we're gonna do now is head to Twisted Oaks Bike Park, hit some trails, do some dangerous stuff that shouldn't be done on these bikes. We've now made it into the woods and the first challenge is going to be horrible. We want to ride this skinny on one of the bikes. Tails, that's me, isn't it? All right, I'm going across first on heads. Oh, that's actually pretty safe. That's going to be wet. Right, let's get across the skinny then. No. Oh, oh, good suspension though. Oh, oh no. Oh no. I'm going to take that. I got across. I couldn't paddle up there though because it's in the worst gear ever. Okay, whatever. First challenge done. Next one. Next challenge is to make it down one of these trails here. So who's going to go first? It's Louis' go. Look, heads. There you go. And what bike are you going to ride down this trail? Tails. Louis on this, down that trail. Get ready, Lou.
Right, let's begin. Oh my God, the excursion.
Yeah.
Oh, you can sort of flick into. Oh, flick. Oh, it's actually well good into this next section. Oh, it's quite nice actually. You sort of flick over all this stuff. Oh. It's actually sick, this bike.
Firing!
I'm sort of flying down this section. I think I've sort of learnt it.
Yes!
Like, oh, how you have to put your... Oh, so good. Cool. That's actually well insane. I sort of learnt it a bit going down that trail. Like, if you put your feet different ways, the bike will bend better for going round left or right turns. It was quite cool. But let's go and see what the next challenge is. Back up the top now. Let's see who is doing the next challenge. Is that Tails? Yeah, it is, isn't it? Tails. Yeah. So Sam's doing the next challenge on heads.
that thing again.
Yeah. Enjoy yourself.
Here we go then. Let's give it a go. And the scary thing is, like Louis said earlier, the brake doesn't actually work unless the suspension's like, whatever. Right, here we go. Dropping. Oh yeah, I can actually stand up on this. Oh, it's so unbelievably wobbly. Oh no, no, no. This is what else scaring, the brakes don't work unless I push it. Oh, oh, oh. Oh God, the brake's not working. I've got to push the bike forward to make it work. Oh, 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 oh my God, it's so bent and out of shape. Oh no, Lou. Oh, 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 it just gets so wildly out of control for all of the reasons. I was going to say for no reason, but the whole reason about it is to be out of control. Look at this even. Like, this isn't welded. They've got a big bit of pipe welded to that, and the original part of the frame is just sat inside loosely. Only the spring is holding that part of the bike up by pushing the metal across. And when you put weight on it, the bike gets shorter, meaning the back brake doesn't work at all. So the more scared you get you're holding on, like, the worse it is. You've got to like push yourself away down the hill to try and brake, but that's horrible. Let's go and spin that coin. Right, we're now over on top of the dual slalom and we're gonna have a race. So we're gonna determine who gets which bike now. So heads or tails. All right, that is heads. So that's you, Louis, isn't it? And you're gonna be on heads. Oh my God, you've got the spring bike. I'm on this beast. Let's get it. Ready then, Luke? Yeah. 3, 2, 1, dropping. Oh yeah. There you go. Oh, way ahead on this beast.
He's instantly beaten me.
Oh, it's all so...
Oh, it's so...
Oh! Oh, scary. I've got a bit of air.
Oh my God.
Cutty round there.
Have to
switching into the wrong lane.
Oh, look, my brakes. And kind of nothing's happening really. It's just scrubbing enough speed.
Oh! Flying! Louis miles behind.
But it's not there. Oh, now I have none, so let's just hope I don't die.
Mid-crazy bike session, I've decided to get out my Canyon Spectral Enduro bike and smash some laps on my slopestyle line. Oh, and before we get into that, all Ortrad stuff is available now. Link is up here or in the description. Rewind! That was a huge Tabes air on this thing. Absolutely love this bike. Tell you what I've not done on it yet though. Flare. Quite scary. Just because it reacts differently to the slope bike and the jump bike, you got to pull harder, but I don't want to pull too hard and go to flat. But I've got suspension, so it should be fine. Come on. Oh, that was scary. I saw that coming to my chest. Okay, it works. This go then. That's scary. It's quite a hard pull because it's that much longer and bigger. I'm pumped on that actually. Oh, yo!
He makes it look easy, but that's just very difficult.
That was a sick little mid-weird bike session. We're now going to continue with some craziness in a different location. Bendy bike. Oh my God. Come on, let's get over there. We're just arriving at the classic stair set of doom. I'm just cruising sideways. Look at this thing. then that's what I'm gonna go into. Here we go then, let's try this thing. Oh my God, it's all sideways, Lou. Oh, oh, oh my God. Oh, drift, oh my God. Whoa.
You'd look pretty hilarious riding that.
We've now come to the pump track for our final challenge, which is to do a race round it, and whoever does it quickest wins the whole day. So we're gonna flip that coin. So tails, that's Sam, is on. Front of the screen, and I'll go as soon as you've done it. Ready?
Yeah.
3, 2, 1, go.
Okay, you can pedal to hit. Oh my God, oh no. Oh no, that is a bad start. Here we go. Oh, it's actually not good at all. Louis might be in for a win, actually. Oh, it doesn't even pump. I'm sure yours is never going to work, Lou. Oh, God. Oh no. I actually got to put a few pedals in. That is the slowest, worst race ever. Past this line. Done. What was that? 41 seconds. Come on then, Louis, it's your turn. Beat that.
Cool, right, here we go. Pedal till there, and then get some pumping action on the go. I feel I'm already way quicker, which is what I actually thought this might happen, because it is just a bit more like a bike on these turns. I'm so quick around this track. What's the ending? There, I'm not going to pedal though, still. Done. Cool. How quick? 10 seconds quick.
Once again, I want to say thanks to
Okay, well, it is late. I have been streaming for almost 12 hours. So I'm gonna go head to bed, but I should be on tomorrow at roughly the same time-ish. So I'll see you all then. But big thanks to everybody who donated on Streamlabs. Really appreciate it. And I'll see y'all tomorrow.